I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 2025-2026 additional estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to elders past and present. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. If there are no objections, the committee authorises media recording and photography of the committee's proceedings in accordance with Senate Resolution 3. I remind the media that this permission can be revoked at any time, and the media must follow the directions of Secretariat staff. The committee has fixed Friday, April 10 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the Communications and Arts portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Mobile phones, if not already done so, should now be switched to silent. Senators are aware that one of the roles of the committee chair is to ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly way. This is not intended to prevent rigorous questioning of witnesses, but to help ensure that senators exercise their rights and privileges in a careful, civil and responsible manner. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect, and as chair I intend to uphold these standards. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Nita Green, Assistant Minister for Northern Australia Tourism and the Pacific Island Affairs, representing the Minister for Communications and the Arts. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I also welcome Mr Jim Betts, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. Welcome, Mr Betts. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Before we commence with corporate questions, I remind senators that this part of the program relates to matters concerning central departmental administration, such as building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when specific programs are considered in subsequent sessions. On that note, I will turn over to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you. Thank you very much for your appearance today. Secretary, I wanted to start by asking you a staffing question, and I refer to an article by John Buckley in the Sydney Morning Herald dated the 5th of February and entitled Michelle Rowland taps bureaucrat of Optus debacle fame as Chief of Staff. And I also note the print title as printed in the newspaper was Rowland picks comms flop boss to run the office. Are you familiar with those articles?
I'm familiar with the general media coverage which has occurred here.
I'm happy to table them. I just don't have a copy of them. I've only got an e-copy of them.
I get the gist.
Secretary, when advising departmental staff of Mr Chisholm's departure, you sent an internal email noting that Mr Chisholm would be taking a period of extended leave. Yep. Can you confirm what date that email was sent, and could you table a copy for the committee?
I'll need to check exactly what the date was. It was early in the new year. And there's no secret about that internal communication, so we'll see if we can source a copy for you.
Thank you. Thanks, Secretary. Can you confirm the exact date on which the former Deputy Secretary, Mr Chisholm, was placed on extended leave?
So he had already booked leave through to, from memory, around the 13th or 14th of January. And we had a conversation early in the new year. I'd made a decision at that point that, as happens from time to time, I wanted to make some adjustments in the senior executive ranks of the department, and that, having done that, a good opportunity for him to take some extended leave. Obviously, Mr Chisholm had overseen a big and ambitious program for a period of 18 months. It was a good opportunity for him to take a bit of a breather while we reorganised internally. And subsequent to that, he landed the position as Chief of Staff to the Attorney General, which is a great outcome. And to the extent that you're giving me an opportunity to make a comment on this, I'd like to commend Mr Chisholm for his, notwithstanding that adverse media comment, outstanding record in overseeing a whole series of reforms, whether it's the review of the Online Safety Act, media reforms, the News Media Assistance Program, Journalism Assistance Fund, the 3G transition, the development of the Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation, USO reform, and obviously most recently the social media minimum age. It was an outstanding record of delivery for the government, and I think Mr Chisholm can be very proud of his time as Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Secretary. Well, there was a scathing article, and I'll just read the first part of it. It was only in October last year that James Chisholm, then Deputy Secretary of the Department of Communications, was torched by senators for his department's failure to set up automatic email replies after Optus emailed the wrong address to notify them of a catastrophic 000 outage. You might also recall, and I didn't name Mr Chisholm, but I made a speech in Parliament where I raised concerns about the way in which Mr Chisholm, over a period of hours, declined to answer our questions about when the Minister for Communications first knew about the Optus outage, and there was, I would say, attempts to conceal the true nature of when that communication landed with the Minister. And the reason I ask that is because I wanted to ask you about the Minister's, whether the Minister was consulted or informed before Mr Chisholm was directed to take extended leave.
Yes, so I'm the employer, and it was my decision to move Mr Chisholm and to put him on extended leave by agreement with Mr Chisholm. But obviously I informed the Minister and the Minister's Chief of Staff as I go, but it was my decision.
Okay, so following Mr Chisholm's appearance at the Optus Senate inquiry, did the Minister or her office raise concerns with you about Mr Chisholm's conduct or performance at that inquiry?
No. So obviously we had a discussion around how Senate estimates had gone at that time, but that was largely around making sure that we were taking all the actions that were appropriate, which I think we were. So I stand by the department's record and I stand by Mr Chisholm's record. We were legitimately held to account by the committee, but to the extent that there was any reflection on how that went, it was about making sure that the custodian was stood up with speed, which it was with the legislation subsequently enacted, and resourcing put into that function, and happy to take questions and provide information during the course of today about the steps that we have taken since that Senate estimates session in early October.
So did the Minister or her office advise you at any point, or anyone else within the department, that the Minister no longer wished to work with Mr Chisholm?
No, so no, that's not the case. So I am the employer, as I say, and it was my choice to make that change, as I do from time to time.
But
and as you know, I write to committees routinely in the run-up to Senate estimates hearings, describing the changes in senior management teams, and they occur frequently, and it is the prerogative of secretaries to reshuffle their teams from time to time.
So no one in the Minister's office or the Minister at any time spoke with you or anyone else within the department saying that she no longer wished to work with Mr Chisholm?
Correct. So, it's my decision. So I obviously am constantly in contact with ministers and their officers about how the department is travelling, no, it's my decision.
Can you confirm whether Mr Chisholm was the subject of any formal or informal performance management process following that inquiry? Why was staff advised that Mr Chisholm was taking extended leave rather than he had been relieved of his duties or reassigned?
Because he's still an employee of the department, and whilst he stepped out of the role of Deputy Secretary for Communications and Media, he was taking leave whilst he and I would have discussions around what his next appointment will be within the department. It was at that point that the opportunity arose in the Attorney General's office, which Mr Chisholm took.
Did the department negotiate Mr Chisholm's departure while he was on leave, including discussions about future employment?
Did the department negotiate?
Negotiate Mr Chisholm's departure?
No.
So no discussions at all about where he might end up?
Correct. So,
because it looks to me, Mr Betts, like he was sacked.
Well, he wasn't sacked. So that's the end of that conversation.
Well, my information is that the Minister was very unhappy with his performance, and in fact there was a screaming match in her office. So is that the case? Did that occur?
I don't even recognise that characterisation. So
right.
The Minister will speak for herself about her views on these things, but no.
And that the Minister was so unhappy, and I would put to you, to some degree quite unfairly, because it's my understanding that Mr Chisholm was given guidance that he should not be disclosing any incriminating emails which implicated the Minister. Did that occur at all? Was there any sort of guidance or direction about the form of the evidence that he should be giving in the inquiry?
In the inquiry? Which inquiry?
In the Senate inquiry, the Optus Senate inquiry?
No.
There was no direction?
So Mr Chisholm was Deputy Secretary who was very familiar with his obligations, including under the Code of Conduct, and required no reminder as to what is appropriate or inappropriate for public servants to disclose in line with their obligations.
Well, that's what I was concerned about, Mr Betts, if there was any suggestion that any public servant was being instructed as to how to give evidence.
Well, no. I mean, you were here, Senator, and you saw that evidence was given in great detail under quite significant pressure by the Communications and Media team. Extensive questioning, quite legitimate questioning, and extensive and detailed informative answers given by my team. So,
well, Mr Betts, one of the concerns I raised, and I raised it in Parliament without naming Mr Chisholm, was that it took us a period of hours to establish that in fact the Minister's office had received the email in relation to the Optus outage after he, I would put to you, misrepresented that they had no knowledge of that email. And then when we finally got that email, we saw MO, Minister's Office, in the copy line, and that's at that point only did we learn that the Minister's Office received a copy of that email. So I put to you that there was very, very significant attempts not to disclose what occurred, and that we were led a merry dance during that particular hearing.
So we're under corporate. If you want to relitigate all of that, that's your choice. I would point out that Mr Chisholm not only referred to that email in his opening statement, provided copies of 2 emails, including the second one from Optus, which said that the issue had been resolved and there was nothing further to see, and from memory only 12 people had been affected, which was clearly not an accurate representation of the events which subsequently became apparent in the ensuing 24 hours, where there was a much more serious breach, as you know, Senator, where tragically people died. So we can go over all that ground, but it was extensively rehearsed in Senate estimates, and I don't think it's a fair characterisation to say that Mr Chisholm was anything other than forthcoming about that. You may take a different view, but that's my view as Secretary, commenting on the professional conduct of my Deputy Secretary.
Minister, are you aware of whether the Minister for Communications took any issue at all or had any sort of altercation with Mr Chisholm?
Well, first of all, the characterisation of the hearing that you are putting forward, I was in the hearing, I don't agree with that. I'm not aware of any issues that the Minister took. I can speak to her and see if there's any information, but I think the Secretary's expressed pretty confidently that those allegations that you're making didn't occur.
Well,
I can say that.
you've just taken it on notice, so we're yet to determine.
Oh, because I'm,
Yeah.
for completeness, but
Well, the
Senator,
Secretary
I
said
think
he's
that-
not aware of this. I'm asking, thank you for taking it on notice. Secretary, what date did Mr Chisholm inform the department he would cease his extended leave and take up employment with Minister Rowland's office?
Just to answer a prior question, if I may, the email that I sent to staff about Mr Chisholm's extended leave was on the 12th of January 2026 at 11:26 a.m. On the 6th of February, I sent an email notifying the department that Mr Chisholm was taking up the Chief of Staff role. I had a conversation with the Attorney General, who notified me that she was intending to appoint Mr Chisholm, and subsequently a text exchange with Mr Chisholm to congratulate him on the role. I don't have the precise date of that.
If you could come back on those dates and
I'd be
also
happy to,
just
yeah.
table that correspondence. So do you know the date that Mr Chisholm informed? So, sorry, just to clarify, the date that Mr Chisholm informed the department he would cease his extended leave?
I'll have to check that for you. Sometime, obviously, ahead of the email of the 6th of February, so it would have been right at the end of January, I think, but I'll check that for you, Senator.
Okay, thanks. Chair, I've got more questions. Do you want to share the call around?
Well, perhaps with your colleagues if they have some questions.
I know.
Senator Smith.
Yes, I might just turn to the matter of the $1.2 million Perth Hills commitment that we talked about at the previous estimates. Is this the correct place?
I don't think that's a corporate matter. I'm happy to talk about that under outcome 5.
Okay, that's my answer, thank you. Which section would that be better?
The next section after corporate, and then you can ask anything about communications and media after that.
Very soon.
As soon as
You've
you
got some
like.
prior notice, Senator Green.
I've got some questions. On international travel, what international travel has been undertaken by the Minister or her office since November 2025?
I believe that there is a question on notice which has been answered recently on that. Otherwise, I will see if I can source the information for you.
Are there any? Well, would you have the?
In terms of international travel?
Yes, on international travel.
I don't think the Minister has undertaken any international travel since November, but I will need to check that. I don't want to mislead the committee.
Are there any planned international trips for the Minister or her office?
I will have to check that as well.
So you'll take that one on notice?
Yes, I will. Yep.
In relation to the infamous New York trip, has the department established why the Minister's Deputy Chief of Staff's flights were $4,000 more expensive than the Minister's flights?
Well, as you know, the Minister has referred all of this to the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority, and it is subject to review by them. They will no doubt look into the costs of the travel and in regard to specific tickets. I can't make any comment in that in the sense that I wasn't part of the approval chain, other than to say that the Minister and by extension her Deputy Chief of Staff rearranged their travel in the light of the Optus outage and impacts on 000, so that she could ensure that appropriate direction was given to the department and other agencies before she travelled to New York. That last-minute change came with a cost, not least because business class travel into New York during major events of this kind is intrinsically extremely expensive. But it's not for me really to provide comment on this other than to say that it is with the appropriate independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority for scrutiny. The Minister may want to add something to that.
What about the department itself?
Yeah.
Have there been any international trips for executive members or staff since November last year?
I will take that on notice, but I will also see if I can answer that in the session this morning, if I can get access to that information. As you know, a single staff member with the department travelled with the Minister on that trip to New York. an Assistant Secretary. That was approved in accordance with standard departmental travel policies, and that's fully documented. To the extent that departmental staff travel internationally, it's often for the purposes of engagement in International Telecommunications Union, Universal Postal Union, representation of Australian interests in international forums, but I'll take that on notice or provide information sooner.
And are there any trips currently being organised or planned?
I'll get you that information as well.
Thank you.
It's on its way.
Look, I've got some other questions. I just wanted to ask, just to check with you, Mr. Betts, you mentioned in your evidence that you determined to reorganise the executive of your department.
Yeah.
What was the basis for your decision? What prompted you to make that decision?
From time to time, it's appropriate to refresh responsibilities. I've described the extremely busy period that Mr. Chisholm had been through as Deputy Secretary, delivering some major reforms, including most recently the social media minimum age. I think it's a good thing for public servants to move between positions and to occasion reshuffles just to keep things fresh, and it was just a judgment call that I made, but there was no disciplinary or other matter associated with any of that decision making.
Well, it was some freshening up because it was not just moving positions. Mr. Chisholm was placed on extended leave and it looked like he was moved out of the department.
Well, he wasn't moved out of the department, so what it looked like is kind of irrelevant, Senator. I made that choice. He was on extended leave. He's on the department's payroll. I moved an established Deputy Secretary, Mr. McKay, who you'll meet very shortly, into the communications and media role. Whilst Mr. Chisholm was on leave, I was available to have conversations with him when he was ready and refreshed about the next opportunity within the department. It happens that he landed the job as Chief of Staff to the Attorney General, and that's a good outcome for him and for the Attorney.
I just want to return to the Minister's travel expenses.
Sure.
We've already, obviously, there's been quite a scandal about her various travel expenses, but I wanted to particularly ask about the business class return fare between Australia and New York for nearly $35,000. That's well above the going rate for a business class fare. Why was it so expensive?
Well, that is something that the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority can scrutinise. I should also add that procurement, my understanding is that procurement of international travel is undertaken at arm's length through an organisation or provider called CTM, which, as part of its contract, has an obligation to seek out the cheapest available fare. When you are travelling into New York, as I've said, for when major functions, including United Nations functions, are underway, tickets are in high demand, and therefore airlines tend to jack up the prices. And the Minister obviously had to rearrange her travel at the last minute to ensure that appropriate arrangements are in place to handle the Optus bridge. So those may have been contributing factors, but there is certainly no question that the Minister would have sought to pay anything more than whatever the stipulated going rate was as specified by the travel agent engaged by the government.
By CTM. So she changed her flight. What was the original flight on which she was booked, and what was the cost of that flight?
I would have to take that on notice, but as I say, this is all subject to scrutiny by the Independent Parliamentary Expenses, so I'm a bit reluctant to provide running commentary on something which is already under investigation at the Minister's instigation. Well,
Secretary, that's immaterial to the work of this committee, as you know. Under the rules of estimates, I'm asking and seeking these answers. So could you, on notice, provide the details? And if you could bring them back maybe in the outcome, that would be appreciated. So you're saying, did the Minister fly Qantas? Do you know?
I'm not sure, so I have to check.
So in relation to that nearly $35,000 return business class fare, that was the cheapest fare available. Given she changed her flight, within a couple of days? Was that the issue?
My understanding was it was actually on the record that the Minister had deferred her travel in order to ensure that there was an appropriate response to the Optus outage. But I will check what her original travel arrangements were.
Yeah.
But as I say, this is all subject to independent investigation, so you can rest assured that it will all come to light subject to independent scrutiny.
The role of our committee is to interrogate the expenditure of the department
And the role
and
of
the
the
operations.
Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority is to do precisely that, and it was referred by the Minister herself.
As I say, Secretary, from the perspective of our committee, that's immaterial. So if you could provide the details of the original flight. When you say, yes, it is on the record that it was deferred, but do you know how many days it was deferred by?
I think it was by no more than 36 hours, but I would have to check. I'll come back to you with those details.
Has there been any other changes in processes within the department, including approval processes concerning international travel?
Since that
whole incident?
I don't believe so, but I'll double check.
So no other changes
Not that I'm aware of.
to internal processes?
No, we already have quite stringent processes for approval of travel, both domestic and international, already established within the department.
I know Senator Smith has got some questions. No, you. Okay, all right. Could I also, sorry, if I could just turn to. We want to ask about the spending commitment, given the government has already spent a significant amount of ads for television, radio and social media on the social media minimum age advertising campaign.
Yeah.
So in my EFO, the government allocated an additional $10 million to extend the social media age minimum advertising campaign through to April 2026.
Yeah.
Could I ask how much was initially allocated for the advertising campaign and over what period?
Sure. So my understanding, and Ms Charles will be able to answer this, is that an initial $10 million was allocated and a further $10 million after that, bringing the total to $20 million. And as
Sorry, I just can't hear very well. Maybe broadcasting could...
So an initial $10 million, then supplemented by another $10 million, bringing the total to $20 million. That social media minimum age expenditure or campaign will roll through, I think, till April. And as at the 30th of November, my understanding is that $8.26 million had been spent, but I will turn to Ms Charles to correct anything if I got it wrong.
Susan Charles, First Assistant Secretary. The Secretary is correct in the numbers.
Secretary, was there any analysis done of the success or otherwise of that advertising campaign?
The advertising campaign is ongoing, but I'll turn to Ms Charles and Ms Kennedy to talk about the standard evaluation processes that follow.
The campaign is currently still in market and it was a continuation, so the additional money continued the campaign. We have ongoing tracking and evaluation, and that's still in progress. But we can provide some early indications, and I'll pass to my colleague who can provide some early indications of what the performance of the campaign is.
Cathy Kennedy, Assistant Secretary, Communication Branch. So, as with all government campaigns, we undertake benchmark tracking and evaluation. That final evaluation report won't be available until after the conclusion of the campaign. The campaign is running through until the 11th of April. But we do have some early tracking results of that, and that's showing that it has been very successful in raising awareness of the social media minimum age. So our early tracking shows that there's 96% awareness with all audiences of the introduction of the social media minimum age. And we're also seeing a significant increase. So the campaign drives people to the website, the eSafety website, to find out more information. And we've had a significant increase of traffic to the website. So we've had about 1.2 million people visiting the website.
I might ask on notice if you could provide the details that you have in relation to the performance to date of the advertising campaign. I'm just conscious of time. The additional $10 million, what would that be spent on?
So that's an extension of our media buy. So we invested more into the media buy so that we...
Have you got a breakdown?
I do, yes. Well, I've got a breakdown of the complete media buy. I don't have a breakdown of what portion of that $10 million went to the media buy. Would you like?
So you've got a breakdown of the $20 million
I've
spend?
Got a breakdown of the
yes,
$20
please.
So television, would you like the percentage of the budget or the actual figures?
The figures will be fine.
Okay. So television, $3 million and $12,000. Digital video, $3,127,000. I'm rounding these up a little bit. Social video, $1,046,000. Radio, $2,306,000. Digital audio, $867,000. Integrated partnerships, $350,000. Regional newspapers, $530,892. Out of home, so that's things like school buses and bus stops and in retail centres, $2,267,000. Cinema, $346,000. And then there's some government advertising placement fees, $144,000.
And is there any new content being developed for this advertising campaign or the extension of it?
So the content did change slightly. So up until the introduction of the new laws and on December 10, the messaging was around the new laws are coming into place. And then after December 10, the messaging changed to let people know that the new laws were now in place. And then the information on the website changed.
I just want to move to the last estimates. There was an election commitment of $450,000 to Smack Talk for educating teens and parents about sextortion scams. At the time, the commitment had not yet progressed. However, I just want to ask about what's been allocated in MyEFO. So the MyEFO funding is for $500,000 rather than $450,000 committed at the election. I just want to understand the change in funding.
Okay, so there's a risk we're moving out of corporate and into online safety as a policy matter here, but...
thanks for being a bit flexible, Secretary.
So,
good morning, Sarah Vandenbroek, First Assistant Secretary, Online Safety and Classification Division. I'm not sure what you're looking at in the additional estimates. The funding for Smack Talk through MyEFO was $450,000 over 2 years. It's $300,000 in the current year and $150,000 next year.
Sorry, I just can't hear you very well.
Sorry, the funding was $450,000. It's at $300,000 this year and $150,000 next year.
Well, I'm having a look at the MyEFO extract, which states it's $500,000. Total to 28-29, 100,000 in 25-26 through until 27-28, the total being 500,000. I'm just wondering why there's been the variation.
Those aren't the correct figures. I'm not sure where that's coming from.
The Parliamentary Budget Office?
We'll need to check with them. My copy of additional estimates has $300,000 this year and $150,000 next year.
Okay, all right. Well, we might come back to you on that and we can just... we'll come back to you on that. Do you have any... Secretary, I understand your point about corporate versus being an outcome, but is there any... Are you able to discuss how this funding is being used for this campaign?
Ms Fell might have some details on that. We are at the point of the grant guidelines have been approved. The round was opened in January. The application was received and the team is currently assessing the application to determine whether it meets value for money requirements. So there isn't a contract in place yet.
Anthea Fell, Assistant Secretary, Online Safety Branch. So in relation to the Smack Talk grant, that is a grant to deliver information sessions about the dangers of online sextortation. Smack Talk offers free educational presentations to groups on recognising the signs of distress, listening skills and how to have difficult conversations. Smack Talk partners with schools, sporting clubs and other organisations to deliver this information to people aged over 16. The organisation has been established since April 2024 and there's been over 10,000 people reached already.
Okay, so look, I've just gone back and found that MyEFO extract. So it's on page 273 and 275, 274. And so the extract out of MyEFO, the budget 25-26 papers, mid-year economic and fiscal outlook 25-26, is 0.5 million over 2 years from 25-26 for Smack Talk. So that's been confirmed in MyEFO. Just wondering what the variation, the reason for the variation is.
We'll need to come back to you on that.
Thank you.
We'll come back to that.
If you could, that would be appreciated. I just want to...
Sorry, Senator, the 0.5 million is, it's been rounded up. It's 450,000 rounded to the nearest one decimal place.
So that's just normal practice that you would do that?
Yes, it is. Everything's reported to one decimal place.
Okay, all right. And so is there any reason why that wasn't the commitment in the beginning?
I don't have any information on that.
Right, it's a rounding issue. Still a lot of money for some people, $50,000.
Yeah, that's the way it's reported in the financial tables. It is 450,000. So the funding that's available through the appropriation bills is 450,000. It's just the way it's written in the narrative is rounded to one decimal place.
Okay, I just want to trying to race through as many issues as I can. I just want to move to the issue of the amount spent on external legal fees. So just to ensure I fully understand the situation, how many legal staff do you have within the department, Secretary? And just could you provide me with a breakdown of staff and their APS or SES level?
Yes, we can provide that. I don't know whether our General Counsel is there. Yes, she is. Okay. And to the extent that we don't have information readily to hand, given time is tight, we're happy to obviously to take your questions on notice, Senator, to give you the detailed breakdown, but we'll give you as much information as we can now.
Sorry, apologies, Secretary.
That's it.
I was just being a bit...
So I know you're on a tight timetable, so we'll give you as much information as we can now. We'll take anything else that you've asked on notice, but we'll give you as much as we can right now.
Yeah. Look, okay, if you could, I'll race through these questions. So looking at SQ25 002420, so that was a response to a question on notice. You provided a financial year breakdown of external legal fees. Do you have a copy of that question on notice to hand?
I don't, but my colleagues may.
So I'll just keep going. The
yeah.
amount has more than doubled since 22-23, and so it was around the $5 million a year mark.
So if this is for the whole department, that is likely to be largely explicable by reference to the REX voluntary administration, where we were quite reliant on external legal advice.
Sorry, Secretary, I just couldn't quite hear. Say that again.
Sure. If that figure relates to whole of department external legal expenditure, it's likely to be dominated by our reliance on external legal advice for the purposes of the REX voluntary administration in the aviation sector.
Right, and so it's now gone to more than $12 million spent on external legal advice. So you think that it's primarily... Primarily
that, yes.
Because of REX?
Because of REX, yes.
Can you just give us a breakdown about how that expenditure was...
Sure.
Because it is obviously a substantial increase. Can you provide some advice on staffing numbers for the internal legal teams within the department?
We can provide that now, I believe.
Christine McClure, First Assistant Secretary for Legal Integrity Division. I don't have the breakdown of the exact staffing numbers and their levels for our internal legal team, but we can absolutely get that for you. In relation to...
Can you break down between lawyers and non-legal or non-lawyer staff as well?
So you like lawyers and what?
Between
staff?
Lawyers and support staff or paralegals. If you could just give us that breakdown as well.
Yep, we can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just in terms of the external legal spend, just to add to the evidence the Secretary has given, there was a number of reasons or drivers for increases to that spend. There were several large matters that the department was dealing with, including the REX matter and other matters that did require intensive legal support, including various litigation matters. There were a number of other reasons as well. There was an increase in the number of lawyers in the department, and we'll come back to you with those numbers.
There was also increases in the hourly rates charged by our law firms, which all flows through. And there was a small change resulting from the machinery of government changes, where the expenditure for the whole year for the sport portfolio was reported by our department, and that was only partially offset by not reporting legal expenditure for the city's portfolio, which was transferred out.
Could I ask what those other major matters are, those other major litigation matters?
I don't have them all in front of me. From the top of my mind, I do recall we were in the High Court for a matter in relation to, there were the usual range of litigation matters as well.
So in the High Court, which matter took you to the High Court?
I don't have the name of the matter in front of me, but I can get that for you.
Was this the social media age ban?
No, that was a completed matter I'm referring to.
All right, if you could bring that back. Can I ask about the social media age ban challenge in the High Court later this month? So when I asked about this last time, your response was that these costs were being shared. Can I just understand what's being incurred on that matter to date, and are those costs, how those costs are being shared with the Attorney General's Department?
I don't have the details of the costs for that matter with me.
If you could bring them back to the table at some point.
Yes, we can take them
as soon as possible, that would be good. So do you know what amount has been spent on to date?
No, I'm not sure that it would be appropriate to give the amount that has been spent on active litigation, because that may well be the subject of cost discussions or cost orders in the future.
So we'll take it on notice, Senator. We'll try to provide you what we can. But for the reasons Ms McClure has outlined, there may be some constraints on our ability to disclose expenditure in relation to matters which are still before the courts.
I do understand that. So how are those costs being shared between your department and the Attorney General's Department? It looked like it was sort of a group effort before. Is there a lead litigant in terms of which department is leading the litigation?
The department is the lead.
So
the department is leading?
Your department?
Yes.
And can you give us an update on that litigation? Where is that at?
Yes, we can provide the publicly available information on where the case is at. I don't have that with me at the moment. We can bring that back. You can bring that back, perhaps in the next outcome. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Senator Henderson, I undertook to, for completeness, just to confer with the Minister's office about. You made an allegation about a screaming match. I just want to make it very clear on the record there absolutely was no screaming match. The Minister respects the public service. Any decisions, as the Secretary has put to you, about Mr Chisholm's employment was a matter for the department.
Was there a terse discussion, Minister?
No, I've ruled all of that out, Senator. I'm being very clear. The Minister had no issues. There was no screaming match. I've been very clear about that, and the matter of Mr Chisholm's employment is for the Secretary.
All right, so was there a terse discussion or any discussion between the Minister and Mr Chisholm?
No, Senator, we've addressed those questions. About
no, we haven't, because
yes, we have.
You've taken that on notice.
No, I undertook to come back to you so that we didn't need to take it on notice, because you wanted an answer this morning, and I've done that for you now. Okay,
so what I'm asking is, was there a discussion between the Minister and Mr Chisholm?
The Minister and Mr Chisholm had many discussions over a period for many months. I wouldn't characterise them as terse or the other characterisations that you used.
And did the Minister have any discussion with Mr Chisholm about his performance following that particular Senate inquiry hearing?
I think the Secretary explained that there are always discussions about I'm not sure whether it was an internal conversation about the estimates hearing, but what I've said to you is the Minister respects the public service.
Yes, I understand that. If you could on notice establish, Minister, whether there was a discussion with Mr Chisholm in relation to this particular hearing or his performance at that particular hearing.
There's no discussion about his performance at that hearing,
No.
but there are discussions all the time. Like, we meet with the Minister on a regular basis and we have discussions about matters which were discussed in Senate estimates, important
And
matters.
did the Minister, Secretary, did the Minister ever raise any concerns in relation to that hearing and Mr Chisholm's conduct or performance in that hearing?
Not with me. The Minister was mainly focused on ensuring that the department and other agencies took appropriate responses to the 000 outage and the deaths that occurred. That was her overwhelming focus.
So it's your evidence that at no point did the Minister ever raise any concerns in relation to Mr Chisholm's performance?
We discuss all the time how the department is travelling in terms of the delivery of the government's agenda, but beyond that, that's right.
Was there a meeting in her office immediately following that hearing?
I would have to check that. We meet on a regular basis with the Minister, so it's quite possible.
If you could, it's my understanding there was, and it's my understanding, and I'm asking you to be very careful with your evidence here, Secretary, it's my understanding that the Minister did very clearly raise concerns about Mr Chisholm's performance in that Senate inquiry hearing.
That's certainly not my recollection. I would, obviously the Minister would meet regularly with me and with the Deputy Secretary, and it's very likely, and I'm sure we can confirm this, that meetings took place around the time of Senate estimates, but that's just the normal order of business. I have no recollection of the Minister providing any negative feedback to Mr Chisholm about any aspect of his performance at Senate estimates.
Did she provide any negative feedback to anyone else about his performance?
I can't comment on conversations which I don't know if they even happened or not. So that's such a hypothetical question I can't even begin to answer.
Well, it's not hypothetical at all. I'm just asking.
Am I aware of any conversation that I'm not aware of? No, I'm not.
And we just at that time, were you on leave during that time?
I came back from leave towards the back end of the week in which the Optus outage occurred. So I think I was.
So you weren't on leave immediately following. You were on leave immediately following that hearing. So you're not.
No, I was in the room for that hearing.
Because I think he was acting. Was it just by recollection, he was acting secretary, wasn't he?
Yes, that's right. So he was acting secretary through to the Friday, I believe, on which the Optus communicated with us around the 000 outage, and I returned to the role of secretary on the Monday, and Senate estimates happened, I think, a week after that.
So it's my understanding that there was a meeting in her office immediately following that hearing, and that the Minister expressed her unhappiness to Mr Chisholm, and that triggered your decision to place him on extended leave.
I have no reason to believe that's an accurate representation. I don't recognise any of that as being true.
Well, what I'd ask you to do, you were on leave during that period. Could you please take that?
I was on leave up until the end of the week in which the Optus outage occurred. I came back into the role of secretary on the Monday after that. Mr Chisholm had been standing in for me, and I was secretary at the time when we gave evidence to the hearing of Senate estimates to which you're referring, and I was secretary at a time when any subsequent conversations would have taken place with the Minister, and I don't recognise your characterisation of any discussions that took place.
Secretary, if I could ask on notice also for any messaging, correspondence, emails, WhatsApp messages on any other platform in relation to these matters, in relation to Mr Chisholm, any other concerns or any correspondence in relation to Mr Chisholm between your department and the Minister's office in any form, please.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Chair, I'd like to now hand over to
Well, before I give
Senator
Senator McGrath the call, I'll give Senator Hanson-Young an opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you. Mr Betts, I'm just wondering what the legislative agenda for 2026 is going to be for your department.
Sure. If you just give me a second. So this is for the department insofar as it relates to the matters being considered by this committee?
Comms and Arts, yes.
Comms and Arts, sure. Okay. The principal forward agenda in terms of legislation for the communications portfolio relates to the universal outdoor mobile obligation, where legislation was introduced on the 27th of November. Consumer safeguards, where again legislation was introduced late last year. We are undertaking consultation on amendments to the ABC and SBS Acts to provide full 5-year funding terms, and the government is undertaking consultation and development work on digital duty of care. As you'll be aware, late last year, Australian content quotas for streaming platforms hit the statute book. There are some other commitments within the Revive National Cultural Policy around First Nations intellectual property and culture, around movable cultural heritage, and around the Archives Act, which it's the Minister's intention to legislate for, if possible, during the coming year.
And where are we up to with legislation in relation to the commitments following news media bargaining code? I know that's also Treasury, but there's an obvious communications element to this.
It is. So I'm questioning whether we're still in corporate here.
We are, because I'm not going to get into the details. I'm just trying to work out what the workload is.
The principal area of activity is around the news media bargaining incentive, where on the 13th of November 2025, Treasury, who, as you rightly observe, are the lead agency, released a consultation paper. Submissions closed on the 19th of December. Following consideration of those submissions, an exposure legislation will be developed for the purposes of public consultation, and the Assistant Treasurer is the lead minister. We are working closely with our Treasury colleagues who have the lead on this because of our important interest in public interest journalism and journalism assistance.
So that would be, and that will require legislation.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, but yes, Treasury is in charge of it. In terms of the ABC and SBS amendments, that must be a pretty easy piece of legislation to draft. That mustn't be far away.
You're asking the wrong person, but I can get somebody to the table who can tell you whether it's easy or difficult.
Senator Margaret Lopez, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Broadcasting, Media and News Policy Division. The government expects to consult on the proposed legislative changes in due course in terms of the ABC and SBS 5-year funding commitment.
But the only change is locking in the legislation for 5 years, the 5-year kind of blocks, isn't it? Or is there going to be other changes?
Senator, the election commitment relates to legislating 5-year funding terms. In terms of the other recommendations from the review, looking into the independence of the ABC and SBS, that's still subject to further government consideration.
Okay. So there's no legislation that's been drafted thus far? You're still in kind of dot points, are you?
That's correct. We don't have legislation to consult on.
Okay. And what about the digital duty of care legislation? Where is it? I mean, Mr. Betts, you said there's consultation on that. Is that correct?
Consultation and development work, yes. So I believe there's been... I'll let Ms Van Broek speak to that.
We have done the first round of consultation on the duty of care bill. That happened through November and December last year.
And could you give us an outline of who you've consulted with?
Yes, I think Mr Hiles probably has that detail.
Apologies, Senator. Andrew Hiles, Assistant Secretary of Digital Platforms International and Policy Branch. If you just give me 2 seconds, I will look it up for you.
Sorry, I can go to... So we had... Would you like me to run through? We had a number of roundtables and one-on-one meetings. I can run through when they were.
Thank you.
So the first roundtable was on the 27th of November. That involved Amazon, the Australian Telecommunications Alliance, .au Domain Administration, Google, Microsoft, Optus, Samsung, Telstra and Yahoo. Then we had social media messaging and gaming roundtable, also on the 27th of November with Discord, Meta, Roblox and Xcorp. The following day, on the 28th of November, we had a roundtable with Snap, TikTok, Reddit and LinkedIn. There was a one-on-one meeting with Apple on the 3rd of December. There was another industry roundtable on the 5th of December with Digi, Interactive Games and Entertainment Association, International Social Games Association, Consumer Electronics Suppliers Association, Tech Council of Australia and Australia-New Zealand Screen Association. We had a one-on-one meeting with the independent reviewer of the social media app, Delia Rickard, on the 5th of December. There was a community roundtable on the 8th of December with the Australian Childhood Foundation, UNICEF and the International Justice Mission. On the 8th of December, there was also a one-on-one meeting with the E-Safety Commissioner. On the 9th of December, there was a child safety roundtable with the Alana and Madeline Foundation, the Australian Human Rights Commission, the Australian Institute of Family Studies, the Australian Council of State School Organisations, the Australian Parents Council, Catholic School Parents Australia, Headspace, International Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, Life Ed, Movember, Origin, Project Rocket, Reach Out, Smack Talk, Triple P, Your Town and Kids Helpline. Also on the 9th of December, we had a roundtable with the Euros Association, OnlyFans, Steam, Twitch and Kick. There was a one-on-one meeting with Reset Tech on the 10th of December. On the 11th of December, we met with some of the online dating organisations, being Match Group, Grindr and Bumble. There was another roundtable the same day, the 11th of December, with Canva, Discord, Dropbox, Pinterest, Reddit, Strava and Yahoo. On the 17th of December, there was a roundtable with Deakin University, University of Western Australia, Butterfly Foundation, La Trobe University and the University of Sydney. On the 18th of December, there was a one-on-one meeting with Teach Us Consent. Then on the 8th of January, there was a roundtable with the E-Safety Youth Council. On the 22nd of January, there was a one-on-one meeting with Google, and that same day, a meeting with the Alana and Madeline Foundation.
And how far away are we from seeing any legislation on this?
That's a matter for the government. We've provided what we heard through that consultation to the Minister, and we're discussing next steps in the process with her.
And who's leading the duty of care policy work from your department? Is it you?
That's Mr. Hiles and I.
Hiles. Okay. And what type of international experience are you drawing on?
So, Senator, we're having conversations. We've had conversations with researchers, for example, that are based overseas. We have regular conversations with counterparts from the UK, for example, including to discuss specifically with them about how their duty of care model works. We've also had kind of conversations at different points in time in the past with counterparts from the EU and some of the other governments in the EU.
And is there specific work being done on algorithms and the option of people to opt out of algorithms, be in control of their own feeds?
So certainly kind of algorithms are part of kind of the review of the Online Safety Act. So there was kind of discussion about that. It's one of the things that we're kind of obviously is in the mix for things that we're providing advice to the government on.
Has the government got a current position on whether you think people should have the freedom to turn their algorithms on or off?
Senator, I think the department's taken you through the work that we're doing to develop the duty of care. Obviously, we've committed to legislating that. We will be putting responsibility on big tech to proactively protect users, and that's all part of the considerations.
Okay. I am conscious that we're kind of getting into detail, so I will have other questions. In terms of the Revive, kind of the next steps of Revive, thank you. Sorry for the musical chairs. Mr. Betts, you said there's legislation coming in relation to, I assume that's kind of cracking down on fake Indigenous art and intellectual property rights, is that?
Yeah, correct. So I've mentioned three things: modernisation of the Archives Act, movable cultural heritage, and First Nations intellectual property and culture, and within that, cracking down on fake art. So it's all set out within the Revive document. Dr. Arnott is coming to the table now. Obviously, this gets into outcome 6, which we'll be discussing tonight. But
I'm just conscious we might not get there, Mr. Betts, to be perfectly honest. So
I believe in the committee's ability to stick to the program, Senator.
Could I ask Mr. Arnott, lovely to see you again, the Revive policy, it is kind of, it's at a review stage now, is that, or there is a review being done or an evaluation?
Stephen Arnott, Deputy Secretary, Creative Economy and the Arts. So Revive sort of commenced in 2023. It goes through till 2027. It's a 5-year policy. The Minister's on the record as saying that he intends to consult on the follow-up to Revive in the first half of this calendar year. We've completed 74 of the 85 actions in Revive, about 87% in its first 3 years or 2.5 years. And obviously we're working hard to complete the remaining actions as soon as possible.
And what will those, so you're going to consult on it in the first half of this year. What does that look like? Like what does consult on it mean? Is that...
That's still to be determined, Senator. I imagine the Minister will have more to say on that in due course.
And is there going to be work done on protecting artistic freedom of expression?
Well, that's already a requirement under Creative Australia's legislative mandate, and it's part of their function to promote the freedom of artistic expression.
Yes. They haven't been very good at leading by example, though, to be perfectly honest. You said there was 74 out of 75?
74 out of 85.
Oh, 85,
actions,
sorry,
yeah.
out of 85. What's the 11 that are still sitting there?
I actually don't have that in front of me, but I can get that for you.
Yeah.
If you'd like to, I can take it on notice, or
Yes,
I can ask one of the team to bring it up.
That would be great. Thank you.
Just so you know, all of the completed actions are published on the Office for the Arts website, so it's quite public which ones we've done and which ones are still to be implemented.
Thank you. In terms of the First Nations art and intellectual property rights, is that purely in your department, or is this something that has to be shared with another minister or another department? I've been waiting for action on this for quite some time, and it never seems to really come off. Who is actually driving it, and who is responsible?
So the responsibility is in our department. We have been doing the consultation with First Nations leaders in this area since Revive came out. The final kind of policy direction and how that's going to be implemented is still to be determined by the government.
So you're not waiting for sign off from the Minister for Industry or Innovation or any of that?
No, we're not.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. I'm just conscious that I want to get stuck into detail. So.
No, understood. As do I. Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young.
While we're on this matter, Chair, just share how the department intends to progress modernisation of the National Archives Act.
Yes, certainly, Senator. So we're currently working on that process, as you know. We have now set up a working group with leadership in the National Archives to provide advice to the Minister on the next steps in that process. We hope to have progress on that during this calendar year.
So, and that working group, how long has that been in existence for?
I believe it was only recently established, but I can get the exact date for you.
And who is on that working group?
It'll be senior people from both the department and the National Archives, but I don't have a list of members now, but I can certainly provide that.
And you can provide that on notice. What is the starting point for the consultation? Are you going to the tune review? What is the first evidence piece or information piece that the working group might be using in which to sort of start to guide its thinking and formation of its thinking?
Look, I understand that there have been quite detailed discussions between the department and the National Archives on various areas for modernising the Act. I imagine that we will advise the government on the range of updates that we think need to be made in consultation with the National Archives. And then it will be a government decision about what amendments.
What elements of that advice are incorporated in a modernised Act?
Yes,
so
correct.
It could be very modernised Act, or it could be partially modernised Act.
We haven't yet determined the nature of those amendments in that advice.
And is the intention to have the legislation introduced into the Parliament this calendar year?
Look, as you know, Senator, the timing of legislation is a matter for the government and the minister, but we would like to be ready this calendar year.
That's the ambition.
That's the ambition.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I won't take too long, Chair. Thank you. Can I just refer you to question on notice SQ25-002714. Last financial year, the department spent $52,496.44 on indoor and outdoor plant hire and servicing. Is that correct?
I don't have the answer to that question notice on hand. I will ask the relevant people to come to the table.
Bradley, Assistant Secretary, Integrated Services. Can I just get you to repeat the QAN number just to make sure that I've got the right one here?
Certainly. The question is in relation to expenditure on indoor and outdoor plant hire. The question on notice is SQ25-002714. I just want to confirm that last year the department spent $52,496.44 on indoor and outdoor plant hire and servicing.
That is correct.
Okay.
Are they real plants or are they plastic plants?
They're real plants, as far as I know.
What?
I thought an outdoor plant was called a garden.
So since going to the question on notice, financial year 22-23, you spent $41,942.33. The next financial year, $47,300.62. And then last year, $52,496.44. And so far, in the current financial year, $12,000 or so. That's $153,000 in the last couple of years on plant hire. That's an awful lot of money, isn't it?
I can't comment on that in terms of its scale. That's the amount that we've spent.
Where are the plants located?
They're in a range of our office buildings.
Okay. How many plants are there?
I'd have to take that one on notice.
Oh. Are there any in the Minister's office?
I would have to take that one on notice and provide you with that detail. I can do that this morning.
Obviously, the Minister doesn't have an office in our buildings.
No, not in our buildings.
Parliament House.
So these plants, they're not in the Minister's office and Parliament House?
We need to check that, but the Minister doesn't have an office in our buildings. So.
And we've got 4 premises in Canberra in which we have plants.
Okay.
Should be called the Department of Environment Communications.
Minister, we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Do you think it's appropriate to be spending $150,000 on plant hire?
Look, I think the department's given you the information about the costs as is appropriate. I'm not going to comment on the scale. We can take on notice whether any of those plants are in the Minister's office, but I'm not sure that they would be. And we'll continue to report those costs as is appropriate.
But that's not the question I asked, Minister, with all due respect. Do you think it's appropriate in a cost of living crisis for the department to be spending over $150,000 of taxpayers' money on indoor and outdoor plant hire?
I think it's appropriate that all of these costs are reported and scrutinised by this committee.
So you think it's okay for the department?
No, Senator, don't put words in my mouth. I said it's appropriate for you to scrutinise those costs and for us to report them so they're transparent.
Well, I'm asking whether you support the expenditure of $150,000 of taxpayers' money on plant hire.
I've answered your question.
I haven't. So the Labor government thinks it's appropriate to spend $150,000 on plant hire in the middle of a cost of living crisis.
So perhaps I can help, because I'm the accountable authority here, including accountable for this expenditure. I've never received any direction from any minister in relation to plants, to be honest. So it's on me. We are, as has been reported, in the process of consolidating our property footprint in Canberra. That'll involve a 40% reduction in leased floor space. And I think, not least given the scrutiny that this has attracted in Senate estimates quite properly, we need to review our policies to make sure that any expenditure on this kind of thing would be regarded as acceptable by the community.
Minister, will you be giving a direction to the department to, following the Secretary's answer there, will the Minister be giving a direction to the department to reduce spending on indoor and outdoor plant hire?
I don't know on this particular issue. I think the Minister would be asking the department to scrutinise all the costs that they are incurring, whether it's plants or on other things, and looking for ways to reduce those costs, as is appropriate, given, as you say, the context of the fiscal environment that we're in.
So you'd agree we should cut the spending on indoor and outdoor plant hire?
We should certainly scrutinise these costs and reduce them where we can.
But the costs have been increasing. They've gone from 41,942 in the year 2022 to 23 to 52,496. So it looks as if there's sort of absolutely no attention to cost management when it comes to greenwashing the department.
That may be a function of new offices opening, for instance, a new office in Brisbane, which reflects the growth in the functions of the department, but also the geographic footprint. But your point is well made, Senators, and I will take this on board as accountable authority and make sure that these expenses are scrutinised, and I'm happy to discuss it at future Senate estimates.
As someone who knows a little bit about gardening, what type of plants are they? Are they monsteras? Are they jade plants?
To be honest, I have no recollection of even seeing a plant in our building, and I
are they invisible plants? Like we have an audit on these. You haven't seen plants. That worries me, Secretary. For spending $150,000 on plants and you haven't seen any.
Are they still alive? They died.
I don't know, so I'll have to take that on notice.
Senator Marie Bridger, Chief Operating Officer, noting the commentary around the costs. We have recently reviewed the pricing structure as a result of a change in contractor, and the forecast spending for 25-26 is just over $40,000. So we have been working on getting a reduction in the costs of plants, though I do note the other commentary in committee and the Secretary's commentary.
Nice. Thank you on that. Just on another very final line of questioning, Chair, can I ask how many Qantas Club or Virgin Lounge memberships have been purchased by the department for staff or SES officers?
Okay, we'll see if we can get that information. So this relates to memberships which have been purchased by the department. And is that for Virgin as well as Qantas?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Just give me a moment, Senator, and I'll see if I can track that down for you.
Got it, John.
Just give us one moment, Senator, so you have the right name.
We'll put that at the front.
Thank you.
Good morning, Char Jordanowski, First Assistant Secretary and Chief Financial Officer. So in relation to your question about lounges, so I can confirm that as at 30th of November 2025, 45 departmental staff held Qantas Club memberships and 49 departmental staff hold Virgin Club lounge memberships.
And those ones were purchased by the department?
Yes, they are the ones purchased by the department.
Is there a certain level at which staff have to be at for the membership to be purchased?
Yeah, so per the department's policy, it is, so SES staff are entitled, so there is 31 of those staff that have Qantas Lounge membership and 49 of those staff that own the Virgin Lounge memberships. And per our policy, so SES staff as well as staff that travel more frequently can apply for these lounge memberships, and that's something that would be approved by the SES Band 2 officer.
What's the total cost? The
total cost, so I can give that to you. I've got that here in front of me. So the department's total spend on lounge memberships for 25-26 year to date, so that's at 30th of November per the details I gave you previously, that's $25,218.
And can you break that down at the split between Qantas and Virgin?
I can. I don't have that exact breakdown, but I can get that breakdown because I've got 45 with Qantas and I've got 49 with Virgin, so we can give you that breakdown as a follow-up.
Cool. And on notice, if you could provide a copy of the internal corporate policy applicable to airline memberships.
Yep, we can do that for you, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. May I just ask him, we're now 50 minutes behind schedule.
Yes, as quickly as possible.
Already.
Chair, I'll endeavour to be very quick. Secretary, look, I just wanted to refer to many answers to questions on notice which have just landed in our inbox at 9:30 this morning. Apparently these were lodged with the Secretariat at 10:30 last night, well overdue. They were due on the 29th of January. It's very hard for us to do our job when we can't scrutinise responses to questions from the last estimates. Are you able to explain why these are so overdue, such that I'm literally reading them now in relation to matters that I've actually already asked you about without having all the information?
Yes, so my understanding is that as of last night there were 10 outstanding questions on notice from the October and December hearings, and 7 of those were lodged this morning. I do apologise for late lodgement. There are a variety of reasons for this. Obviously, we need to make sure that we provide drafts to the Ministerial Office and the Minister in a timely fashion so that she and her team are able to scrutinise them. We will then obviously rigorously fact-check them to the extent that there are any amendments. Sometimes questions on notice take a considerable period of time to coordinate, where they affect multiple parts of the department or multiple different agencies. But your point is well made, Senator, and I take responsibility for the late tabling of those quans, and I intend to have quite direct conversation with heads of agency. Sometimes the delays arise in agencies outside the department, but nonetheless it's their accountability to make sure that the Senate is appropriately serviced, so I take accountability for that.
Thanks, Secretary, and I don't just lay blame on the department. I'm keen to understand when batches of questions were delivered in draft to the Minister's office, because I do understand that it is the practice of some ministers to sit on draft responses with the intention of purposely delaying the delivery of answers to questions on notice. Could you provide on notice, in terms of just batches, when batches of draft questions were delivered to the Minister's office? Just the number would be fine.
We can provide information along those lines. I'd simply point out we had Senate estimates in October, then in December, then in February. I have not observed any systemic delaying of responses in the Minister's office at all. It's just that those things have tended to bank up a bit, and it is entirely the prerogative of the Minister to satisfy herself that those answers are appropriate. So it's on the department to make sure that she and her team have enough time to do that. but we will provide you with that information, Senator.
Look, thank you so much, Secretary. I do appreciate that. Look, Minister, I just want to return to the issue of Mr Chisholm, and clearly there are people within this building who are concerned about the facts, and that's what I'm concerned about. So I've been told that after this particular Optus inquiry hearing, Mr Chisholm was hauled into the Minister's office for a dressing down, and Mr Chisholm yelled at the Minister. She then said that Mr Betts needed to go. Do you have any understanding of what transpired in the office?
I don't have anything further to add than my previous answer to your multiple questions, which is that there was no screaming match, and Mr Chisholm's employment is a matter for the department.
No, that's why I'm now coming back and giving you more detail. So
we've taken on notice. So because there's quite a lot of meetings that happen in and around estimates, as you would understand. Well, so we've taken on notice whether there was a meeting, but I can rule out.
Yes.
And I know that you are using parliamentary privilege, but I would just suggest to you that you should consider that I have now on 3 occasions ruled out the allegations that you are making.
So I'm now putting more detail to you, Minister. So so I'm told that Mr Chisholm yelled at the Minister, and she basically said he needed to go, and that's what triggered him being put on extended leave. Mr Betts, are you able to confirm whether that's correct? Because you have given evidence that suggests that that's not correct.
It's not correct.
It's not correct. Right. So, do you know anything about the Minister saying that Mr Betts, that Mr Chisholm needed to go at all?
Yeah. Because I want to correct Hansard because you said that it was me that had to go earlier on.
Yeah, no, that was a Freudian slip.
It might be an accurate prophecy. Who knows?
You might be next, Mr. Betts.
That's right.
Yeah. So I think we've answered these questions, to be honest. There was after the Senate estimates hearing, which was it was a strongly contested hearing. There was a lot of passion in the room. But there was no conversation in which the Minister gave Mr Chisholm a dressing down or he shouted at her or anything like that following that hearing. That did not happen.
You were on leave at the time. Are you able to
No, I was not on leave at the time. As I've explained to you, I came back from leave before the end of September, and my recollection is that the Senate estimates hearing was on at the 8th or the 9th of October.
Okay. All right. Well, look, if you could provide any further information on notice on that, because there are clearly people who are concerned about these matters, and we would like to get to the bottom of it, please.
Well, I think you have got to the bottom of it, and it's now on the record in the Parliament. And just to complete the picture, Mr Chisholm's appointment was communicated to me by the Attorney-General on the 28th of October. Sorry, the 28th of January.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I'm hopeful that is it, Chair.
Wonderful. That concludes the examination of corporate matters of the Communications and Arts portfolio. I now call officers from the Department in relation to Outcome 5. Promote an innovative and competitive communications sector through policy development, advice and program delivery so all Australians can realise the full potential of digital technologies and communication services. Program 5.1, Digital Technologies and Communication Services, and I now invite questions, but well, actually let's just give the officials a moment to come to the table, and I'll just put on.
I've got lots of questions.
Oh, good. The senators should ask questions for closing the gap outcome 17 digital inclusion in this session as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think there will be many questions in this session, so I'm just flagging I'll probably go to 10-minute blocks and just keep moving on.
Okay, I think that's...
All right, thank you very much. I'll hand the call initially to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to update on what the responses are to the recommendations made when we had the anti-siphoning and prominence legislation. There was the legislation committee, so this committee's report to that inquiry included a number of recommendations, including the need for prominence to be looked at in terms of smart speakers and radio. I'm keen to know where that is up to.
Okay, the relevant officials are coming to the table.
James Pengrace, Assistant Secretary, Media Reform Branch. In late 2024, the government released a proposals paper for certain framework for radio prominence for smart speakers. That process was run, and the government is obviously considering the views and perspectives put and the next steps in relation to that proposal, but there's no particular decision point or announcement that's been made to this point. Okay.
And what about prominence on radios in cars?
At this stage, the proposals paper focused on smart speakers. Obviously, the inquiry process examined the potential for the application to cars. The committee inquiry actually concluded that cars are a more complex proposition and would need to be considered potentially at a later point. But obviously, that's a matter for government as to how it shapes its approach to radio prominence.
Okay, but we haven't. So there's. It's a long way off, is what I'm hearing. I mean,
I can't provide commentary on timing, Senator, but it's obviously a matter for government as to when it wants to bring forward a proposal.
And what about prominence on the prominence legislation that was passed and the requirements in relation to smart TVs? Is it working?
Early days, Senator. The framework for television prominence commenced on the 10th of January. So that's only been a little over a month that it's been in place. There is a requirement for review of the framework, statutory requirement for review, and that's probably the most logical point to assess the effect of the framework itself.
Has there been any industry pushback on it starting on January 10? Is everybody
There were certainly concerns raised through the development of the proposals paper about the impacts and implications for television manufacturers. It was part of the reason why the commencement period was set at 18 months to give those manufacturers sufficient time to get into a position to be able to adhere to the requirements of the prominence framework. From what we understand, manufacturers have been working, we know that manufacturers have been engaging very closely with the ACMA as they oversee and administer the framework in the lead up to the 10th of January date. That's been quite productive, and I think there's been a lot of useful engagement between the regulator and the entities who are dealing with what is a new framework. It's a new and novel framework in Australia, nothing like it. But as I understand it, it's progressing well.
And remind me, when is the review due?
I did double check that, Senator. It's 2 years from the commencement of the framework, so I think, do you have it to hand?
I do.
Please.
It's statutory review of the framework is required to commence as soon as practicable after January 2028.
2028. One of the other recommendations and a commitment from government following this legislation was in relation to regulations for SVODs and BVODs and kind of the digital platforms, advertising, prominence, anti-siphoning, all of those things got kind of in the digital space got put into that commitment to do a review and come back with regulation options. Where are we up to with regulating BVODs?
I'm not aware of a commitment to in
well,
that
it was a government report.
No, Senator, I'd have to be refreshed as to the specific commitment.
The Senate inquiry into this legislation controlled by government members, it was in the recommendations of that report.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the recommendation, but the response was that those matters would be considered as part of future policy development processes.
Yes, and I'm asking where are we up to?
Well, obviously, those matters are being considered by government. There's been a framework implemented, introduced and passed in relation to the regulation of Australian content on streaming services. Broader regulation of BVODs and SVODs is a matter being considered, but it's obviously timing, and next steps are a matter for government.
So there's no meat on the bone in terms of regulating BVODs.
There's nothing I can indicate at this point, Senator. There's no decision being taken in that regard.
Mr. Betts, is this something? I mean, it wasn't listed in your list of legislative overview that I asked you about earlier for the kind of legislative 2026 plan, but I'm surprised. We're now 18 months down the track from when that, and the government said, oh, well, we'll get to it.
Noted.
Who in your department would be responsible? Is it you?
Yep.
Okay, and it's not on your, and you haven't been asked to do it?
We continue to provide advice to Government Minister. It's part of our job. As to timings and decisions, that's a matter for government.
Okay. What about the review into the new anti-siphoning rules? There was a commitment from the government to review that. Where are we up to?
Well, the statutory requirement is the review be commenced as soon as practicable after the 17th of December this year. It's as soon as practicable after that date. We are obviously, we will be working towards that, and the review will commence at a point after that date, but that's where the statutory requirement sits.
People just have to miss out on being able to access their favourite sporting team, or, it hasn't worked, has it?
I'll take that as a comment, Senator.
Where are we up to with response to the Peter Murphy report? Thank you.
Senator, the government takes seriously its responsibility to protect Australians, particularly children and young people, from the harms of online gambling. The government has delivered a number of significant gambling harm reduction initiatives. This includes launching BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, which had over 54,000 registrations as at December 2025. The government's also banned the use of credit cards for online wagering, with that legislation commencing in June 2024. The government's also introduced mandatory minimum classifications for gambling-like content. This includes for loot boxes and simulated gambling in computer games, which was introduced in September 2024. The government's also introduced mandatory customer pre-verification in September 2023. This requires wagering service providers to verify a customer's identity before they can place a bet. And they've also introduced new evidence-based taglines with stronger messages about the risks and harms of online wagering.
And what about the commitments to ban gambling advertising? Where are we up to with that?
Senator, since being sworn in, the Minister for Communications has met with harm reduction advocates, broadcasters and sporting codes to discuss the online gambling inquiry report and the harms of gambling.
How many meetings has the Minister had in relation to banning gambling advertising?
Senator, I don't have that information on hand, but I understand there's been a number of FOIs and other questions on notice which have gone to this matter.
Has the Minister had any meetings in the last 2 weeks in relation to this matter?
Senator, not that I'm aware of. We need to take that on notice.
And is there any other ministers that the department has briefed or facilitated in relation to gambling advertising?
Senator, we don't generally brief other ministers besides...
I know, that's why I'm asking. Is there has there been any other briefings or meetings facilitated or organised by the department for any other minister?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Can we get that checked?
We can take it on notice, Senator.
Thank you. I've got a lot on the gambling space, so I'm happy to put a pin in it there and then come back.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much. Chair, I want to ask about an issue close to my heart, and it is the commitment made by the member for Corangamite to the people of St Leonard's in Victoria that there would be a new mobile tower to be established in St Leonard's and operational by mid-May of 2025.
We'll just get the right people.
Thank you so much. As I understand, this mobile tower is not yet operational. Could I ask for an update?
Thank you, Senator. Sam Grinhard, First Assistant Secretary, Connectivity Division. I'm sorry, could you just outline the commitment you're referring to?
Yes, it was a commitment made by the member for Corangamite to construct a new mobile tower in St Leonard's, Victoria.
Senator, can I just clarify, was that one of the improving mobile coverage round commitments in the 2022 election? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, it was a specific mobile black spot program under MBSP6 Vic 002 as part of the improving mobile coverage round in October 2023.
Thank you, Senator. So I don't have, so yes, that was conducted under the improving mobile coverage round of the mobile black spot program. I don't have the details of every tower in front of me, but I'm very happy to check that and we can get you an answer.
If you could come back to the table on that, because...
We'll try to get you an update, Senator.
Because I understand Ms Coker in May 25 had informed her constituents it would be completed in May 25, but this has been delayed and not delivered. So is it possible for you to call the relevant person?
When we get down to individual towers, Senator, obviously I don't have every single one in front of me, but we'll try to get you an answer, no problem.
Thank you. All right, well, we can ask further details about that. I want to move to the social media ban. So the social media minimum age minister's information kit was delivered to MPs and senators' offices in this place. Who else was the kit provided to?
I'm not sure if we have that level of detail on a Senator. We might have to take that on notice.
Do you know how many kits were produced and the cost of designing and printing and distributing those kits?
Yeah, it would come under the campaign costs. I believe our colleagues might have that information.
Sorry, you're going to...
We think those costs would be covered as part of the campaign expenditure, and I think our colleagues might have that answer for you, Senator.
Is this a $20 million campaign?
I believe so.
Kathy Kennedy, Assistant Secretary, Communication Branch. We distributed a range of kits and they were both digital. The majority were digital and some were hard copy. We did do some printing internally for the hard copy kits, and I can give you the cost of those.
Yes, please.
So the hard copy information kits included flyers, some talking points, a poster, fact sheet and a cover letter. The cost, excluding GST, was $4,555, and then we also did a reprint of around 1,000 of those contents, and we did those internally, and they were the cost of $298 for posters and $125 for flyers. We then did a third print run, and that was $318, $128 for flyers and $204 for fact sheets. There was a final reprint of 2,775. So I'm sorry, I don't have the total of all of those, but they were the individual costs.
I just want to ask on the social media ban itself, has the department been provided with information on the implementation of the measure, including the number of accounts which have been deactivated?
We've been provided with the aggregated number, which is the 4.7 million that you would have seen in various media articles. We haven't been provided with a breakdown of that figure.
So could you provide us with what information have you received in relation to the 4.7 million and where did that come from?
The e-Safety Commissioner advised us of the 4.7 million, but we have not been provided with a breakdown by platform of that number.
Have you sought a breakdown?
Yes, the e-Safety Commissioner said that is relevant to investigative work that they're doing and it's not something that they would share.
Well, it's a very big claim because I think the Minister's now relied on that claim in terms of the success of the so-called success of the social media.
And when she made that announcement, she had the e-Safety Commissioner standing next to her. So the e-Safety Commissioner is on the stand at 3:15, scheduled to be 3:15 this afternoon.
So this figure has been contradicted by Meta and other platforms. They say it's nothing close to 4.7 million. Have you sought a breakdown?
Senator...
Because it looks like a discredited figure.
I should say, for the record, David McKay, Deputy Secretary, as Ms Vandenbroek said, we have asked eSafety for a breakdown, which they were not prepared to provide us for the reasons that Ms Vandenbroek outlined. Questions about the figure are really best put to the eSafety Commissioner.
Well, no, I'm asking you about this figure because it's the eSafety Commissioner published this figure as a hallmark of the success of the social media ban, and yet this has been grossly contradicted by the platforms.
Senator, it's not our figure, and so we're not really in a position to address a contradiction of it.
So why won't eSafety share this with your department and the Minister?
Really a question for eSafety, Senator.
So you can't direct the eSafety
the eSafety
office?
Commissioner is an independent regulator operating within a statutory framework established by the Parliament.
But wouldn't you be concerned that this figure is out there and it's potentially very wrong or misleading, and you would want to try and ascertain the facts?
I have the highest regard for the eSafety Commissioner and the integrity of her organisation, and I think we're entitled to rely on information provided by her, and she will front up to Senate estimates this afternoon and answer any questions that you have.
What briefings have you provided to the Minister on the implementation of the measure?
The Safety Commissioner briefs the Minister on implementation rather than the Department. The Safety Commissioner is capturing the data about implementation and also doing the longer term evaluation. So that's a matter for the Safety Commissioner.
So you're not seeking regular updates from the Safety Commissioner?
The Minister is seeking regular updates. We receive those updates when they're given to the Minister.
Just on notice, could we have a copy of those updates?
Yes,
so the correspondence between the eSafety Commissioner and the Minister's office and the department.
Well, Senator, on notice, we will take on notice things we have received, but I think if you're seeking correspondence between eSafety and the Minister, that should properly be put to eSafety.
Well, I'm also putting it to you or to through the Minister, if you could take that on notice. There's just been this number has been ridiculed. The platforms are saying it's nowhere near 4.7 million, and so this gives rise to a real credibility issue, which reflects on the government. You haven't sought, and through you, Secretary, you haven't sought to ascertain what the correct figure is and reconcile two very different stories?
We have by relying on the eSafety Commissioner, who, as I say, is the authority established by you, by the Parliament, to undertake the statutory functions assigned to her. And you will have the opportunity for at least an hour this afternoon to ask questions of the eSafety Commissioner.
And Senator, if it helps with those questions, obviously will be directed to eSafety. I'm sure you'll have many for her when she's here. The government trust the independent regulator, which was set up by the Parliament. We certainly would trust her advice over the big platforms who oppose this ban in the first place.
Minister, do you have any information at all in relation to this big, very large discrepancy?
Well, I don't have anything more to add than what I've just said and what the department information has given to you, and eSafety will be here hopefully in the afternoon to address more of your questions.
All right, well, you've taken those questions on notice about the correspondence between the Minister's office.
The conclusion of 10 minutes, Senator Henderson. So I will move the call.
All right, sure.
Now, and
Thanks.
then we'll come back as and when. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions regarding digital inclusion programs for First Nations communities.
Just get the right people to the table.
Yep.
I'll just say while we're waiting, I'm very proud of the work that Mr Ashurst and the team have undertaken working with First Nations communities around Australia to give effect to socio-economic Target 17 under the Closing the Gap Agreement, and they'll be able to take you through more detail on that.
Thank you. So the Minister announced last year that additional remote communities will receive free community Wi-Fi through the 20 million First Nations Community Wi-Fi program. How many communities are we expecting to receive?
Thank you, Senator. Jason Ashurst, Assistant Secretary, Digital Inclusion and Deployment Branch. The Minister announced 52 communities across Australia will be receiving additional free Wi-Fi services.
How are contract negotiations going with that at the moment? And when are we expecting these locations to be announced?
Thank you. Yes, contract negotiations are going well. I can probably reveal that there are 6 providers that we're contracting with to provide those services, and most of those contracts are advancing well and should be in place shortly. Once those contracts are in place, I expect an announcement can be made about those communities. There are communities, just for your information, Senator, across Western Australia, Northern Territory, South Australia, Queensland and Tasmania.
Awesome. And how has the department partnered with local communities in developing and, rolling out these programs?
Yes, the department's working closely with states and territories who often have relationships with local communities, as well as with the providers who are engaging themselves closely with those communities to make sure that the services being provided are appropriate and those communities actually want these services in community, but also as part of the installation process which will take place going forward. Working closely with communities on the nature of the service, whether those communities want that service 24/7 or limited those hours, what sort of products and websites are available through those free Wi-Fi services.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Walker. I just have a couple of follow-ups on that. Are you able to elaborate on how this program will assist to meet our Closing the Gap initiatives, or at least goals?
Thank you, yes. As I spoke at the last hearing, Mr Chair, the gap is quite large, and some of the data we're seeing shows, particularly in remote and very remote Australia, that gap shows there's quite a discrepancy between what Australians living in cities and even what First Nations Australians living in cities can get compared to very remote areas. So the target of a lot of this community Wi-Fi is on very remote communities where there is no connectivity, in many cases of any form, or very limited connectivity, and so making sure that they can access that connectivity, participate economically and socially in society more broadly. So that's the real focus there. It's worth noting too, with those 52 communities, there are some large communities involved, but there are also some homelands and outstations as well. So it's providing a connectivity to a wide range of communities.
Are you able to elaborate on what is either planned or in the works for regional Western Australia?
At the moment, there is communities under the NBN Community Wi-Fi program, which has already been rolled out. There are 7 communities in Western Australia, particularly around Fitzroy Crossing, that are receiving free Wi-Fi services there. We're expecting additional communities under this new round out of the 52 communities to be announced in Western Australia as well, and those announcements will be made shortly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Back on to the lack of action on gambling advertising. Thank you. I might ask the Minister, is it the government's policy to crack down on gambling advertising?
Senator. The government takes seriously our responsibility to protect Australians, particularly young and vulnerable people, from the harms of online gambling. As we've said to you today, and we will have said to you before, we are actively working on this piece of work, and that includes the Minister meeting with stakeholders. We will get some information to you about what meetings have taken place recently, but I can tell you that those meetings include harm reduction advocates in particular.
Does the government intend to introduce legislation to curb online gambling and gambling advertising?
Senator, I'm not going to preempt any government decision. We are working on responding to the Peter Murphy report. We have undertaken significant gambling harm reduction measures, which this department took you through in depth. And we'll continue to do that work. And we know that this is something that is of very keen interest across the Parliament. And we will, when there is a decision, we will announce that.
Ms. Lopez, has the Minister asked for any specific work to be done on banning online advertising versus advertising on broadcast television?
Senator, we've provided advice to the Minister in terms of a range of options and restrictions that could be applied in this space.
Okay. And is there a preferred option?
Senator, as the Minister said, government hasn't taken a decision in terms of a preferred option in this space or made a decision on which way it wants to act.
Was there any draft legislation worked on prior to the new minister coming in? Was there any draft legislation being worked on under the previous minister?
No, Senator.
So the previous minister didn't do anything on this space?
Senator, I think we previously talked about the work that the previous minister has done in this space. There was extensive consultation undertaken since the committee handed down its review report. There was a range of other work that was also happening outside of just the gambling advertising work as well.
But in terms of gambling advertising, there was no draft legislation or instructions for legislation agreed or signed off by the previous minister?
No, Senator, it hadn't progressed to that point.
Is there any drafting instructions that have been given by this minister?
No, Senator.
Has the department done any work on the cost to broadcasters of a ban on advertising? Do you have any idea what the cost to TV broadcasters may be?
Senator, yes, we have done work in that space.
And what does that show?
In terms of the specifics, I don't think we can disclose that given the commercial sensitivities around broadcasters.
But the department's got figures?
We do.
And where did you get those figures from?
That was using a range of data. We got some figures from Nielsen, who collect data in this space, and we also did consult with broadcasters themselves. When you consulted with the broadcasters yourself, did you ask them just as to whether your
the data that you had used from Nielsen was correct, or is it a combination?
Combination.
So the figures you've got from Nielsen, was that commissioned specifically by the department?
Yes, that's correct.
So that data the department owns?
Yes.
It's not commercial in confidence then?
It is commercially sensitive. We can't publicly disclose the specifics under our contract with Nielsen.
Oh, so it's it's sensitive to Nielsen, not to the broadcasters?
I'd need to check what the specifics around the contract are, Senator. I'm not sure if that...
When was that contract agreed?
So we've done a number of data requests with Nielsen. So our first request was in 2023. We had a second request in 2024 and a further request in 2025.
Mm-hmm. But that's taxpayers' money that's been spent to acquire this data, isn't it?
Yes, Senator.
Yes. So taxpayers should have a right to have access to the data. I mean, the fact that it's being kept secret seems a bit ridiculous to me.
I'm not sure it's a universal principle that everything that taxpayers fund should be made public.
Mm. But if you're going to be using it for public policy, it'd be good to know why.
And if you're using it for the purposes of cabinet consideration, for instance, it will be subject to confidentiality, and similarly if it contained commercially sensitive information. There are many circumstances in which things...
Has this data gone to cabinet?
We wouldn't comment, Senator, on specifics of what we provide in cabinet documents.
Well, no, hang on. If you're claiming cabinet in confidence, then I need to know whether it's gone to cabinet. So, you can't claim
Senator, if your
cabinet in confidence for something that hasn't been there.
Senator, if your request is to see the data, I think, given what Ms Lopez has said, the appropriate thing for us to do would be to take that on notice, so that we can properly consider the circumstances or the requirements of the contract and the committee's request to see it.
Well, I'd like to see the data.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
And I'd also like to see the contracts.
We will take that on notice, Senator.
They're separate requests.
Yes.
I understand.
Yeah. Senator, just in terms of that, the details are on AusTender in terms of our purchases of the Nielsen data.
Mm-hmm. The data that you've used from Nielsen, why did you have 3 goes at it? Was it because you've put 3 different options, so they've had to refine that data, or what? Why is there 3 options?
Senator, it's for
3 contracts.
It's for different time periods. My recollection is that we purchase the data from Nielsen on a calendar basis, so those would be calendar years that Nielsen's provided the data for us.
Mm-hmm. And what's the purpose of knowing of this data? Is it to ascertain how much the broadcasters would lose from gambling advertising?
Senator, Nielsen was engaged to provide data on the volume of wagering advertising and wagering advertising revenue across all platforms, not just broadcasting.
Okay. So could you outline that for me then? So you've got the data in relation to television broadcast advertising.
Yes.
You've got data in relation to what else?
Radio as well as online. And I think outdoor as well. I'll need to take the specifics on notice. I don't have that in front of me because there is, I think, a range in terms of what specific data we did get and the breakdowns across, for example, like metro radio, or did we get regional as well? But I would need to take the specifics on notice.
Sure. Is there any data on inducements, the impact of direct messaging on people's, from the gambling companies sending direct messages to people?
No, Senator, that's not something we have data on.
Mm-hmm.
Senator, that's 10 minutes and we're due to go to our break.
Okay.
I'll come back to you
thank you
in the round. I'm in a position now to release the officials from the Australian Film, Television and Radio School Thank you, and I thank my colleagues for their assistance in that respect. We will return at 11:15. Thank you. we'll make a start. Before I hand over to Senator Henderson for the next block, I will give the call to Mr Betts.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-ups on questions asked by Senator Henderson in the first couple of hours. I might start with Ms McClure.
Thank you.
In response to a question around legal expenditure, I have the name of the High Court case that I referred to earlier. That is Palmanova Proprietary Limited and the Commonwealth of Australia, and the citation is 2025 HCA 35.
And what does that matter about?
That was about the seizure of a Bolivian artefact, and the matter before the High Court was a statutory interpretation question.
It's an arms thing. Okay. And we also... sorry, do you have anything else?
Yes,
thank you. Any other information that you've been able to...
You asked about the breakdown of staff, lawyers and other staff. There is one SES Band 2 lawyer, and I will give you the ASL numbers because some people work part-time, of course. We have 2 SES Band 1 lawyers. We have 7.8 EL2 lawyers, 15.4 EL1 lawyers, 6.7 APS 6 lawyers, 2.8 APS 5 lawyers, and 0.4 APS 4 lawyers. We have a legal practice management unit, and that's staffed by 1.7 EL1 admin officials and 3.6 APS 5 officials. I also have some information about the social media minimum age litigation that you asked about.
Please, thank you.
So I confirm that the department is leading that matter. It's consulting with relevant stakeholders in doing so, being the Office of E-Safety and the Office for Constitutional Law in the Attorney General's Department. There is no cost sharing arrangement with that matter. In terms of next steps...
Right, so you're bearing all of the costs?
The department is paying for this matter.
The department, yes.
So you wanted the next steps
so
on that?
Is that set down? What's the status of the litigation? Does that have preceding dates, or is there that's actively on foot? Is there a case set down to be heard?
There is. The matter is next listed for further directions on or after the 28th of April 2026. The court has ordered steps prior to that date, which I can share with you. The plaintiff's draft special case is due to be served by the 20th of February 2026. The Commonwealth's revised draft special case is due to be served by the 27th of March 2026, and an agreed special case between both parties is due to be served on the 24th of April 2026.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
We also have some information in relation to the tower in Corangamite.
Oh, thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, Senator. So you asked about the tower at St Leonard's.
Yes.
You're right that was part of the Improving Mobile Coverage round of the Mobile Black Spot program. It was contracted in February 2024. Since that time, Telstra has been... So Telstra is the proponent. Telstra has been working to get the appropriate land approvals, acquisitions and so on that they always need to get for this sort of project. I'm pleased to say that they have achieved all of those. So they're now in a position to commence the build, and they're expecting it to be on air, broadcasting by the second quarter of this year.
Right. Do you know where it will be?
I don't have the coordinates on me, Senator, but Telstra is required to keep an update on their website. They've got a dedicated page for these sites, so it may be there, but we can check that. But
all right, if you could provide any further information on notice about where it is and what the hold-up was,
no problem,
and any other, that would be appreciated. Secretary, I just want to return to the issue I raised before about the claim that 4.7 million social media accounts have been deactivated since the social media minimum age law was passed by the Parliament. Now, the reason that this is important, particularly important from the government's perspective, is the Prime Minister put out a media release on the 16th of January with the Minister for Communications claiming that 4.7 million under 16 accounts have been deactivated, removed or restricted within days of the law coming into effect. Now, and yet this contradicts the public information available from Meta and Snapchat and the like. So, for instance, Meta is saying that they've deactivated 550,000 accounts, which of course includes Instagram, Facebook and Threads. Snapchat, I think they're saying 415,000 accounts. So that's around about 1 million. And clearly there are other platforms involved in the social media ban. But there looks like there's a very significant gap between what the platforms say they've deactivated and what the E-Safety Commissioner has stated. Now, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Communications have relied on the E-Safety's representations. I'm not attributing blame to the Prime Minister, other than if the government is not seeking to verify the right figure, given these two different conflicting figures, then surely that's an issue that you would want to see rectified.
Well, the E-Safety Commissioner is the government. She is a creation of the government. She is a government regulator. So I think it is legitimate for us and for ministers to rely on information provided by the E-Safety Commissioner. And as I explained earlier, she'll be on the stand later on today to answer any questions you might have. Ms. Van den Broek,
just in response to that, though, I'm not questioning that. There is now evidence that contradicts the E-Safety Commissioner's claim, which the Prime Minister has relied on and the Minister for Communications, by reason of the fact that we've got the big platforms with their figures. So based on that, it just doesn't look like the E-Safety Commissioner is correct, and I'm just seeking answers as to why you, the department, on behalf of your own minister, is not urgently seeking to ascertain the factual matters in relation to this claim.
Because we are legitimately relying on information provided by a government entity, a statutory authority created by law by the Parliament, which I think is a reasonable thing for us to rely on. And the E-Safety Commissioner will front up and be able to explain this to you.
But you don't want the Minister to be wrong, or the Prime Minister, in terms of the claims they've given the Australian people, which of course have been broadcast and published very widely in many different media organisations.
I don't want them to be wrong, which is why I think it's important that they rely on advice from well-regarded public authorities like the E-Safety Commissioner.
All right, thanks. We will look forward to that further information and the information that I've already asked for on notice.
So just to be clear,
sorry.
The department has not been asked to make any inquiries about the discrepancy between the 4 million plus number and data that is available publicly from Meta and others?
Senator, we're not aware of any discrepancy. The E-Safety Commissioner is not disputing the numbers released by those two platforms. The 4.7 is an aggregate across 10 platforms, and our information from the E-Safety Commissioner's team is that the numbers are reliable. There is no discrepancy.
Oh, so can we ask for a copy of the information you've received from the E-Safety Commissioner?
We haven't received any information. That was from a conversation where they said they didn't have any concerns with the data released from those two platforms, but they are 2 of 10 platforms that make up the aggregate number.
Well, can you give us the breakdown of the other platforms?
No, we don't have that information.
You haven't sought
E-Safety, Senator.
You haven't sought that information. So you were obviously worried about it, though.
No, I don't think that's
No, that's not
what we're saying,
We have no concerns
Senator.
about the validity of the number 4.7.
And the use of the term deactivation is specific to the deactivations resulting from the social media ban. It's not to be interpreted more broadly than that. There's a similar understanding between the department and the E-Safety Commissioner in terms of what the deactivations actually represent.
Yes, but again, question for the E-Safety Commissioner, but it's deactivations in the days immediately prior to and following the activation of the social media minimum age on the 10th of December 2025.
Okay, look, I would like to turn to the Optus outage, if I could please. I'm just wondering whether all telecommunications operators complied with the outage register requirements that were required to be in place from the 16th of December.
Yes, so while the team is taking to the table, we have the 000 custodian, a team now established by statute within the department as of the 19th of January, 28 staff dedicated full-time and funded through the Telecommunications Services Special Account and the Telecommunications Industry Levy. Over to the custodian.
Thank you, Senator. Claire Chappell, First Assistant Secretary, 000 Custodian Division. So just to, so I can answer your question correctly, the Optus outage, just the date that you're referring to there, what information are you after?
So, sorry, I know you were coming to the table when I was asking the question. I was asking about whether the telco carriers complied with the outage register requirements that were required to be put in place from the 16th of December.
Yes, so I might pass to my colleague, Mr Fogarty.
Chris Fogarty, Acting Assistant Secretary, Custodian Implementation. Yes, Senator, the mobile network operators did have their public websites up and available on the 15th of December, as it was, and they were all available for public to see in accordance with what's known as the service provider determination.
So since that date, how many outages to the 000 network have there been for each carrier?
I'll just see if my colleague has that information. If not, we'll get it on notice.
And I guess, you know, it's important to draw that distinction between network outages versus 000 outages. They are sometimes the same thing, but not always the same thing. And so the information that we might ask colleague Mr Cairns to provide will be in relation to outages rather than 000 outages.
So could you please provide the details of each outage on notice for each operator, the length of time and the geographical location for each outage, please?
Yes, Senator, we're happy to take that on notice.
Are you aware of any specific 000 outages since that date?
Senator, I might. Would it be you, Mr Fogarty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a better way to describe it is a 000 disruption. Because it's not an outage to the network as such. There is no 000 network, it's a system. But there has been some incidences that we've been advised of, and with those they've been followed up through the carriers and also through the emergency service organisations in regards to welfare checks.
So how many, can you provide some more detail?
We'll take that on notice, provide the level of detail.
Was anyone not able to call 000?
There were instances where there were some circumstances where calls didn't get through, and that's where the welfare checks were undertaken. And our knowledge from discussing with the emergency service organisations and the mobile network operators is that there hasn't been any incidents where there was the follow-up on the welfare checks made sure that everyone was okay.
Right. So can you just describe is there certain events which describe each outage or each disruption?
It's certain events. I believe there was one recently where there was a incidents with some networks that weren't be able to get through to the emergency call person due to some hardware issues. However, there was a redundancy process in place with those that kicked in that enabled those calls to continue on, but there were a certain limited number that were then followed up through welfare checks.
Okay, so if it's possible to bring those back to the table so we could have a look at that, that would be appreciated. So, could you also update the committee on the device issues with iPhones and access to 000?
So this is the iPhone 8 issue on the Telstra network?
Yes, there's various iPhone issues, but there's been a recently published iPhone issue.
Yeah, certainly. So it's an issue that we were made aware of by Telstra and by Optus by Apple as soon as it happened. We were in really close contact with both of those organisations over the duration of the incident, and we were advised, and we can get the date for you fairly quickly, I think, of when that incident was resolved.
The resolving of the incident was on the 30th of January.
And how was that resolved?
It was resolved between Telstra and Apple organising a software update to address the issues that impacted selected number of older iPhones, the iPhone 8, 8 Plus and X, but it only impacted the Telstra network, and essentially it made the phones just not able to work. It was the software update that happened, and what happened was Telstra and Apple worked together to actually fix that address and address the issue, and made those information available to the public, and then the software update was able to be put in place, and it's all been addressed.
And probably just worth noting for the record too, the issue was to do with all calls received and outward bound, not just 000 calls.
Yeah, and
after a particular software upgrade?
A particular
a global iPhone update.
And how many customers were impacted during that time?
We did receive advice.
About 14,000 devices affected, Senator.
Yeah.
And that advice was from Telstra?
Yes.
And were there any consequences of people not being able to dial 000?
No, there wasn't. What actually occurred also was that the SOS capability in Campon facility still worked, so there were other avenues to be able to dial 000.
Is that correct in all cases?
I wouldn't say all cases, but I'll take that on notice.
So yeah, if it was a Telstra customer that had access to another network, they may have been able to access the Campon function if they were calling 000. But we have not had any reports via Telstra or our stakeholders that there had been any issues calling 000 during that incident.
So from previous questions on notice, we've learned that 70 to 75 outages notifications occur each week to the department. ACMA says it also receives reports of 35 major outages and 1,794 significant local outages, and that occurred between 31 December 24 and 31 October 25. So given the magnitude and the frequency of these outage incidents, what work has the department undertaken to quantify the economic and social impacts of these outages on communities?
Our principal focus has been on ensuring public safety through the work of the custodian to ensure that 000 functionality continues to be available.
So what do you have continuing concerns about access to 000?
We have to. It's our job to be continually concerned about it. We have an ecosystem of responsibilities with carriers, with the emergency call person. We have a regulator in the form of ACMA. We have emergency services organisations operated by the state and territories. And the role of the custodian is not always to be the first responder in every circumstance, but to look across that ecosystem and make sure that it is absolutely tuned up to minimise any risks to the community and to coordinate responses in the event that an outage occurs, which illustrates any vulnerability in that system, plus the undertaking proactive testing through the work that University of Technology at Sydney have been undertaking on our behalf.
Sorry, by asking about concerns, do I mean, are there any outstanding significant issues concerning Australians' access to 000 right now? Is there anything else that has emerged that has not been made public?
As in an outage that's affecting 000 today?
Well, an outage or a device issue or any other information that you're holding that has not been made public, which impacts on Australians' access to 000?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. I mean, as you'd be aware, there are a number of incidents that the ACMA is currently investigating, and that may, reveal things that are of additional concern to us. Excuse me. But our job is to, you know, as outages occur, as any issues are identified with handsets or the interaction between handsets and networks, our job is to hear about them, find out whether that's an isolated incident or whether, excuse me, whether it's a sign that there's something more systemic and concerning from a 000 access perspective.
And then act upon it.
Yeah, and then act upon it.
So you're not aware of any current issues that have not been made public with the 000 network?
No, Senator, not significant issues.
Okay.
And you need to wrap me up, do you?
I do, yes.
Yeah, okay, Chair, thanks.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Just chasing up on the Apple issue, the fix, what was the fix?
I could go into some detail on it if you wish. Essentially what they undertook was when update is occurring between a manufacturer, in this case Apple, and a provider in Telstra, they send out a level of information that includes what's known as a carrier bundle, which is the sort of details that are inside the phone that applies directly to that carrier. And then, as you understand, Apple would have over 1,000 carriers. So they're all different bundles and they all have a digital ID attached to it. When, in this instance, the digital ID didn't read on those particular devices, so therefore it didn't understand that it was talking to a network, and that was the problem. So the fix was basically addressing the digital ID so that they could then identify the network.
But did the fix have to be implemented by the individual who has the phone?
With a software update.
Which they proactively had to do?
Which was communicated through Apple and Telstra's channels.
Belatedly?
Once they knew the issue, yeah. Once they knew the issue and once they had the fix.
So how do we know how many of those phones have been updated?
I was just going to say, so the issue affected phones that had installed the update, the faulty update, if you like. And so the fix was to reinstall a new update with the correct information in there. So it wasn't all users of those phones, it was the ones that had installed the original update.
And that was the 14,000 devices that we touched on earlier.
Yes. So the fix required individuals to proactively update the software?
As opposed to a normal software update that occurs through devices.
Yeah. So then how do we know how many people have done it?
As we've been advised through Telstra and Apple, is that they've notified all their people. We'd have to ask Telstra and Apple on that information.
Presumably there are some people who have phones that are still not able to access 000.
No, it wouldn't be able to access a call.
They wouldn't be able to work. They wouldn't make any calls.
Wouldn't make any calls.
Yes.
So it's not a situation where you think you've got access to 000, but in fact you don't, which is the most dangerous circumstance. Your phone doesn't work.
Yes.
So
your phone's not working, so you're getting a bit frustrated.
And you're seeking ways of fixing it, and that's where the information dissemination comes in.
Some of those models were very old, but iPhones are very expensive. Has Telstra handed out any free phones to people as a result of this?
Not that we're aware.
Not that we're aware of, Senator.
No. As I said, once the software update is in place, the phones are fine.
I understand that, but we're talking about often older Australians who have the older model phones. It's not their fault that the first update didn't work. You can imagine how confusing this would be.
But once it's fixed, they've got their phone back and it's working just as it was before. So no.
If they know how to do that, Mr. Betts, or if they understand that's what they need to do.
If their phone stops working, then that's a call to do something about it.
I guess this is, we've had a long line of these issues over the last few months, and it feels to me that despite all the promises that these big telecommunications companies would make sure that the most vulnerable people are looked after, I'm shocked at how few Australians have actually been helped out with updated and free devices, despite the fact that they've all promised to do it. Do we have any sense across Optus, TPG or Telstra how many people have been given new phones as a result of their companies not being able to guarantee access to 000?
We'd need to check, Senator, and come back to you on notice.
I think that would be good. Thank you. I've still got a little bit longer, do I?
You do. You have.
Yeah.
6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay. On the duty of care bill.
One moment, Senator. We'll just change personnel. Thank you.
On the duty of care legislation, when do we expect that to be tabled in the Parliament?
We don't have any timing yet, Senator, for that.
So the Minister hasn't given you any direction as to when that needs to be ready, or a timetable for legislation to be drafted?
No, we haven't received any instructions on timing.
Mr Betts, is there still complaints within government departments around drafting resources?
There are.
That was something that was continued to be raised, in the last term.
Matter for the Attorney General's Department, but some considerable work has been undertaken, which they could no doubt speak to, around ensuring that OPC is given every opportunity to make best use of the resources it's got, including by departments like ours, making sure that when we go to OPC we have fully developed and fully considered policy proposals to reduce the burden on Office of Parliamentary Counsel. But it's not something unique to the Commonwealth Government. Drafters are in short supply at state government level as well. In the case of the duty of care, that is something which is before government. We're not suggesting that it's constraints in drafting resources that are compromising the timing of that legislation. It's rather about enabling Cabinet to give it proper consideration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm just thinking there's quite a long list of pieces of legislation you've outlined for the 2026 program, and if we don't have a timetable for when things are going to happen, how believable is it that any of it's going to happen?
Well, if you look at the legislative programme for 2025, that was ambitious too, and we delivered a lot of stuff in that year. But we are not the only department that wants legislation drafted. There is a lot going on across government, and it's for Cabinet to set priorities around how drafting resources
and they haven't prioritised duty of care as yet.
Well, it would come forward to Cabinet, and then decisions are taken on an ongoing basis about how drafting resources are prioritised, and the Attorney General's Department can talk to you about that.
Minister, when is the government proposing to introduce a duty of care? I mean, it's been promised for 2 years.
Well, I think, as the Secretary said, we're working on the legislation. We will.
Well, you're not working on the legislation. I mean,
yes, we are.
Talk about the consultation we're undertaking.
We're consulting on the, particularly on the 67 recommendations from the Online Safety Act review. That's driving quite a lot of the conversation, but as we've said, we've got an ambitious legislative program this year, and we'll be working to bring it forward as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. Is there an agreed objective of the duty of care bill? What is the purpose of it from the government's perspective?
The purpose is to strengthen the Online Safety Act and the framework for regulation to move from a reactive system where harms are dealt with after they've been identified to a more proactive system where the onus is on the platforms to proactively identify and mitigate risks that are known.
Mm-hmm. And in order to do that, what consideration is being given to the legal requirements of platforms to share their data and to make data available? Transparency.
Yeah, that's certainly an area that is of a lot of interest, particularly to researchers. We're well aware of the interest in data access. So we are looking at different options. We know that there have been changes to the content libraries that some of the platforms have available over the last couple of years, and we know that some people feel that they're not as accessible and there's not as much data available as what there was previously. So it's something we have discussed with platforms, and we are looking at different options for how we could make data more accessible.
Yeah, I don't think it's just about whether, some people, it's a fact, these companies have closed the door on transparency, haven't they?
They would argue that they've brought in different schemes, but what we're hearing is that those schemes are not as effective.
Yeah, I don't think we trust anything that Meta says. In relation to the social media ban, and I obviously, when the e-safety commissioner is up, there's some obvious questions for them as well. But there is nowhere for somebody to go to complain, is there? There's no complaint mechanism.
About what, Senator?
Well, about whether the ban has worked, hasn't worked, has had problems. If a parent is upset that their kid is still able to access, TikTok and they're 14, who do they complain to?
A lot of complaints are being made directly to the platforms. A lot of people are also contacting eSafety and having conversations with them about their issues.
But eSafety is not a complaints mechanism. It's not set up to be a complaints handling platform, though, is it?
No, they're not.
No, they're not. And why would you complain? Why would anyone have any trust of complaining to to Facebook or Meta or TikTok? They don't give a damn about what's going on.
So eSafety is continuously monitoring the effectiveness of the social media minimum age which commenced on the 10th of December. So to the extent that it's receiving feedback from the community that is reflected in its consideration around levels of compliance with the law, whether reasonable steps are being taken by platforms, methods of circumvention, migrations between platforms, every aspect of the design of the system is being reviewed and continuously evaluated by eSafety. So feedback from the community is important and will provide the basis for advice to government as and when the legislation or accompanying regulations come up for review in due course.
Mr Betts, I understand the point you're making, that in terms of being able to pinpoint systematic problems, obviously that information and feedback is helpful to the eSafety Commissioner. But in terms of an individual parent or an individual young person, they have nowhere to go, do they?
Well, I think as Ms Vandenbroek outlined, the first point of contact would be to the entity providing the service to make a complaint to the platform.
Who do you complain to at TikTok if your kid is still accessing TikTok and they're under 16?
I understand that there are complaint mechanisms available through the platforms. I'm not familiar with the specifics of them, but that is the usual avenue for people to complain, is directly to the platform.
These are platforms who don't even respond to governments, don't respond to parliamentary inquiries, ignore subpoenas, and you think that a young person or a parent is going to be able to access and have their complaint, know where to put their complaint and have their complaint heard? And what a joke.
Well, the eSafety Commissioner operates within the framework which was established by the Parliament through legislation. So,
yes, but the eSafety Commissioner is not set up to take individuals' complaints and to deal with them. There is no one who can do that. And so we're just sending people back to the platforms of who do not give two hoots. They don't care.
So, I'm not sure there's much that the public service can do to respond to that. The legislation is on the statute book.
Chair, you can come back to me.
Thank you. Senator Henderson or Smith, who am I going to?
To me. No, to me, thank you very much,
sure.
Chair. So I just wanted to ask about the delivery of all of the recommendations of the Bean Review. So there's been previous commitments made that, including a response So I'm just quickly checking here. So in a previous answer to a question on notice, we asked whether the Minister or her office had made any representations about accelerating the implementation of the Bean Review. and your response stated ACMA was issued with a ministerial direction on 21 August 24 to implement all recommendations by 1 November 25. So where is that at, please?
So, Senator, of the 18 recommendations of the Bean Review, all have been actioned bar 3. One of the remaining 3, recommendation 18, is in relation to a review of all legislation and regulation to do with the emergency call service. The custodian has that on foot now. That is something that we will be initiating over the coming months. And the remaining 2, I believe, although I will defer to my colleague, Mr Cairns, are for industry to implement. Do you have any details?
That's right. Seaton Cairns, Acting Assistant Secretary, Custodian Operations Branch. That's correct. Recommendations 14 and 15 are with industry to deliver temporary disaster roaming and a memorandum of understanding for mutual assistance arrangements, and those are in train and proceeding well, and hopefully are quite close to.
Well, when you say temporary disaster roaming, I mean, surely this is also a role for government.
I think at this stage, given the technical requirements of introducing TDR, we've been working with the network operators to work out the best way that it can be implemented in a safe way, so that its functionality is one that actually does no harm.
All right, well, look, we on notice receive an update as to where those, sorry, not an update, just the relevant correspondence in relation to those outstanding recommendations. And also, there was a direction, as I mentioned, I think would have been made to the former Minister for Communications, Ms Rowland. Could we get a copy of that ministerial direction issued by Minister Rowland? Then Minister Rowland, I should say.
Is that, sorry, you mentioned one before. I just want to make sure we're getting the right one. That's in relation to implementation of the Bean Review recommendations.
That's right.
Yes,
yep.
we'll take that on notice.
So, in relation to the Bean recommendations, what direction or instructions have been issued since Minister Wells took over the portfolio in May 25?
Directional instructions to?
In relation to the implementation of those outstanding Bean Review recommendations.
I'm not sure I would characterise them as instructions, Senator. Certainly the Minister is incredibly interested and keen to see all of the recommendations progressed. It's something that we provide to her in status updates.
Well, Minister Rowland issued a ministerial direction, so my question is, has a ministerial direction being issued by Minister Wells
to the ACMA
or any other party in relation to those recommendations?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
No, Senator, the Minister did write to the telecommunications providers about those 2 outstanding recommendations, but that was not a formal, I wouldn't characterise that as a formal direction.
Right. Could we just get a copy of that correspondence as well, including any other correspondence or advices or briefs?
Sure.
We'll add that to the material we've already taken on notice in respect
yes,
to the recommendations.
Obviously, the centrepiece of the Minister's action on Bean Review recommendations has been the establishment by statute of the custodian, the resourcing of that, and its full operationalisation now.
And has there been any response received from the telecommunications carriers to the Minister's letter?
I understand, yes.
And what is that response?
We can include those details as part of the answer to the question.
So do you have a timeline for the implementation of disaster roaming? I mean, this is a critical question, particularly if for Australians living in disaster-prone areas of high bushfire risk, that the need to have access to all the support they need in times of disaster is critical.
Yeah, so it relies on interoperability between the different mobile network operators, and as has been explained, that's at an advanced stage. We understand the importance of it, and we will give you the information you've requested on notice.
Okay, can we also get a copy of the responses from the telecommunications companies?
Absolutely.
As well? And if it's possible to bring that to the table today.
We'll see what we can do in the time we have,
Yes,
Senator,
sure.
but otherwise we'll add it to that bundle of material.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to receiving it before 9:30 on the morning of the next estimates,
Senator,
Secretary.
We do have an answer to one of your questions about outage notification numbers, which we can provide to you now if
Yes,
you like.
please.
Yep. No, so the department understands, Senator, that from 1 July 2025 to 31 January 2026, it was just under 2,000 outage notifications provided to the department. I think the number I've got here is 1,973.
And we can give you a breakdown. We haven't got it now, but we can give you a breakdown per telco if you would like.
Look, I just wanted to return to the disaster roaming. So there was an absolute commitment by the former minister that this would be implemented by the 1st of November. What's the reason for the delay?
I think in terms of the progress on temporary disaster roaming, I understand a first phase of testing was completed in December last year, which the telco providers have been working through the data of that and are putting together a paper for government imminently on how that progressed. We are hoping that a second phase of real-world testing should take place very soon. I believe February or the first quarter of calendar year 26, which should provide additional useful insights into the rollout of TDR and how it can proceed, so that it's safe and I guess can be rolled out before the next high risk weather season starting 1 October.
Can I just I'm going to move through my questions as quickly as I can. Where is the government up to with the trial of a text messaging service to contact 000?
Yes, I might call my colleague Mr Fogarty to the table.
There was a trial. There was discussion about a trial. Was
That's
that
correct.
conducted?
Yeah, so a text relay to 000 rather than text direct. Mr Fogarty and his team have been working through that procurement process, and I'll just let him get settled and he can give you an update.
Yep. In regards to the SMS relay pilot, we are working closely with a potential provider that was undertaken through a tender process, and we are working towards a contract negotiation.
So that trial is not yet underway?
Not yet underway as yet.
Again, I'll notice if we could have all correspondence in relation to the establishment of that trial. When will that be underway?
We're just about to commence contract negotiation with the potential provider, and then there's a little bit of time where they will need to be able to, I suppose, upstaff to be able to cover and have enough capability to undertake the trial.
And when is it feasible that this could be operating and available to all Australians?
We're trying to get it up and running as soon as possible. However, we believe we should have a contract in place the first half of this year.
Just back to the 000 custodian division will have next month been established within the department for 1 year. Can the department table a detailed account of the custodian's activities since the 30th of October 2025, including how it's responded to recent 000 issues? I'm happy to take that on notice.
We have provided a submission to the committee on exactly that just in the last few days.
To the 000 inquiry.
Oh, right. Okay.
I think that will cover the essence of that question,
All right.
Senator.
It will. We're also looking to publish a progress report for the first quarter of this year, so very happy to provide that to you when that's published.
Well, we'd like the progress report now, if that's possible. So I understand that
Still
there
under
might
preparation.
Yeah. So if you could extract that data so we can have that tabled as soon as possible on notice. Give me 2 more questions, very quick ones.
Is that the end of your questions on this outcome?
No, just on this block.
Oh, okay, then I'll move the call now. Senator Hanson-Young.
I'm just wondering whether there was any, and I'm sorry if Senator Henderson asked this while I was out of the room, was there any 000 service impacted by yesterday's Optus outage?
Senator, one thing, it's a very recent event. I think one thing that we can say with confidence about the outage yesterday is that it did not affect 000. I think it's too soon to say with confidence what the nature of the outage is, but our information is that it did not affect the ability to call 000. The Camp-on facility continued to operate.
And how quickly was the department made aware of the outage?
Incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
One of the pleasing aspects was the Optus called our on-duty officer hotline, let them know immediately about the outage, provided the details and continued to update us as they're working through it.
So there was no missing email yesterday?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, all right, good-o. Could I come back to the questions I was asking about duty of care and the duty of care bill? I'm keen to understand what work. Thank you, Ms. Chappell. I'm keen to understand what work is being done between the Australian government and other jurisdictions. You've mentioned the UK, but what about Europe? We know they've got some of the strongest regulations in relation to online platforms.
So, Senator, I think in Mr Huls's earlier evidence, he did refer both to the UK and EU.
Yes,
So,
we're definitely looking at the EU model.
And is there... I mean, what type of engagement are you having with the EU?
So, Senator, it won't surprise you that over a number of years we've had engagements with with officials from both the EU and UK. So, it's more of an ongoing dialogue with them. As I said, we have regular engagements with the UK. I think we're talking probably at least every month.
The UK legislation's much weaker than what we've got in the EU and indeed in specific EU jurisdictions. Yep. Would you agree with that?
So we've definitely heard views from stakeholders that suggest that the EU model as a kind of a broad-based duty of care is a stronger model, but we've also heard from stakeholders that there are kind of advantages to the UK approach because the regulator works quite closely with platforms to ensure that they are complying with their duties of care.
You mean like co-regulation?
Well, as I understand it, the regulators kind of provide quite extensive guidance to industry about how they comply with their duties of care.
Okay. What about, I've asked about algorithms and whether there's a desire to give people the option to opt out of algorithms. We haven't got a government position on that. But are you looking at how those rules could be implemented properly?
So we're certainly looking at, as I think Ms Vandenbroek mentioned before, a very broad range of things that came out of the Online Safety Act review. So looking at how those could be implemented and embedded in a duty of care in effect. So we're looking at a range of different options and opportunities.
And what about holding executives of these platforms responsible? We say Meta, we say Google, we say TikTok, but unless somebody is actually held legally responsible, behaviour of these corporations doesn't change.
So that's, for example, one of the approaches that the UK has taken. So they do hold executives to account, or they have the power to hold executives to account for systemic and serious breaches of their duties of care.
Like criminal negligence?
Yes.
Is that something that you're considering?
We've certainly looked at it. So, but in terms of the advice that we provide to governments, obviously that's subject to cabinet confidentiality.
Of course, when the E-Safety Commissioner tried to take Twitter to court and you had Elon Musk just parading around the world calling our officials, a whole variety of expletives and names, it showed that if you don't actually hold individuals to account, there's nothing that can be done. So what is there work being done on making sure there's some kind of legal footing in Australia so that there's some onshoring of these companies so that you can actually enforce these laws?
So, Senator, obviously penalties, compliance and enforcement is something that we are actively looking at. The review made recommendations around kind of ensuring or needing to ensure that there are very serious kind of consequences for systemic and serious breaches of the duty of care, for example. So we're actively considering it.
And what about the promotion of, hatred and misogyny, sexism? Can we hold these people, these tycoons to account?
So, the nature of a duty of care would be kind of going to those systemic kind of ways that they kind of develop and present their platforms and services. So, we would be saying that, as I think Ms Van Broek mentioned earlier, that the expectation is that platforms would need to take proactive steps to ensure that their services are safe, and that would go to things like kind of, if services were kind of perpetuating hate speech and that kind of stuff.
And who then ends up being responsible for making that happen? Is that an ACMA enforcement? Is that
e-safety?
E-safety. So the e-safety commissioner's remit's going to have to change.
Yes, so there would obviously need to be kind of fairly extensive legislative amendments to the Online Safety Act to kind of implement a duty of care.
When are we going to see the full published review of the e-safety, the online safety review? We still haven't had that published properly, have we?
The review itself has been published. That was done last year, but the government response is still being worked through to look at across all 67 recommendations, how they might be sequenced and what the interactions are between the different recommendations. There's quite a lot of analysis to understand the depth and breadth of all of the 67 recommendations.
And yet what you're telling me, though, is that you're working on responses, but we haven't had a full, open, transparent government response.
Not as yet, no.
And is that coming, or is it just going to keep being kind of piecemeal the way this is?
The government is committed to introduce a legislated duty of care, and we've undertaken consultation, and Ms Van den Broek described that in some detail earlier on.
But there are other recommendations than just that.
There are, and as Ms Van den Broek said, we are still working through the detail of a response to each of those recommendations, including how they interact with each other.
Okay. Could I ask about totally different topic, the news media bargaining code and news incentive?
Change personnel, Senator.
Thank you.
We'll make the preliminary point that Treasury has the lead on policy for both of those items.
So you've had the levy out for consultation. Submissions have closed. I think that's right. That's what you told me earlier today. When do we expect a response?
Senator, as Mr Betts said, this work is being led by the Treasury. I don't think they have confirmed a time in terms of when those the submissions will be considered and next steps on that process.
Likely to be release of an exposure draft of legislation, but there are government processes to be gone through before we get to that point.
Okay. And when do the contracts with Meta and Google and various news agencies expire or run out?
Senator, those are commercial deals that were entered into with those platforms. I don't think we've got visibility in terms of...
I don't think that's true, Ms Lopez. Surely you do. We all know. It's like March, April, and then these news companies are going to start laying off staff and firing journalists. That's why this is urgent. You're telling me the department doesn't know the timeframes of these contracts?
We're explaining the commercial confidentiality that surrounds those contracts, and if you have further questions, direct them to Treasury.
So the Communications Minister is not aware of the impact of the expiring contracts and what they're going to mean for journalists in Australia?
One of the comments that has been extensively made around the News Media Bargaining Code relates to the confidentiality of the deals that are done between platforms and the news providers.
Yes, but it was also the Minister's job to make sure there isn't that there is a viable news landscape in this country.
Correct, and we can talk to you about the News Media Assistance Program, and we can talk about the support for Associated Press, and we can talk about Journalism Assistance Fund, but legal responsibility for the news bargaining incentive and indeed for the News Media Bargaining Code rests with the Assistant Treasurer.
Has the Minister been briefed, or have you as the department briefed the Minister on how many journalists are going to get the sack this year, unless something new is put in place?
Senator, we've been providing advice to the Minister in terms of news and journalism across a range of issues.
Are you worried that hundreds of journalists are going to be laid off this year?
Senator, in December 2024, the government announced quite extensive funding in relation to news and journalism. This includes over $99.1 million, which has been provided over 3 years from 25-26. Mr Betts just mentioned the Journalism Assistance Fund, the first tranche of sector grants, which were worth $67.6 million, opened for applications in November last year and closed in December, with payments commencing in December last year as well.
Can you give us a list of the payments that have been distributed and which media agencies?
Senator, in terms of those grants, they are published on Grants Connect.
Yeah, can you table a copy of that, please?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Has the Minister sought any advice as to what the media landscape will look like if Meta and Google do not re-sign contracts with Australia's media agencies?
Senator, as Mr Betts said, that in terms of next steps and what, in terms of the work that Treasury is doing in terms of news media bargaining and the incentive, that is a matter for the Treasury.
I understand that, but
the incentive is designed, is intended to support Australia's news sector by incentivising large digital platforms to renew or enter into commercial deals with news organisations as envisaged by the News Media Bargaining Code. So that is precisely the intent of the incentive.
I understand that, Mr Betts. The problem is that the money's run out now.
And we've talked to you about the financial assistance that we're providing, and we've talked to you about the process that Treasury is following to develop the incentive.
Mm-hmm. Under the incentive program, is there any companies that are receiving taxpayer money that don't pay tax in Australia?
Sorry, under which program, Senator?
Well, any of the grants programs that Ms Lopez has just referenced, or any of the money that may come from the incentive scheme?
Senator, in terms of the grants, that have been provided under NewsMap, there's a range of eligibility criteria which goes to things like the production of core news. In terms of taxation arrangements, that's not something that the grants consider. The Journalism Assistance Fund, though, is designed to fund journalists, and that's the intent of that program.
Mm-hmm. But so it could be going to media companies that are not Australian owned or don't pay any Australian tax.
Senator, just in terms of that clarification, it is only for Australian owned news and journalism organisations.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Verdon, Acting Assistant Secretary for the News and Journalism Branch. The guidelines do state that excluded from these grant programs, including the Journalism Assistance Fund, is a foreign-controlled Australian entity, so they're excluded.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can I ask about any further work that's being done on supporting the independent newswire AAP?
Senator, as part of the News Media Assistance Program that was announced in 2024, further funding of $33 million has been committed to the Australian Associated Press under the Newsmap program. The first payment of $7 million was provided to AAP in August 2025, and a second payment will be made in April this year on receipt of a report. Then the remaining $22 million will be provided over the next 2 years.
Mm-hmm. And does the government have a position on whether having an independent newswire is important for the public good?
Senator, I think our commitment of $33 million indicates our support for AAP.
Mm-hmm. Chair, I think we can, depending on how many other questions other people have, I could put the rest on notice.
That would be fantastic.
And move on to ACMA.
I would be very keen to do that. We've got a small block of questions from Senator Anandaraja and then from Senator Smith and Henderson. So I'm hopeful we can do that as soon as we can. Senator Anandaraja.
Thank you, Chair. You might have touched upon this. Just want to talk to you about the News Media Relief Program. We got the right people here?
Yes, we do.
Great. Can you just tell us a little bit about this program?
Senator, the News Media Relief Program provided urgent grants to regional, independent, suburban, multicultural and First Nations news publishers. It was announced in October 2024 and ran from the 29th of November 2024 to the 31st of March 2025. The News Media Relief Program provided $12.22 million in grants to eligible regional, independent, suburban, multicultural and First Nations news publishers, creating news content distributed online to assist with the costs of employing eligible journalists working on public interest journalism. That program supported 1,161 journalists across 147 newsrooms, including 98 regional, 21 suburban, 3 First Nations and 25 multicultural media organisations.
So these are small local publishers by the sounds of it, community publishers?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah? Okay. And what do you think the impact of this program has been on journalism, local journalism?
Well, I think as Ms Lopez noted that it has supported 1,161 journalists across 147 media organisations, and many of those 25 were multicultural media outlets and 3 First Nations, and most of them are the local and regional ones, which do seem to be impacted by a number of financial pressures. So it has been a big impact, and that was $12.2 million. And that's why we followed up with the Journalism Assistance Fund, which is providing $67.6 million. And there'll be a second grant opportunity that we're currently drafting at the moment.
What's the second grant is of this same relief program, is it?
Part of the News Media Assistance Program. So there was $99.1 million in sector grants. 67.6 is for a Journalism Assistance Fund, which Ms Lopez has outlined. There's a second grant opportunity. We held a roundtable on the 13th of November with 26 experts, industry, peak bodies and also academics, and that was to inform the design of a second grant opportunity which is going to be aimed at business innovation and definitely those sort of local, suburban, regional news outlets.
Okay, that sounds great. And what measures is the government delivering to support our free-to-air broadcast sector? Could you elaborate?
Senator, in terms of
anti-siphoning and access, the prominence arrangements. Do you want to elaborate on those two areas?
In terms of the support that's being provided to free-to-air broadcasters, they are also eligible for. If they're producing core news, they're also eligible for the Journalism Assistance Fund. They did also receive support in terms of television prominence. There's also currently a pause in terms of the commercial broadcasting tax until June this year, as well as things like, as you pointed to, anti-siphoning, which operates to support events of national and cultural significance.
Can you give us a sense of what the impact has been regarding changes to the anti-siphoning laws?
The reform strengthened the anti-siphoning scheme by extending it to regulate online streaming services. Those changes affirm that free-to-air broadcasting provides a safety net for free access to nationally important and culturally significant events and supports the likelihood that they will be broadcast on free-to-air television.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Anandraja. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just wanting to quickly go back to the 000 custodian. So, the legislation empowering the 000 custodian entrenches a series of retroactive functions for the custodian with minimal proactive powers. Can the department detail the proactive actions taken by the custodian in the period since the 30th of October 2025?
I thought we'd taken on notice to provide you with a full report on that, but we'll run through the headlines. I think that really will be covered by the progress report that we talked about.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm happy with that. Just also wanted to quickly ask about the out-of-hours roster. Yes. I did ask, to be fair, with a little bit of scepticism about the 24/7 out of capability of the 000 custodian. You provided evidence that, yes, you had 24/7 capability. We were concerned about the nature of the roster. Yep. And have you updated your out-of-hours capability since December 2025?
I wouldn't say we've updated it. We've perhaps clarified it.
Streamlined.
And, streamlined it. So,
I'm just worried about you not getting enough sleep, Ms Chappell, if you're sitting,
look, thank you for
lying
your
in bed every night with your phone waiting for an alert.
Thank you.
24/7 capability. I'd like to just maybe give you the opportunity to give us some more clarity in relation to that.
I know it will reassure you to hear that it is not just me with my phone. So we had the roster does two things. One, it rosters on staff from the custodian during business hours, and that happens on a daily basis. We have a different staff member monitoring the inbox, taking the calls. And then after hours, we have a separate roster where staff are rostered on a week at a time. They have a phone that has a single number that telcos can call us at any time to let us know of an incident, and that was used in the most recent iPhone situation.
Sorry, Chair. That phone sits by the bed at night of the person who's on the roster?
They take it with them 24/7.
Right, and are people paid additionally?
They are, yes. They can access an on-call allowance. Those terms are stipulated in the department's enterprise agreement.
It's currently around about $640 per week.
Extra?
For being on call.
We have on-call allowances in the aviation sector, for instance. So curfew requests at airports, for example.
Yeah. Okay. And so what happens if someone's having a very good sleep and they don't wake up when the phone rings?
The telcos have not just that single point of contact, but they also have an escalation point to myself, to other senior executive within the custodian. So there's not just one point of failure, if you like. There's multiple ways they can contact, but primarily, and to streamline it and make sure it's as simple as possible, there's one number to call, and that should be the duty roster phone.
So that's a nice handy bonus, $646 extra a week to be on the roster.
Run up in the middle
641.
Of the night.
641.
I wouldn't characterise it as a bonus, Senator. It's an allowance for being on call out of hours.
And there are requirements with that.
24/7.
Sorry, Minister.
No, it's not 24/7.
The coverage is 24/7.
It's an overnight roster.
The allowance is for overnight. Yeah.
I mean, people should be paid. I'm just interested in the amount. Interested in the amount of money. Has there been any use of that 24/7 roster out of hours?
Yes. I think Ms Chappell just mentioned in relation to the most recent outage that we were discussing earlier on.
Okay. I know Senator Smith's got some questions. We've got lots of other questions which we will need to put on notice because of the time, but just wanted to hand over to Senator Smith.
I appreciate that.
Thank
Senator
you.
Smith.
Thanks very much. At the last election, $1.2 million was allocated for a resilience upgrade of 23 mobile base stations across the Perth Hills area, everywhere from Mouchet in the north to Wendowie in the east, down past Byford in the south. And that 1.2 million is to be used to build capacity to provide at least 20 hours redundancy, I think, as well as install automatic transfer switches. And I'm just keen to understand what's the progress on delivering that $1.2 million in an area which is very, very prone to bushfires, particularly this time of the...
Smith, or do you want to table that map, or are you just holding it up for social media clips?
No, I can table it.
Okay,
but that's a very good idea, Senator. I might use it for social media.
Well, you can't use props in the Senate,
would you like to be in the social media clip?
If you can table
would you like to be in the social media clip?
You can table the map
I'll direct a question to you just to give you a special appearance.
Thanks, Chair.
We are the communications estimate, so we may as well use the opportunity
Senators,
for a
I
bit of
stepped
social
away
media
from the chair for a
broadcasting.
moment. As I've said numerous times in this committee, let's keep it to questions and answers as much as we may enjoy
And star appearances.
Alternative format.
I'd love to appear on your social media.
I'm not sure what reaction you'll get. I'm
sure your followers
I'll do
are
my
very
best.
kind.
I'll do my best.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. So you asked for an update how this one's going. So as we discussed last time, we developed draft guidelines for how this grant program will run. We issued those for public consultation on the 23rd of December and closed on the 30th of January. And we received consult responses from a range of mobile network operators, mobile network infrastructure providers, state and local governments, and other interested parties. So we're just going through those submissions now to see what kind of response we received to the proposals in the draft guidelines that were made public. Our intention is to finalise those guidelines very shortly, seek the appropriate approvals, and open for applications for the grant program in the second quarter of this year.
Second quarter of this year is when you'll open applications for the actual grant itself.
That's right.
Can you read out for me the list of those that made submissions?
Yes, Senator, I'm happy to. So we will, as per our usual practice, we'll go through the submissions and publish all that we can. We do ask submittees to identify whether their submission might be confidential, for example, but we will be publishing those submissions that we can. But as I say, they came from mobile network operators, what we call MNIPs, the network infrastructure providers, as well as a couple of the local councils, the local government, and some other interested parties, and we'll publish whatever information we can about those shortly.
And so when do you expect the resilient upgrade to be operational?
So I'll give you help on this one. Senator, with this sort of upgrade, they are typically quite quick to roll out because what they're doing is upgrading the...
They are or they aren't?
They are, because they are upgrading the equipment that's on an existing tower. We're not talking about building new towers. We're
Correct.
upgrading a site that has already been built, that there's already a site established, there's already approvals in place. So they are typically quite quick to roll out. Ms Pidgeon might be able to help me with some more detail about the speed at which these normally roll out.
Carly Pidgeon, Assistant Secretary, Regional Connectivity. So the process, because it is only contained to a smaller geographic area, we expect that the assessment process will be a lot faster than a normal round of the mobile network hardening program. So once that is complete, we provide briefing to a minister, take decisions. We then contract the grantees for those commitments, and then there's a delivery process. So as Mr Grunhard said, this is updates to battery power and the installation of automatic transmission units or systems, depending on the terminology for the type of proprietary technology owned by the telcos. So they are a narrower set. It will depend in part on how many applicants we have, how many sites are approved, so the commitment is up to 23 sites, and dependent on how much funding, given that the technologies can cost different amounts of money. So a normal round of the mobile network hardening, we provide 2 years from contracting. So I think we will be working with our grantees to see how fast they can deliver these, given these are a much narrower set of commitments.
So 2 years from the contracting, did you say?
That's for a normal round of the mobile network hardening. So for round 2, there were 303 sites, I think. Round 3 was 386 sites. So, usually for grantees, there is a 2-year period to deliver those sites. This is only up to 23 sites. So we'll be working with the grantees to determine whether or not they can be delivered faster.
So when's your expectation that they'll be delivered and operational?
Senator,
you surely must be working to some sort of indicative timeframe.
We'll need to take the soundings from the telcos when they, or the MNIPs when they submit their grant proposals to us, and that's something we'll consider as part of the contracting process.
So there's no timeframe for implementation and operational. There's not an operational date at the moment.
We'll take advice from the grantees, but we'd expect them to be rolled out, as Ms Pigeon said, reasonably quickly.
So, but surely you're not going to, there can't be an open-ended timeframe to this.
No. Senator, no. When we publish grant guidelines, we are required to put the financial profile of the funding for a commitment in those guidelines, and so they will be published in the final set of guidelines when they are released, as Mr Grunhard said, expected in Q2.
So it's the second quarter of this year, so that's almost a year after the commitment was given. So that's 12 months implementation timeframe thus far. So can residents across the Perth Hills area expect to have this resilience upgrade in place by next summer?
Senator,
next summer, that's 2026, 2027.
We're happy to update our public information when we have clarity from the grantees or the potential grantees, what that'll look like.
Is there any sense of urgency being applied to this particular program or upgrade?
Senator, as we've outlined, we're progressing through public consultation through to final approvals as quickly
in the
as
normal
we can.
way?
As quickly as we can.
Without
Senator.
any urgency?
In fact...
As quickly as we can, Senator.
And Senator, I think Ms Pigeon did say earlier, because it is a smaller round, we'd be working with the grantees to identify whether it's possible for it to be done faster than usual.
So it's up to 23. I thought up to 23 sites. That's
I
the
thought
commitment.
It was 23 sites.
The commitment was up to 23 sites.
Up to 23 sites. So does 1.2 million get you 23 sites?
Senator, that will depend on the cost of solution that people propose to us. That's why it's framed as up to 23. There's 1.2 million available, right. And it will depend to some degree on the cost of solutions that are submitted to us. So will $1.2 million be spent on the resilience upgrade?
Senator, it would depend on the nature of the applications we receive. So there are 3 different types of proposals. It
could be less.
It will depend on the number of the applications we receive and the type of upgrade that they are proposing. So a site that requires both a battery and an automatic transfer system, a site that has an ATS but requires battery, a site that has battery but requires an ATS. So the cost of the solutions may differ and will differ depending on what applications are put forward by the applicants.
So how did the department come to the 23
Senator, that's the commitment itself.
That's the commitment itself?
Yes, that's correct.
So some people might be expecting sites known to them or adjacent to them to be eligible and to be upgraded, but that's actually not correct. Their understanding's not correct.
Well, Senator, the commitment was to up to 23 sites for 1.2 million. There was no commitment that specific towers would be specifically upgraded. So it'll depend on the applications that come to us. We'll assess them for value for money and against the eligibility as we normally would.
Have any concerns been raised with the department about the speed of the implementation of this commitment?
Senator, I'm not aware of any.
Have any concerns been raised with the department about the speed of the delivery of this commitment?
I think Mr Grunhard has said he's not aware of any we can take on notice.
We'll check it, Senator.
In response to a question on notice to questions I raised at the last estimates. Yes. So this is question on notice SQ 25002526. Yes. I asked the question, has the local federal member of parliament, who I think is Ms Cook, yes. It is Ms Cook, the member for Bullwinkle, made any representations to the government about the speed with the speed at which this election commitment is being progressed? Mm-hmm. And your answer is yes.
Senator, I think my recollection, I'm just looking at the Quan now.
Have you got the letter from Ms Cook?
I don't have that before me, Senator. I think
Does someone have the letter from Ms Cook?
Ms Cook contacted the Minister's office rather than the department.
In writing?
I believe so, Senator.
In writing?
I believe so, but I'll check that for you, Senator.
So, Senator Green, this is your auditioning moment. Will you make available to the committee Ms Cook's letter? Because I think that might shed some light on whether or not representations have in fact been made about the speed of the rollout of this commitment.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We'll take it on notice. The letter.
The letter?
Yeah.
So there is a letter?
Well, we'll take it on notice if there's correspondence and we'll get it to you. But I think we've answered in that Quan that there was a representation made.
The question was, has the local federal member of parliament, Ms Cook, made any representations to the government about the speed at which this election commitment is being progressed? The answer is yes. I doubt it very much
The answer is yes.
Members of parliament write to the government thanking them, congratulating them on quickness, expeditiousness. So I suspect, correct me if I'm wrong, I suspect that the member for Bullwinkle is complaining about the government's tardiness in implementing this election commitment.
So we've taken that on notice and you'll find out.
You say complaining, we say advocating on behalf of her community.
About the slowness of the rollout of this $1.2 million commitment, which is not going to 23 base stations but up to 23 base stations. We look forward to the letter from
and we
Ms.
note
Cook.
your interest in it as well,
If she's watching, she can flick a copy to me on the email as we speak.
But, Senator, I think Mr Grunhard was clear earlier on that up to 23 is the text of the original commitment.
Yeah.
That's right.
So there's no change to that.
No, that's right, yeah, except that I think people are thinking it is 23.
Well, that's what we've just clarified.
That's right.
Senator, I said before, it will depend on the applications we receive
I
because there
understand.
are different types of
I think
upgrades that can be done
expectation
to achieve the outcome.
across the Perth Hills is that 23.
So I'm just looking at the media release, Senator, and it at the time, during the election, it does indeed say up to 23.
Yep, that's right. And I'm thinking that many people are thinking it is 23. I'm not disputing what the media release says. I'm just letting you know what I think the community expectation is in the Perth Hills.
Understood. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Congratulations on your appearance, Senator Green.
I can't wait. I'm sure your followers are very kind.
I'll boost it.
Wonderful.
You can even
in
into the
or just
Perth
in
Hills.
WA, in Perth Hills.
All right.
The good people of Perth Hills will...
Thank you very much. Look, at this stage, we're in a position to release the officials for outcome 5.1. I note the time. We're scheduled to currently take our lunch break at 12:45, so I will call the officials of ACMA at 1:30 to appear at the table at the conclusion of that luncheon interval, and we will resume at that point in time. Thank you very much. Broadcasting. We now welcome officers from the Australian Communications and Media Authority. I welcome Ms Nerida O'Loughlin, the Chair, and your colleagues at the table as well. So thank you for being here. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Nerida O'Loughlin, Chair, Australian Communications and Media Authority, and no opening statement. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to Senator Pocock.
I might start with the Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. It was reported on the ABC on the 31st of December 2025 that Sportsbet had pressured ACMA into, quote, watering down an enforcement announcement. And as I understand, this relates to the case where Sportsbet continued to text and email tens of thousands of customers even when they'd opted out of marketing. They've unsubscribed from Sportsbet, and the ACMA hit them with a fine. And as I understand from the article, these were the quotes in the media release. It is highly likely that some of these people are vulnerable to gambling-related problems, and we're trying to address the issue by unsubscribing from Sportsbet's promotions. It is a significant decision for individuals to choose to cease gambling, and Sportsbet's failure in this matter had the real potential to cause financial and emotional harm to these people and their families. This drew a sharp response from Sportsbet, who emailed ACMA to say that the first quote should be, and I'll quote again, tempered or changed as the force, breadth of basis for the statement is questionable. And then they apparently made a similar claim about the second quote. After this intervention, your quotes changed to say that ACMA had received complaints from people experiencing gambling-related problems, and the company's failures had the, and I'll quote, real potential to contribute to financial and emotional harm. Chair, did Sportsbet get you to change your actual quotes in a media release?
Thanks, Senator. My notes say that we didn't change. Well, certainly none of what we spoke to Sportsbet about changed the outcome of the investigation and the enforcement action that we took.
That's
not right. So there was no
sorry.
change to that.
I'm not alleging that at all.
No. So I will pass to my colleagues, but my understanding there was some discussion on the factual nature of the press release rather than the tone of it, and there were some small changes made. We do, from time to time, provide media releases in advance to the companies that we're dealing with to make sure that we have our facts accurately. And sometimes it gets down to matters of things like company names, where there may be a number of company names that we're dealing with. But that doesn't mean that we negotiate outcomes of our enforcement action of those things. But I'll pass to my colleagues on the
Can I maybe
specifics.
just ask a follow-up here? I guess my question very specifically goes to, after the enforcement action, it's all been done, there's been procedural fairness, you've decided on the fine, you're now putting out a media release. What is alleged, and I'd like you to either say this is true or not, is that you sent your media release to Sportsbet. They came back and said, well, we don't really like your direct quotes from the chair. And after that feedback, you actually watered down your quotes in a media release. Is that true?
I will pass to my colleagues for the detail of that.
You surely must know.
I will ask my colleagues to address
You
the
don't, sorry, I'm asking the chair of ACMA. You don't know
and
if
I'm
your quotes were...
referring to my colleagues who've got the detail of that, Senator.
Jeremy Fenton, Executive Manager, Unsolicited Communications and Scams branch at the ACMA. Sportsbet did provide comment on a draft media release. It made several claims around what it said were factual inaccuracies in the media release, specifically that the ACMA's media release was drawing a direct line between harms to consumers resulting from the investigation. The ACMA's investigation concerned whether commercial electronic messages were sent without an unsubscribe and didn't establish, as part of that investigation, that specific harms had occurred to individuals. As a consequence, that quote was changed slightly to step back from the direct statement to a more general statement.
Okay. Was the press release you sent them checked by legal and your team beforehand or not?
It would have gone through standard clearance processes within the ACMA, yes.
So ACMA has fined Sportsbet, has put out a media release which the ACMA and your legal team think this is a fair representation of what we think and what the chair thinks. Sportsbet, who you're meant to be regulating, then say, well, actually, that, I don't know, we dispute that. And then you change the chair's direct quotes. And Chair, I take exception to you palming this off. These are your direct quotes in a media release.
Senator, I was passing to my colleague who knows the details. We want to get media releases accurate. I don't believe it would have gone through legal. It would have been through the normal clearance process. And we felt that in that circumstance, where we were putting forward a view that there was a direct correlation, we could change appropriately that media release to be accurate on that point. That did not in any way impact on the enforcement action we were taking against the company.
Please can you just, maybe on notice, confirm if it went through legal? And so, Chair, you agree with Sportsbet's claim that saying it's highly likely that some of these people, the victims, are vulnerable to gambling-related problems, and we're trying to address the issue by unsubscribing, was factually incorrect?
I'm not quite sure that was the particular quote.
No, Senator, I will confirm that I do not believe that media release went through our legal services. The quote was about, or Sportsbet's feedback in relation to factual accuracy was that we were making a specific statement, a specific statement was being made that attributed harm to its non-compliance.
No, Mr Fenton, I'm reading directly from FOI documents that the ABC received. So I do not accept that you can come in here and try and rewrite history. I'm so concerned that the regulator of this predatory industry, after slapping them with a fine, like a pretty small fine it seems to me, then say, hey, this is our media release. What are your thoughts? And then you change the chair's quotes. Chair, do you regret this? Do you think this is a good look?
I think it is something we have reflected on over the last many months. And as I said at the outset, what we have attempted to achieve in sharing media releases in advance of release has been to make sure that they are accurate. We understand that sometimes that may be interpreted differently, and it may be that the reason why we've changed it may be a little more opaque. So what we've done internally is I've instigated a review to look at the way we approach our media releases and step back from those processes. We found that we had quite inconsistent processes across the organisation. There were some areas where we were providing media releases well in advance. There were some areas we weren't. So we've taken on board the criticism that has been put to us by this committee, and we will amend those processes, and in future we will not be consulting on media releases before they go public. So I accept the criticism of the committee and we will change our processes accordingly.
Given you did change your media release, can you, going to the FOI document, can you point out what was actually factually incorrect with what you changed?
Senator, I don't believe I have the FOI documentation in front of me. I'm very happy to
I'm happy to read it for you again, but
I think it would be useful for us to be able to go through the document and reflect on it and take it on notice and provide you with something on notice, and we're very happy to do that.
Former Supreme Court Judge Anthony Wheely has said, and I'll quote, "The reason Sportsbet didn't want those sentences in there was because it magnified the harm of what they had done, but it magnified the harm correctly." Do you agree that this...
I'd have to go back and read those comments, but I think what...
no, I'm reading directly his comments.
my
no
colleague pointed out was that what Sportsbet were indicating that it wasn't an accurate reflection of the harm, which is what we chose to reflect in the changes. We recognise there's been criticism of that approach, and we're happy to take those criticism on board. What we do have requirements under some parts of our Act is the requirement to consult with affected entities if either publication of investigation reports or indeed media releases associated with those would have an impact on the company. We are required under Section 180 of the Broadcasting Services Act to actually consult with people on those. That's the approach that we were taking. We recognise, though, that we've been criticised for those approaches, and we will adjust our processes accordingly. The risk there is that we may get something wrong, but we're prepared to take that risk.
Senator Pocock, I need to move the call. Do you have one final question?
Sure. I assume you have a legal team at the ACMA?
We do, but most of the time in terms of media releases, they're actually developed by the line area rather than legal.
Sure.
And even sometimes in finalising investigation reports, as I said earlier, some of this comes to sort of company names and company entities more than flavour of quotes. But we do have a strong legal team. We don't usually find it necessarily pass our media releases through that team, but we're happy to consider if that's necessary. Because most of the detail of the investigations are actually residing in the line areas who are doing it.
Okay.
But we take your criticism on board.
Thank you. I was passing the call, but could someone on your team just check if legal looked at that release?
Certainly we will.
And maybe if they could come back to us as soon as possible, I'm sure we'll be here for a while.
Thank you, Senator. We will.
Hopefully not too long, Senator Pocock, but we'll see. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Ms O'Loughlin, you've just released the new commercial radio and audio code of practice, is that correct?
That's correct. Senator, it was registered today.
Today. Could I... This is it, yeah?
I believe so.
Yeah. Commercial radio code of practice effective 1 July 2026.
Yes, that's correct.
Could I take you to page 4 of the code? I assume you must have a copy with you, seeing as this has been released today and you were fronting Senate estimates today. You must have expected questions about this.
I don't, Senator, but we're very well across the code, so we're happy to take your questions.
So I'm interested in terms of Chapter 2, Material Not Suitable for Broadcast, 2.6. During periods between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. and between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. on school days, the licensee's licence area, a licensee must exercise special care when broadcasting programs by giving due consideration to the fact that children might be listening to the relevant program. Is that about Kyle and Jackie O?
Senator, that was a new provision that CRA volunteered to put in the code after we had raised this. As you know, we have been talking to the broadcasting sector on codes for quite some time. We released our What Audiences Want report some time ago. We've been in discussions with CRA over a considerable length of time. It was something the authority and our team were concerned about generally, was the concerns of people of when people are in the car with their children first thing in the morning and later in the afternoon. It certainly has been raised in investigations, including Kyle and Jackie O, but it was a broader consideration by the industry who volunteered to put that in their code. But I will just ask my colleague, Ms Field, if she wanted to add anything to that.
Thank you, Senator. Autumn Field, General Manager of Content Division. As the Chair said, this provision was put forward by CRA through the course of our consultations with them and in response to community concern that had been raised around a range of programs, but including the Kyle and Jackie O program.
What does 2.6 actually mean? What does it stop from happening?
Senator, I think what it does is specifically asks stations to turn their mind to the fact that at those particular hours of the day, there may be children who are travelling with their parents in cars and ask them to turn their mind to those facts in their programming during those times. So it is what it says. It's that they must take special care in the broadcast of material during those times. But I will pass to my colleague, Lana.
Alana Fraser, Executive Manager, Content Safeguards Branch. So the special care provision, it builds on the existing decency provision, so nothing changes in terms of how that provision operates. But I guess what we're expecting with that provision is that something extra is considered by broadcasters. So like the Chair was saying, extra consideration given to the kinds of content that's broadcast during those hours, whether additional steps might need to be taken, such as warnings before certain segments are aired. So, yeah, we're looking for something extra. It doesn't change the existing obligation around decency.
Okay, so but Kyle and Jackie O have breached the decency provisions as they are, haven't they?
Yes, that's correct.
So the decency provisions weren't able to stop their vulgar, disgusting, misogynistic, sexist rubbish. But you think this new care provision will?
No, Senator. As Ms Fraser said, the existing decency provisions stand, and they are the matters on which we have found the Kyle and Jackie O program multiple times in breach of. That is a separate process that we're going through at the moment. As you know, we've issued a notice of intention to place a licence condition on the licensees, and that's the pathway that those investigation briefs are going.
So this is in addition?
The special care is an addition. It's a new addition to the code on top of the decency provisions, but that will come into effect when the new code comes into effect on 1st of July this year.
The licence conditions that will be placed on the Kyle and Jackie O show, or the licensee, which is the radio station itself, what are those conditions? What will they be?
Senator, our notice of intention indicates that there are a couple of different limbs of the licence condition. So for a period of 5 years from the date that this condition comes into effect, in respect to the program, they will comply with clause 2.2 of the CRA code or any equivalent provision in any replacement code. That's condition 1. Condition 2, without limiting paragraph 1, ensure the program does not broadcast content which is highly offensive to an ordinary reasonable listener or which contains strong and explicit sexual references. Condition 3 is about commissioning an independent audit of their governance frameworks and implementing those. So that was the proposed licence condition that we issued in our notice of intention. We're in the process at this stage. The licensees are allowed under the law to make representations to us on those licence conditions. They're under active consideration at the moment, and we expect to settle the matter in the coming weeks.
So the first part of those conditions are simply saying that they must apply by the existing code.
That's right, Senator, and under the Broadcasting Services Act, that's one of the provisions that you can, I'll put it colloquially, lift a provision out of a code into a licence condition, which means that it's the same provision, however the consequences are quite different. Obviously with a code we can't do much. Obviously with a licence condition it lifts that bar significantly. So it may be the same provision, and we have breached the licensees on that provision a number of times, but it lifts the consequences of it.
So what will be the consequence of Kyle and Jackie O breaching that condition?
I will just ask my colleagues to refresh my memory, but one of the things is in terms... Sorry, Ms Fraser.
The remedial directions and suspension or cancellation of licences for breach of a additional licence condition.
When was the last time that happened?
I don't think we have breached on a licence condition.
Not on an additional licence condition.
No.
Yeah.
We did, sorry, the then authority introduced a licence condition on the former licensees for Carl and Jackie O when they were at a different station, but we did not need to proceed any further with that because Mr Sandlands and Ms Henderson moved from that licensee to another licensee.
Sounds like predators in the church being moved around, not being held to account.
I expect that's a question for the new licensees as to why they picked up the program.
Okay. What else is new in this code of practice?
The other part that's new is that the radio industry has introduced transparency provisions about the use of artificial intelligence, which came up with there was a particular program where it wasn't clear to listeners that the whole program was actually an AI bot. But I'll ask my colleagues to talk about that. But that was something that CRA also thought that it was timely, given they may use AI, particularly for something like a music program, that it was important for their audiences to know that they were using artificial intelligence. Ms Fraser, did you want to add to that?
So under the new code, this new transparency provision, radio stations must tell listeners when a synthetic voice generated by AI is being used to host a regular program or news bulletin. So a regular program means something that's broadcast on a repeating schedule at least once a month. So stations can disclose this on air in a later episode, on their website, social media, or any other suitable platform. Yes, it's the first time in a broadcasting code that we've had a provision considering AI transparency.
Okay. I'm interested as to why the code, the updated code, hasn't taken. You haven't taken the opportunity to strengthen protection rules around Australian music.
Senator, we had extensive discussions with the industry about the Australian music provisions. There were proposals that were put to us that we considered sat outside the Australian-US Free Trade Agreement, so they were not things that we felt we could pursue. They would be matters for the government, so we didn't pursue those. What we did focus on was some of the concerns put to us by the radio industry about how stations are categorising their programs and the relationship between how they categorise their programs and what level of Australian content is required. And the music industry were very concerned that people were mischaracterising their programs and delivering a lesser amount of Australian content. So we have committed, and CRA have committed, to produce better guidance in that area, and also we have committed to looking very carefully at how stations are categorising to make sure they are delivering on the commitments that they should be delivering on Australian content.
How will we know that?
That's a matter that we'll be working with the industry on over the coming months.
Working with who? The industry?
With the industry, with CRA and the music industry.
About how that will be monitored and regularly audited?
Yes.
Who in the music industry, I'm nearly finished this line of questioning, who in the music industry will you be working with?
At this stage, most of the representations to us have come from ARIA.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask some questions about ACMA's interpretation around the anti-siphoning laws, and specifically how they apply to the Winter Olympics telecast that we're seeing right now. So just to put this into context, I have some old family friends whose daughter is skiing in the cross-country team, go Maddie Hooker. It's very exciting. And her first race, and on the first day of the Winter Olympics, was this Saturday just gone. And the race was at 11 p.m. at night. So I sat up well past my bedtime to watch Maddie in her first race. And they'd advertised it throughout the evening that, the skiathlon was women's skiathlon was going to be at 11 o'clock. Come 11 o'clock, they said, and if you want to keep watching the skiathlon, you can turn to Stan Sport. And I thought, that's a bit of a bugger. Oh, well, the good news is I've got Stan. So I go over to Stan, but it's not Stan, it's Stan Sport that I need to have. So there's this whole bunch of fiddling to try and pay an extra $20 to start subscribing to a system that I would never otherwise use, simply to watch one of only 4 events, I think, that day where Australians were participating. This was incredibly frustrating. Now, I want to understand whether, from your perspective, whether the intent of the government's anti-siphoning laws are to ensure that significant events are broadcast on free-to-air TV, and that the minister's anti-siphoning instrument outlines that the Olympics, and that's summer and winter, are declared significant events.
I will pass to my colleague.
No problems. So yes, the Winter Olympics are on the anti-siphoning list, so a designated event. But the way that the rules operate is to ensure that the free-to-air broadcaster purchases the rights. In having the rights, there's then no obligations in relation to broadcasting that content. It can air content on its streaming services, so that's within the rules. We have received some inquiries about the Winter Olympics along those lines, but content that has been purchased by Nine and aired on Stan through their arrangements is within the rules.
So, obviously Nine purchased that broadcast rights to both the Summer and the Winter Olympics, and they purchased it for a period of 10 years, that's my understanding. And that includes the Winter Olympics all the way through to the 2032 Olympic Games in Brisbane, which are going to be very important, obviously. This idea that you can choose or even, dare I say, mislead as to what it is going to be shown on free-to-air and what is going to be shown on a subscription TV service is incredibly frustrating. Nine said that it promotes full replays, all live content, access all content and every event content in certain sports categories, and then it says exclusively on Stan Sport.
Back our amendments, Jane. We were trying to fix this.
So I'm wondering, do you think that this constitutes a contravention at all of the intention of those anti-siphoning laws, pushing Australians onto a paid subscription to watch content in full or live, as Channel 9 has committed to and continues to commit to?
Senator, I think we can only comment on whether it's compliant with the existing law.
All right. What about when presenters say, welcome back and the cross-country is just getting underway, you can watch all that action, it's on Stan Sport right now. If you'd like to continue to watching this tense match between Canada and Sweden, you can stay and go to Stan Sport and stay across it. The women's downhill at Cortina, we're about to head in there in just in moments, but if you'd like to watch the skiathlon, Stan Sport's the place to get live action. All of that gatekeeping, live and full content behind a streaming service, is so frustrating for those that are trying to watch the broadcast, particularly in a different time zone. Is this something that the Minister has expressed a view to you about?
Senator, as I said, I think our focus would be only on whether it was compliant with the existing rules, which, as Ms Fraser said, it would appear that it is. Whether or not there's any contemplated changes would be a matter for the government, but I don't believe it's been raised with us in the context of the Winter Olympics.
Minister, do you want to comment on this one?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think generally the intention of those changes that the government brought in, and also our ongoing policy position, is that we are fully committed to ensuring that people can see free sporting events. Of course, every time there's a major event like this, it does raise how those laws are being interpreted. There is a review that the Parliament agreed to, I think, within the laws that we passed. So there'll be an opportunity to review how the laws are being complied with, how they're operating. This is an ever-changing environment with lots of different platforms and the way that sports are being broadcast, but it's definitely something that we are keeping a watch on.
That review, do you know the timing of it, Minister?
I think it might have been 3 years after commencement, but I can take it on notice and double check. It'll be in the legislation. Yeah.
Okay. So, knowing the frustration, you can hear the frustration. I've got sort of reams and reams of complaints you can see on websites from Australians that are trying to watch the Winter Olympics. Knowing that Australians are fed up with the current broadcast arrangement, does AFCA commit to doing an investigation to see if there is a breach, or that whether Nine is being compliant, whether it is, a concurrent investigation or whether it's a retrospective investigation?
I don't believe we have anything on the desk at the moment, but we can certainly take that offline and consider the issues that you've raised. But again, it would sound from the discussion we've had here today that it would seem that nothing that Nine is doing is inconsistent with the current framework. But we're happy to take that on notice and see if it needs to be drilled into a little more.
Are you getting feedback from the public on this issue?
I'm aware we've received 2 complaints.
2?
So again, we've only just received those, so we will be looking at any complaints we receive, we will consider. And if any more are received and particular issues raised, then we will look at those.
Okay. I'll finish here, other than to say that we don't actually have a lot of Australians competing in the Winter Olympics. And when they do compete, I would have thought it would be a moment of extraordinary national pride. It's incredibly frustrating to know that somehow Channel 9 is happy to broadcast sports or events where there are no Australians competing, but make Australians pay to watch their own people compete. I would hope that ACMA would take a forward-leaning position in this, and I would hope too that the Minister might have something to say about it too. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. We wish her all the best in her events.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Whitten. Oh, sorry, I got that wrong. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. While I was listening to other senators asking questions, I was having another look at that ABC article by Michael Atkin and Alison Branley. And they reported that ACMA declined an interview. And I'm just interested why you declined an interview given the allegations.
Senator, I'd have to refresh my memory, but I'm not quite sure that we knew what the allegations were when we asked for the interview. So we felt it was best to provide a written response to written questions.
Mm-hmm. You surely must have. You surely must have known the gist of it. You'd changed your direct quotes at the behest of Sportsbet.
Senator, I'd have to go back over my records, but my recollection was we weren't told what the interview was about. We took the approach of asking the journalists what questions they wanted to ask, and we responded to those.
I mean, you surely see the irony of the media regulator declining an interview with the media when they're under scrutiny.
It's always an option in terms of the way we approach things. Sometimes we're asked for interviews, and it's preferable to actually, particularly when it comes down to detail, to actually get those questions put to us in writing for us to respond to those in writing.
But Chair, where's the accountability here? You're on the big bucks to be the chair of the ACMA.
The accountability is we are here, we ask questions by the media, we respond to those questions by the media, and I think we're totally accountable.
I think many Australians would disagree with that, and I think they would expect you, given you changed your quotes at the behest of Sportsbet, to actually front up to the media and be able to explain,
Senator,
you've tried
we
today.
answered the questions that were put to us directly to the media, so
Very different.
we are accountable.
Providing sort of a bland statement to actually fronting up and...
I don't think it was a bland statement, it was a response to the questions that were put to us.
Okay. So I wanted to go to some of the things that you were saying earlier, and you said that you share these media releases to pick up factual inaccuracies. But if you go to the FOI documents, Sportsbet don't allege anything was factually incorrect. They just took exception to the tone, and they asked that your quotes be tempered or changed as the force, breadth or basis for the statement is questionable.
Senator, I think that goes to what Mr Fenton pointed out earlier, was their concern that those particular things were pointing to a causal relationship between what they'd done and an actual identifiable consumer harm rather than a general consumer harm. But I'll ask Mr Fenton to go back over that.
Just before we hear from Mr Fenton, but it seems to me that any reasonable person would read that and say, these people just don't like what you're saying. They're not saying, this is wrong, you need to change it. They're saying, oh,
well, I don't think
down a little bit.
That
So
was the
maybe
only
Mr.
part
Fenton,
that
you
we
can-
changed because we thought they had a point on that particular point only.
Yes is the answer. I can confirm what the Chair is saying. And the intent with the change was to keep the general sense of the quote, but to address the particular concern about the causal relationship.
Maybe on notice, can you outline to me the errors in fact that you corrected? Because when I read the two differences, it seems like you've basically just toned down the quote, which is exactly what Sportsbet asked you to do, and you didn't change anything in terms of the facts. So maybe just on notice, if you could do that. Thank you. ACMA investigations found that Tabcorp, Lightning Bet, BetFocus, TempleBet, PickleBet and BetChamps all failed to comply with rules that protect people who registered with BetStop. And I was interested that this just included one penalty, which was to Tabcorp of $112,680. Is that correct?
There were a number of actions taken, Senator. I think one included a penalty, but there were other matters pursued, including remedial directions.
But just the one penalty?
And formal warnings, and one...
Fine.
And I think with Tabcorp there was a penalty plus an enforceable undertaking. But my colleagues can go into that detail for you.
Thank you. Thank you for confirming that. Which companies were found to have been marketing to people who self-excluded on BetStop?
Sorry, Senator, I do have that material. It'll just take me a moment to let you know. So BetFocus was found to have sent 2 regulated electronic messages to a self-excluded individual. BetChamp was found to have sent an electronic message on 1 occasion to 1 individual. And I believe those are the only ones who had sent messages to registered individuals.
Which companies allowed people to open accounts even though they had self-excluded?
Senator, the findings were that TempleBet had provided wagering services to 1 person who was excluded. BetFocus had provided wagering services to 3 individuals who were excluded. And there were a number of others, Senator, where wagering accounts were opened but bets weren't placed. So a slightly different category.
Okay. But still shouldn't be happening if you're on
No,
BetStop.
absolutely. But yes, just services were not provided but accounts were opened.
How much money was lost by people who had self-excluded and then opened accounts with these companies?
Senator, I don't have that. I'll just check with my colleague. No, Senator, I don't have that information to hand, but I'm very happy to provide that on notice to you.
In your release, you said that if, and I'll quote directly, companies fail to comply with self-exclusion rules in the future, ACMA may take stronger enforcement action. And I was interested in how you arrived at $112,000 for a company with $2.6 billion of revenue. Like for many, it seems like a bit of a slap on the wrist.
Senator, I think that was the penalty provision available to us. So, these are quite aged investigations. They date back to 2024. We've completed those. They were very much some of the earliest investigations we were doing around the NSER. We've settled those, but my understanding of the Tabcorp would have been that was the penalty open to us because the Tabcorp findings were opening a wagering account for 2 registered individuals. So that's why it's of that quantum. Obviously, if there were many, many more, but we thought it was important, even though there were low numbers here, to investigate those matters and come to conclusions that there were breaches and put in place the actions that we put in place.
And so thank you, that's useful to know. Given some of the other companies there also allowed accounts to be opened by individuals, why didn't they get a fine as well?
I might just go ask my colleague, but I think it was possibly because infringement notices, it's a little frustrating for us, but infringement notices have to be given within a particular time, and some of these, because they were novel and new investigations, we had run out of time to do infringement notices. And it is a bit of an ongoing frustration for us, but we're trying to improve our processes so that that doesn't occur again.
Have you raised with government the need for potentially more powers and the ability to levy higher
We have. Infringement notice provisions, though, tend to be whole of government, but we would like some ability to have more time to impose infringement notices, because we find that they are an effective tool, particularly if you've got large quantities of compliance issues.
Do you have any ongoing concerns with compliance with the vet stop? Are there any other investigations afoot?
I think we probably do have some investigations underfoot.
Just find that.
So my notes tell me that as at 31st of December, we'd commenced 21 investigations, but we have announced a number of those investigations recently, including the ones we talked about.
Does that include an investigation into Ultrabet, who I raised the last estimates, who were sending out marketing material to people who've self-excluded with the phrase "happy punting"?
Senator, that does... Rochelle Zernan, Executive Manager, Gambling and Mis and Disinformation Branch. I would have to check that. I'm just checking my list. I think we have previously investigated Ultrabet, and we published that investigation on the 5th of June 2025. That breach related to reopening the account of one self-excluded individual and marketing sent to one self-excluded individual. I would have to take on notice whether or not it related to the person that you specifically raised with us previously.
And can you let us know who's currently being investigated?
We might take that on notice.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice.
We don't tend to make that public, but
Sure.
may I take that on notice for you?
No, that's fair enough. And then just finally, I was keen to get an update on where you're at with your work on alcohol advertising during sports. We covered this last estimates, and there was...
So, Senator, we have been, as we've discussed previously, we have developed a terms of reference for that review. We've been undertaking some refinement on that, and I expect that we will release that terms of reference in the next few weeks.
And then what?
And then there will be an open consultation process.
How long does that go for?
I don't think we've settled that as yet, have we?
No, I think we're anticipating between 6 to 8 weeks. We understand that there will be a number of organisations who will have an interest, and we are continuing to meet with stakeholders. We have a meeting with FAIR in a couple of weeks, so continuing to meet with people who are interested in the outcomes of that.
And then what happens after that? I've just had lots of concerns raised with me that this is just taking so long on such an important issue.
Senator, we understand that it has been, it's a matter of in terms of our resourcing in many respects, but we want to move it forward as quickly as possible. We do think, though, that an extended consultation period is necessary, so 6 to 8 weeks, to allow us not only to get written submissions in, but, as Ms Fields said, to actually consult directly with organisations such as FAIR, who we've talked to previously, and then it will be a matter of the authority coming to a view about what it finds through that process.
Do you have a date to try?
I don't think we have a date at this point in time, but I'm hoping that it'll be done by middle of the year.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you.
Can I go back to the new Commercial Radio Code of Practice, please? Ms O'Loughlin, your press release that accompanied, or your statements that have accompanied the release of the Code of Practice today says that there was a significant number of submissions to the review and that's called for strengthened rules around the local music issues. I guess my question is, you haven't put strengthened rules in the code. You seem to have kicked that kind of to another process or down the road. I don't understand why you didn't take the opportunity with the code itself.
Senator, obviously the code is developed by the industry and we spent quite a lot of time going through those provisions. As I mentioned earlier, I think, and my colleagues can go into further detail, but my memory was that some of the proposals, particularly around shortening timeframes of when Australian content is broadcast on radio, were options that were not available, we considered, were not available under the Australian-US Free Trade Agreement.
So can I ask about that? Who gave you that advice?
Well, that was our internal legal advice.
Who in your team?
Would be our lawyers.
Okay. And you asked them what the impact of the US Free Trade Agreement would be?
We turned our mind to whether the proposals that were being put forward to us would be consistent with the US Free Trade Agreement.
Why didn't you get... I mean, that's a big call to make if you think that the US Free Trade Agreement is restricting us from doing... Australia from doing things that protect our own culture and our own cultural sovereignty. I mean, there's carve-outs in the US Free Trade Agreement specifically for culture. Did you seek to get that advice checked?
Senator, it was on a particular provision around the time frame. So the US Free Trade Agreement, please correct me if I'm incorrect, it gives a scope of hours for that material to be delivered between 6 a.m. and midnight, and what the industry had been putting to us that they wanted to bring that back between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. It was our view that that wasn't... that was not open to us to agree to. If that was
because of a trade agreement that the US President himself has trashed.
Senator, it was not. We did not consider in the gift of the regulator to address that. If there were changes to be made which had consequences for the US Free Trade Agreement, that would be better discussed with the government.
Why didn't you ask government for their view?
Because, sorry.
The Chair has written to the Minister for the Arts on these matters and raised the issues that came through the consultation on the review, including around the performance period.
Around the what?
Around the performance period, so those hours in which the quotas apply.
Have you sought advice from Foreign Affairs and Trade?
No, Senator, we have written to the Minister for the Arts and the Minister for Communications on the matter.
When did you write to them?
Quite recently.
Yeah.
I can take...
Like as in this year?
Quite recently, yes.
About a week and a half ago.
And have you had a response?
No, Senator, it was quite recent.
Okay. And has anyone in government previously raised this issue of the US Free Trade Agreement impacting how much local content is aired and broadcast on Australian radio? I'm genuinely interested. Senator, because I don't know why we are letting the United States dictate how much Australian content we have on our radio,
Senator,
and our airwaves.
Senator, the point that we were turning our mind to was the restrictions on hours. There was no change to the requirement for local content on radio.
So why would the US Free Trade Agreement impact the hours?
That's the construct in the...
And there are very particular reservations to do with these time periods in the Free Trade Agreement, but I think we'd need to take any further detail on notice.
It doesn't seem as though the United States President gives two hoots about what's in any of these agreements. So Australian content and Australian music gets left on the shelf because of this. I mean, I think it's pretty
Senator,
appalling.
there's been no change to the requirements in the code for local content.
No, but Ms O'Loughlin, I've asked you why you didn't strengthen it, and you've cited the US Free Trade Agreement.
In terms of the timing, yes.
But you haven't strengthened it at all.
We have to be aware of the international obligations of the government.
But you actually haven't sought any independent advice on that.
I think our advice was very clear.
Could you table that advice for us, please?
I will take that on notice.
Why do you need to take that on notice? I mean, you can answer it on notice, but I'm asking, are you taking on notice whether you will give us the advice or not?
Senator, I'd like to turn my mind to whether the matters of legal professional privilege.
So whether you're seeking...
Yes.
Whether you keep it secret?
Well, Senator, legal professional privilege is an important reason why legal advice is kept internally focused. So
that's not a reason.
There are...
the Chair has taken it on notice. She's entitled to consider whether she makes a public interest immunity claim, and
Indeed.
one of the elements of that may be the nature of the advice. And
But I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Are you making a public interest immunity claim, or are you...
No, she's taken it on notice.
No, I understand that. Is she taking on notice whether she even answers the question, or is she taking on notice answering the question?
You asked for the advice. It's not a question.
Well, it was a question to provide the advice.
Senator, I'm taking on notice the question about whether to provide the advice.
Okay. Could I ask you some questions about telecommunications and the spectrum of the big three telcos, please? I've asked you previous questions about this, Ms O'Loughlin, and each time you haven't been able to give fulsome answers. I'm hoping that today you can give a bit more information. Where are we up to with the spectrum licences?
Senator, I'm not quite sure I haven't given fulsome answers in previous discussions. Where we're up to with the spectrum licences is that we issued our preferred views on those licences in December last year. You are still... so you've advised government that not to go to auction? We've made public our preferred views, and that's our preferred view.
And that view has gone to the minister, or what's the process there?
It's been made public. They are our preferred views.
Mm-hmm. And has the government responded?
There is no requirement for the government to respond. We have put out our preferred views. In terms of the process of the renewal of expiring spectrum licences, we are consulting at the moment on the price of that, the fair market price of that spectrum. That's a consultation process that's out publicly at the moment as
because you're not going, because you don't want to go to auction, so therefore you have to come up with what the fair price is.
Senator, we believe that it is in the public interest to renew these licences, and that's our preferred view.
Even if providers are doing a shoddy job at it?
I'll take that as a comment, Senator.
How are you going to determine what a fair market price is?
I will pass over to Mr Brearley and his colleagues to go through that process.
Michael Brearley, General Manager of the Communications Infrastructure Division. We've engaged a range of consultants, and we're undertaking a international benchmarking exercise to determine a fair market rate for those licences.
Which consultants have you engaged?
Mr Crofts can take you through. We've got a couple.
Robert Crofts, Executive Manager, Spectrum Allocations Licensing and Policy Branch. We have, I think, 9 consultants that we've engaged so far over the course of this project. On pricing, there are, I believe, 7 of those are on pricing. We've engaged Plum Consulting, Ian Martin Advisory, and both of those we engaged multiple times. Frontier Economics and .econ. So we've engaged Plum Consulting twice on pricing and Ian Martin Advisory 3 times.
And how much of these consultants costed?
For the valuation, for the pricing, it has been $370,000, $370,225.50.
And that's to who?
Plum Consulting, Ian Martin Advisory, Frontier Economics and .econ.
So all together?
Yes.
They've all had a piece of that, 375,
that is
70...
$370,000, yes.
Yeah, okay. The licence, is there a current price by which ACMA is predicting is fair at this stage? Like last time we spoke, you were talking about giving companies like Optus a cut price extension.
No, so we weren't talking about a cut price, we were talking about a fair price. So our preliminary prices, our updated preliminary prices for renewal of all ESLs held by the mobile network and NBN Co is $7.34 billion. So that's more than the upper end of our previous estimates. And that's mainly because through the consultation process that we went through, we had additional evidence provided to us about other international benchmarks that we should take into account, which we have done so. And then that's the process that we're undergoing at the moment through an additional consultation process.
So is that what you value the spectrum at?
That's what we consider would be a fair market price for the range of spectrum available under these expiring spectrum licences.
So in totality?
That's correct, Senator.
So how much of that spectrum would Optus currently hold?
I don't know whether I don't think we've done that analysis.
We can tell you answers in terms of bands as opposed to megahertz. So Optus has holdings in the 700, in terms of what's in this process, the 700 megahertz band, the 1800 megahertz band, 2 gigahertz, 2.3, 2.5 and 3.4.
And out of that $7.34 billion, how much is that worth at a fair price?
We currently have Optus at $1.89 billion.
That's what that's your current valuation of what all of their licensed spectrum is?
Across all those bands.
Across all those bands.
And what did they pay last time?
Over the course of, I think it's about 10 odd years, through a range of kind of allocation processes, auctions, renewals, and other processes, they've paid $1.72 billion in nominal terms.
Senator Hanson-Young, 1 minute.
So, yeah.
Thanks.
That doesn't even take in inflation, does it?
No, it does not.
So they'd be getting a cut price in real terms.
Senator, the work that we have done on the international benchmarking, which is the basis for the work that the team has done, and the peer review process we've been through recognises that over the last 10, 15 years, spectrum prices internationally have fallen significantly. So that is why that is partly what's influenced our assessment of what would be a fair market price today, rather than the prices that might have been paid through previous administrative process or previous auction processes. Mr. Crofts?
Yeah, if I can also add to the Chair's answer, Senator. I think if you look beyond the headline figures, there's a more complex story. So some of the low band spectrum, which in the early years of this was kind of very highly valued, very useful for coverage across the country, and some of the kind of only bands available early on. We've seen significant decreases in that, in the order of 39 to 55%. But the mid-band spectrum, which is what is used more for 5G and more data-intensive processes, that has seen much more significant changes in value in the order of beyond 400%, according to our model.
So what's the incentive of a big telco like Optus to improve their service when they get to pay less for the same access, to keep the same customers, to sell the same products? What's the incentive?
Senator, as we explained, our pricing is based on international benchmarking and what has happened across those spectrum bands over years. We believe we've come to a fair market price for those different bands and those different spectrum. We've also been asked previously around whether or not through this process, this spectrum licence process, whether other matters should be considered, including things like coverage. We believe under the RADCOMS Act that the licences that we provide really don't lend themselves to that, and any matter in terms of improved coverage or improved service would be a matter for government and would be through the Telecommunications Act licence conditions, not the spectrum licences for which we're responsible. And we expect that that's an ongoing conversation with the government from various people who are asking the government to consider those matters.
Senator Hand.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll have to move the call, but I'll come back to you. Senator Smith or Henderson? Who am I going to? Senator Smith, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for officials for being available. Can you just update the committee in regards to the status of your review in regards to the 18th of September Optus outage?
Certainly, Senator. So where we're at the moment is that we're undertaking investigations in a number of areas against a number of different instruments. So there's the fundamental instrument called the Telecommunications Emergency Call Service Determination, which is the primary determination that puts the obligations on carriage service providers and carriers to provide 000. And then there are other newer obligations in terms of the Customer Communications for Outages Industry Standard, which is the obligations put in place to notify customers, the public and relevant stakeholders. And then we're also looking at some requirements under the Emergency Call Service Requirements Industry Code. We have issued notices to Optus. We've received an extensive amount of information following those requests, and we expect to move that investigation forward as quickly as possible. I don't have a final date for you, but I can tell you that is one of our highest priorities of the authority currently. So I'll ask my colleagues if they want to add anything to that. Thank you.
So while I appreciate there's not a exact date or an expected date for completion, what quarter of the year are you working towards? We're in the first quarter now.
Senator, I can't really indicate that at this moment, given where we're at in the investigation and the complexity of the information that's been provided to us. I can only assure you that we are proceeding as quickly as we possibly can with this investigation, and we will make it public as soon as we have come to our conclusions.
Are you engaging any external experts to assist you in the examination of the material that Optus has provided?
No, Senator, we're not.
How many staff are dedicated to this investigation?
I might need to take that on notice, Senator, because there's our line area staff and also our legal team, so I might just... Probably under 10.
Senator Kathy Rains for General Manager Consumer Division. I think the hesitation there is that many of our investigators are carrying more than one investigation. What I can assure you and the committee is that the work on this investigation is our highest priority. Certainly there are at least, I think, 3 staff who have it at, if you like, the top of their to-do lists to action it so that we can provide advice to the authority.
But that also involves not only just staff, but the senior management of that staff in terms of escalation and also the engagement of the authority, which is intense.
So the intensity is going to be maintained over many months?
Indeed.
That's correct, Senator.
Excuse my ignorance, but isn't it more efficient to be working to a deadline and then be seeking an extension of a deadline?
Senator, what I'm saying to you is...
You understand the point that I'm making.
Yes, but investigations are always very difficult to put a deadline against because you may, for example, and I'm not saying in this case this is the case, but in some of our investigations we may need to go back and seek additional information from the company, and we have that quite a lot, I'd have to say, where we don't consider that we have sufficient information. We also may, depending on our investigative processes, recognise that, again, there might be new material or further material that would enhance our consideration of the matter. And also in some circumstances, again not here, but in some circumstances we may need to seek additional information if, for example, we want to pursue something in the court. So it really is a matter of working through those issues before we can come to a conclusion.
How would you characterise Optus's cooperation thus far?
I think they have been very strongly cooperative in this process.
And you haven't found it necessary to go back to them seeking large amounts of information, or Optus hasn't?
Not at this stage, Senator, but we're still working through the information that we have.
Right. And Optus hasn't found it necessary to bring forward any updated information based on perhaps sort of lack of thoroughness in the original information they might have provided you?
No, Senator. So certainly to date, they've provided the information fully that we had requested from them. Optus has not come to us since and said, they have further information that they wish to provide or amendments to any of that. So I think what the Chair was referring to there is that if it is fairly common, albeit not inevitable in our investigations, that the analysis we do on that material then prompts the need for us to make further inquiries and elicit further information to inform the conclusions.
And at what level is ACMA engaged? At what level are you engaged with Optus?
Well, so my level. There are a number of people, but this fits within my division, and I'm responsible for oversighting that investigation, so we can get advice to the authority. But I deal with Optus very regularly.
So the ACMA investigation in Optus is a high priority.
Yes,
it's very high priority.
Senator, just to your previous point about additional information, while we have not necessarily sought, obviously. Optus itself released the independent investigation done by Dr Kerry Schott back in December, which also looks at the circumstances, goes through what the independent reviewer sees as the circumstances. So we're also looking at that review to see whether that is consistent or inconsistent with the data we're getting. So that's also an important piece for us to take into account in the investigation.
What observations would you make about the SHOT review?
I think it was a very comprehensive and well-conducted review. I think what surprised me was that the SHOT review uncovered quite a lot of failures in internal risk management, both at each stage of risk management, your initial stage, your escalated stage and your independent audit. I think that was surprising in such a large organisation. So that would be, there were other matters in there that were consistent with our observations, but I think that one was something that Optus really need to look very carefully at and was surprising to us.
I'm happy to be corrected, but I think that was a line of inquiry from some senators when they were interrogating Singtel officials at our Optus inquiry as well. What, if any, verbal updates have you provided to government?
Senator, we from time to time we provide sort of status updates to the Minister's office in terms of where we're at in the process of our investigation. Those don't go to the substance of the matter. The substance of the matter in terms of our analysis and what that might where that might lead in terms of conclusions around non-compliance or not, are purely matters for the authority and are not shared outside of the ACMA.
How many status updates has ACMA provided to the Minister?
I'd have to take that on notice. It would. I'm confident in saying it'd be under half a dozen since the investigation opened in late September.
Do you provide them under your own initiative, or does the Minister's office and or the department request them?
We've tended to provide them under our own initiative, Senator. So that might be, update on process, i.e. 521 notices have been sent to Optus and 521 notices have been responded to. So it's very much that process stuff.
Understand. Yes, if you could, on notice, just identify the number of status updates that have been provided, and if you're able to, which ones you initiated and which may have been requested by the Minister or her office. Does the ACMA investigation have a formal terms of reference?
No, Senator. Our investigation is against those pieces of the law that I described earlier.
Yep, and I identified three.
Yes.
The instrument that you're throwing. The review into the 18th of September Optus outage, is that going to capture any other Optus outages?
No, well, that particular investigation isn't, Senator. We have a separate investigation open into an outage around the Dapto area in New South Wales. Yep. So that is progressing sort of largely in parallel, although with slightly lesser priority. Yep.
Have ACMA sought any additional resourcing for this investigation?
Not for this investigation, Senator, although in MyEFO the government did allocate additional funding to us over the forward estimates, and that takes into account the number of new regulatory responsibilities that have been introduced around 000, but also the new role of the 000 custodian, who can also request us to do things like directions to the industry. So it really is, it's increasing our resources across the board on these 000 matters.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The Optus outage has sort of brought to life what might loosely be called device issues. What approach has ACMA been taken, is ACMA taking to these sort of device issues that have sort of been exposed as a result of the Optus and other outages? Samsung comes to mind. Are you dealing with them in in a way separate to each specific inquiry, or will they be captured within each inquiry? Because, of course, I'm assuming, rightly or wrongly, there might be some generic issues.
Yeah, so Senator, if I can just start by, there are a number of device matters that we're dealing with. The 18th of September Optus outage is actually a matter that didn't relate.
Correct.
It was
That's
a
right.
pure network
That's right,
outage
yep.
that related to the access to 000.
That's right, yep.
That said, there are some further matters related to TPG services, one around the Wentworth Falls area and one around the Ingleburn area, where there are device compatibility or accessibility issues in question, and both of those are subject to a formal investigation by us. I think device issues probably came particularly to the fore with the then upcoming closure of the 3G networks in Australia. And as a result of the analysis around that, the then Minister had directed us to amend the emergency call services determination to require what's colloquially called blocking of devices that would not be able to reach 000 if the user tried to do that. There were a number of devices blocked to coincide with the closure of the 3G networks by Telstra and Optus in late October 2024. Then, and those obligations are they're ongoing. They're not specific to that the particular VoLTE-related issues that came to light during the 3G closure process. We have since, of course, become aware in October last year of the Samsung device issues, and then I think as it was last week or the week before, obviously there's some matters came up around certain Apple iPhones. So from the ACMA's perspective, our primary focus is which of those raise compliance issues, and where it looks to us like a telco has not met their obligations to block those phones. We can and do open investigations into those matters. That said, the device issues is a very simple way of explaining what is a complex sort of interoperability connection that needs to work for people to get access through to 000. And I think some of these have shown up for us that they've shown up that the blocking obligations we've got in place probably need to be looked at to see whether or not they're properly calibrated for the range of issues that are coming up through devices. So some of which relate to firmware updates, some relate to software updates, some relate to how devices are connecting to and then transiting through the various networks in there. And we're in discussion with the 000 custodian as we try and unpack what that looks like and whether or not there's further advice that we need to provide to government on whether some adjustments to that regime might be worth considering.
These device issues, are they a global phenomenon? Are other jurisdictions going through a similar experience?
It's a very interesting question, Senator, and we expect it is probably the case, but we haven't really looked into it. I think as Ms Rainsford said, this sort of came to light very much in the 3G closure, where we found, the networks found that there were hundreds of thousands of phones that would not be able to connect at all after 3G closure because they were reliant on the 3G network. The Samsung devices, what we found is that they also were falling back to TPG 3G networks in emergency call services where that network didn't exist anymore. So we think there are probably similar issues internationally. I think what's possibly unique in the Australian environment is the new requirement that networks must find out those devices on their networks and let people know that there's an issue with them, and then to proceed to encourage people to update or replace their phones, and then blocking. So I think that approach is quite different to what we've seen internationally.
Does the investigation, just two more lines of question, does the investigation does the investigation just involve a desktop analysis, reading documentation that has been provided to you, or does ACMA go and interview individuals?
In terms of the 18th of September investigation, our role is to look again of the circumstances against the rules that we expressed previously. So we don't have a role in dealing directly with people who may have been affected.
The report gets concluded. Do you share a draft of that report with Optus?
Not necessarily.
But you may.
It will depend on what that finds, and indeed where, if we do, what contraventions are made.
And based on your exchange with Senator Pocock, I'm assuming that the media release you issue with your report won't be shared with Optus?
I think that would be the case. It also depends, Senator, what the next stage is. I mean, obviously we're looking at compliance at the moment, but then if we do find contraventions, then we need to turn our attention to enforcement, and that may... Our 2022 investigation of the Optus data breach, the big Optus data breach, which affected so many Australians, has gone through a process of looking at compliance, looking at enforcement options, and that is currently before the courts, and we expect it will not be heard until possibly the middle of next year. So that process is ongoing, but obviously subject to the timing of the court.
And the report is made available to government, to the Minister, the same time it's publicly available?
That would be my expectation, yes.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Pocock.
Chair, I had some further questions about the ACMA sharing media releases with companies that you're meant to be regulating, and this is again reported in the ABC by Michael Atkin and Alison Branley. I understand that you sent the draft media release to Commonwealth Bank, and then someone and CBA, let's talk about what actually happened. CBA was caught pushing rewards programs, insurance, credit and loan products and bank promotions onto millions of customers, including some who'd never consented to them or had removed it, and some who couldn't actually unsubscribe from these marketing materials. It's reported that a staff member from the bank's legal team called a senior ACMA executive. I'm interested who was called.
I believe there were several conversations between the CBA and ACMA staff, and indeed I had at least one conversation.
Mm-hmm. Which other senior executives spoke to CommBank?
Look, I would have to take that on notice.
Anyone else here talk to
nobody
CommBank?
else at the table.
And how was the decision made to delay your media release until after their AGM?
There are a range of factors that go into the ACMA deciding when media releases go out, including other priorities on the ACMA's agenda, and the fact is, in this matter, CBA made the request and the ACMA considered it not unreasonable.
Mr. Fenton, that's ludicrous. This is the biggest fish you've ever landed as a regulator, and you're telling me that CommBank biggest company in the country says to you, hey, reckon you could delay this till after our AGM? Could be a bit of a bad look, and you say, well, yeah, probably. We can do that for you. Who had the final sign-off to delay your media release until after CommBank's
I expect
AGM?
It was the authority. I think it was put in terms of the availability of CBA senior management on the day of the release.
Who cares? That's not...
Senator...
That's their problem.
Senator Hanson-Young.
And Senator, we did not think it was unreasonable at the time. Obviously, and we also had other releases going out on the same day, and obviously we accept the criticism that's been made.
And you didn't discuss the fact that this enormous company was asking you to delay a media release where you had found very serious breaches till after the AGM, and you didn't think as the regulator, one, probably a bit fishy, two, if we do it, could be a bad look if people find out. Surely that is part of your discussion as a senior management team, as the regulator, that we're all relying on you, and here we find time after time, you find someone's done something wrong, slap them on the wrist and say, well, here's the media release, and they say, could you edit this? Sure. Or, hey, could you delay this till after our AGM? Might be a little bit uncomfortable.
Senator...
Why is that happening, Chair?
We in those circumstances, we didn't think it was unreasonable. It was also a matter of the priorities we had in terms of releases going out.
Sorry, Chair, how is this not the biggest priority you have? This is Commonwealth Bank.
There were a number of other activities that week. We accept your criticism.
Did you sign off on the delay till after the AGM?
I would expect that the authority did, from memory. I can't remember.
So who's the authority and who's the chair?
The chair and the authority members.
So you signed off on it?
I can't remember, but I would expect it was something I made a decision on or was asked to make a call on for the team.
And what do you say to CommBank shareholders who accuse you of knowingly denying them the ability to ask questions of a company that they've invested in that you have taken action against?
Well, Senator, we've taken on board the criticism. I think CommBank released statements to the ASX in regard to it.
After their AGM?
After their AGM, that's correct. We'd take on board the criticism and we'll consider that in improving our processes. I would say, though, that none of this impacts on the very significant penalty that we applied to CommBank in these circumstances.
But Chair, this reflects terribly on you and the ACMA. You tell this to any Australian, just these two examples. I hope there's not more, but there's probably more. They would say, that's not a regulator. That is someone who...
Senator, we've taken strong regulatory action against the CBA. I take on board your criticisms. That is something that we are absolutely aware of, and we're changing our processes accordingly.
Do you take accountability for this? Like, I'm just so concerned.
I'm happy to take accountability for it, Senator, and I'm happy to inform you that I've ordered a review across the organisation of the way we process these matters, and we will change our processes. Okay, but I'm happy to take that accountability.
Will this review be made public, or how will we sort of know what processes are in place?
We don't intend to make it public. I think it will be made public by the approaches that we make going forward. I'm happy to take on notice to give you a bit more information about what we're proposing, if that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Hanson-Young.
Ms O'Loughlin, you've said to Senator Pocock that going forward this isn't going to be the practice. Of course, we've seen the example with CommBank, with Sportsbet, with radio stations, with Optus and Telstra. How many times did this have to be revealed before you thought it wasn't a good idea to get the companies you regulate, to sign off on your homework?
Senator, we didn't ask people to sign off on our homework. We were merely going through a procedural fairness process of advising those companies on which we were making public statements of the facts of what would be in the release. Various people came back to us wanting to change tone. We didn't. Some people identified, as I've mentioned previously, that there needed to be some corrections around things like company names. We felt at the time that the process we were taking under the obligations under the law and the general obligations for procedural fairness were appropriate. We take the criticisms that have been put to us on board, and we will change our processes accordingly. So
what will the process be now?
Well, I expect, Senator, we will not be giving people an opportunity to check any full press releases.
And draft reports?
It will depend. It will depend on what the report is and what it's directed to. Sorry, investigation reports, we do tend to, under, as I said, things like Section 180 of the Broadcasting Services Act, provide draft investigation reports to, for example, the broadcasters, for them to provide additional information and evidence back to us. So it will depend on the report and it will depend on the process under which we're undertaking the investigation.
So, of course, January last year, so 12 months ago, you allowed Optus to sign off on a press release before you issued the statement in relation to the fine that they were slapped on the wrist with. And in relation to Senator Smith, you said that won't happen this time. I just want 100% confirmation. Optus are not going to get a draft copy of the investigation report from September 18 and they won't be getting a copy of the press release.
Senator, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but it is usually good practice where an investigation report may come to findings of allowing procedural fairness with an investigated company to comment on those processes. That does not mean that we change things. It is a process.
Okay, but I understand that, Mr. Lachlan, you keep trying to justify why you've done it so many times in the past, but you're telling us that you won't keep doing it in the future. So either you understand that it was wrong,
Senator,
or you're asking, or you're asking us to just kind of move on, gloss over.
No, Senator. I'm reflecting on the criticism, particularly around media releases.
So Optus will not be given the heads up of what is in the investigation report before it's published.
In terms of the report, Senator, we're obliged under procedural fairness to provide that opportunity. What I'm saying is that in terms of media releases, we will not be providing that opportunity in the future.
Okay. When is the investigation and the report due in relation to the September 18 outage?
Senator, as we discussed with Senator Smith earlier, I can't give you a date on that. That will depend on the processes that we currently have underway, which is a very high priority for us.
Last time we asked you this, you said you needed to make sure the shot review was completed. That's completed. That's out.
That's correct.
And that's been out for 2 months now. So how much longer do you think this is going to take?
As we said we advised Senator Smith, it will take as long as it takes, given the process that we have to go through and given that we're looking at compliance with 3 separate pieces of law, and we will move as quickly as we can. We've done a huge amount of work on this investigation to date. We've had significant information provided to us by Optus. We now have the shot report, and we will move forward as quickly and expeditiously as we can.
The new legislation that passed at the end of last year, or in November, that increased the fines on telcos to $30 million, is that being considered in the investigation?
No, Senator, the changes to the relevant act, which sets the penalties for breaches of the emergency call services determination, increased the potential civil penalties to $30 million per contravention for contraventions from 31st of October 2025 onwards. So in terms of the 18th of September, So
they get to squib it. What's the maximum penalty you can slap on Optus for the September 18 outage?
Oh, Senator, that will be a function of whether we find contraventions, and if so,
what is the possible maximum penalty?
We could only give you what's the rate per contravention?
So for breaches of the emergency call services determination, it was two civil penalties of $250,000 per contravention.
Is that per call that fails? What do you describe a contravention as?
So, Senator, we are looking at Optus's compliance with a range of different provisions in the emergency call services determination. So that includes their obligation to maintain their networks, to be able to carry 000 calls, to connect calls, to transit calls, to terminate calls through to the emergency call services determination. We look at each of those against certainly the calls that failed, but our focus is not just on those. It's the broader set of circumstances in there. So as for where we might land in terms of the number of contraventions against each of those provisions is still under consideration through our analysis.
When you've spoken to us before, you've admitted that there were failings within ACMA itself in relation to the September 18.
Senator, I think what we reflected on was having been given information from Optus and then having complete radio silence from Optus for more than 24 hours, that our processes should have kicked in to make more calls into Optus to find out what was going on. And we've reflected on that. I would say that I think one of the critical changes since that time has been the establishment of the 000 custodian. And as they indicated this morning, they're taking a very active and real time.
My question was actually, you have acknowledged that there was failings within ACMA to be proactive. You've previously accepted that in this committee.
The failing that we talked about was that we should have followed up.
A lack of proactiveness.
Yes, that's right.
You said you were going to review your own practices. Have you done that?
Yes,
and can we see the results of that?
Senator, I think we went through this last time, that we reviewed our standard operating procedures. And I think we did this through a question on notice from memory. And we've reviewed those to make sure there's much quicker escalation processes internally. I think also we are working very strongly with the 000 custodian about their role in finding out information in the first instance. And I think that is proving to be a significant improvement for all of us.
Yesterday's Optus outage that impacted, I think the department said it was about 14,000 customers yesterday. Did Optus tell you about that in a timely manner?
So I think, Senator, the reference to the 14,000 related to the Apple issue that affected Telstra customers.
It was more like 100,000, wasn't it?
So Optus's, so certainly Optus contacted us as well as the custodian. At least, well, certainly we had two separate phone calls. One of those was to me yesterday to let us know what they were seeing, what they were doing about that. So.
How many customers do you understand were impacted?
So we haven't had direct advice from Optus on that at this time. So I've seen the media reports, but
I think the custodian raised that this morning, that was still matters that they were liaising with Optus.
Did you ask Optus yesterday when they called?
Yes, I did ask, and at the time the person I was talking to said it was still under that Optus, the relevant technical staff, were working with their partner Ericsson to understand what was happening and what the impact was. But they were certainly aware that there are a number of their customers whose devices were going into SOS mode, confirmed that meant that mode does not affect that user's ability to contact 000 if they wanted.
It's still, it's still an impact on their customers, though.
Yes, it does. Yes.
So what's the process if 100,000 people are impacted as customers because as Optus customers? We just think that's a blip? Or what's the recourse for them?
Well, Senator, consistent with our role, we will continue to work with both the custodian and to understand where Optus has got to make an assessment about whether this raises questions about their compliance with the regulatory framework, and if that raises concerns, we will open an investigation.
And when will we know that? I mean, this happened yesterday. You're fronting estimates today. I'm just amazed you don't have a bit more information.
Well, Senator, at this point in time, we have a limited amount of information. There's certainly nothing in what I heard which causes me to immediately think there has been compliance issues, but there will certainly be further inquiries before we finalise any view around that.
Can I ask you to take on notice? I'd like to know how many customers you understand have been impacted, how long they were impacted for, and what the recourse for customers may be that service was not available for them. Seeing as they're still being charged for that service.
Senator, happy to take it on notice. I'm not sure we had that information at the moment. But
it's your job to get it. You're the regulator.
But we will acquire such information as we can do before we respond to your question on notice.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms O'Loughlin, good afternoon. I wanted to ask you about the new SMS sender ID register. So under the new scheme, businesses are required to register the text sender name with you, is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And how many businesses have registered to date?
I do have that. I think we do have that data, Senator. I'll just, while my colleague is looking for it. So we're going through a process of trying to get information out as broadly as possible to all the organisations that we think may need to register through the SMS ID register. So there's the telecommunication companies themselves. They also are looking to communicate with their customers to get them informed. But separately, we've been writing, for example, to all Commonwealth government agencies, all industry associations that we can turn our mind to raise the awareness that the sender ID will be coming in mid-year, and to making sure as many organisations as possible have the opportunity to sign up before the register comes into play.
Thank you, Chair.
Or I'm also seeking how many unique sender names have been approved as well?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So as at the 4th of February, we had 1,163 sender IDs registered across 901 different entities, if you like. So one entity might have used more than one sender ID. And we had 1,436 which were in the process, like they'd been lodged and were being reviewed to see whether they met the conditions for requirement.
So I understand from an article in the Fin Review on the 20th of December last year that the system was supposed to do identity checks before approval was issued by ACMA, but the register went live with only a basic setting which required the name and the email address. Is that correct?
So, Senator, the register is not live at the moment. It will go live on the 1st of July. What is happening at the moment is the preparatory work to get the telcos who are responsible for part of the chain to send SMSs through onto the system, and to get the sender IDs registered so that when the system goes live on the 1st of July, all of the settings are in place so that any non-registered sender IDs will not land as, well, effectively impersonation scams in people's SMS threads.
So did the register go live at any point in time?
No.
And so what ID checks are required before an entity can register?
Do you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. The rules that the ACMA have made require robust identity checks, authentication, and there are several levels to this. But one is a digital ID check that establishes the person who is registering is who they say they are, and that's under a government program, essentially.
Yeah, look, can I just cut to the chase here?
Yeah.
Because my understanding is that people were able to register their name with either a false email or a false name. And after this was reported in the media, it was then corrected. Is that the case?
That's correct, Senator. So how you get into the ID register is through a general application that's used across the ACMA called ACMA Assist. So that covers all our licensing and a whole range of other things. And that only had a basic verification process to it. For the sender ID register, alongside that, there are other processes that needed to go through. But it was pointed out to us that it wasn't requiring documentary information, which was the intent of it. So we've upgraded the system to require that. And as we've indicated, that's well in advance of the system going live.
So anyone could register any name up until you corrected it, Mickey Mouse or the like, as was pointed out in this article.
And then people need to re-verify. So we've gone out to
what
everybody.
have you done about those entities or names that have been registered without the appropriate verification?
Sorry, Senator. We've gone out to everybody in that ACMA Assist process and required that they re-verify their documentation.
So how many fake names were picked up and removed from the register?
I think the process will be, now we've put in place that people need to re-verify, that will eliminate those names on there that aren't verified.
But can I just ask, you've corrected the way that people can sign up. You've toughened the ID requirements, the verification requirements. So how many individual names have been removed which were not genuine names or fake names or emails?
So Senator, I think firstly I'd say this was one level of verification. Once a user had got through the initial ACMA Assist piece, before a sender ID could be registered, there are additional checks that are built into the system, including things like over to the Australian Business Register, that need to be met before before a sender ID can be registered. That said,
so is it fair to say that?
But hang on a minute. There were fake names registered. So what I'm trying to understand is how many of those fake names have now been removed?
Senator, can I just clarify? So the incident that you were talking about was only about that very basic sign-up. It did not go through the additional processes that are required.
No, I understand that, but given the reports of fake names,
we will take it on notice. I certainly don't have the figures with us.
No, my understanding is, so we're also doing an additional level of manual sort of assurance against any IDs that were registered before that change to the level of verification went in place, and we have the powers we need if we identify that any sender IDs were fraudulently or erroneously or without the right sort of characteristics registered. But we haven't identified any to date. It's an ongoing process, but we will be checking all of them.
Right. So what time frame have you provided to get this right before it goes live?
So, Senator, we're certainly, we've done the testing so that we are satisfied that the additional level of identity verification through ACMA Assist is in place. That's been there since the 29th of January. The team is working through the additional assurance on those matters which came through ahead of that time, and that will be, it will certainly be completed before the 30th of June when the ahead of the register going live on the 1st of July.
All right, could I just ask for a copy of any briefings or correspondence in relation to this matter? And I just wanted to also ask if there were any briefings provided to the Minister or the Department about what's happened here.
We're happy to take that on notice, Senator.
You don't recall whether you told anyone?
I think we certainly briefed the department and the Minister's office that we'd been alerted to this issue and what we were doing about it, but we can provide details of that on notice along with the other things you've requested.
If you could provide the details of those, any meetings, correspondence, meeting notes, email, correspondence.
We'll take that on notice. I think the issue came up through the media process, identified by somebody who had signed on. We met with that person to understand the concerns. So some of this would have been in the context of us responding to those inquiries, but we're very happy to take your question on notice.
So who in ACMA signed off? Yeah, no, I'll be very quick. I'm almost finished.
Thank you.
Who in ACMA signed off on this original setup such that fake names could be registered?
Senator, I will take that on notice. I think it seems to have arisen in an update done some quite considerable time ago from what I remember the circumstance. So I will take that on notice. And as I said, it was partly because the ACMA Assist process goes much broader than this. I'm happy to take it on notice and respond to your question.
So has everything been fixed now? So I understand it was fixed on the 29th of January?
The 29th of January fixed the original problem.
Okay, so you've now got these additional layers of ID verification before anyone can register.
That's right. So there's the requirement for documentation.
If just on notice, if you could provide the details of that fix, the technical details, I would be grateful.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. On that note, I'm able to say thank you to the officials of ACMA. You've taken a number of questions on notice, and there's a time for the return of that, but we appreciate your attendance and your evidence here today and the work that sits behind it, among, I'm sure, many of your colleagues as well. I now call officers from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. I understand they're making their way down, so we will suspend for a minute or two until they're here. Please, broadcasting. Broadcasting. I now call officers from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Welcome Mr. Hugh Marks, Managing Director. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. It's great to be able to make a brief statement. I'm pleased to report the ABC continues to post strong audience figures across all of our platforms. We reach more Australians than any other media organisation across digital news, free-to-air television, free on-demand television and audio streaming. I'm also pleased to report the ABC is the most trusted media brand according to the Roy Morgan Risk Monitor and the most trusted news brand according to the Digital News Report Australia 2025 by Canberra Uni's News and Media Research Centre, with both trust in the ABC and value to the Australian community strengthened since FY25, and that accords with our own internal numbers that we've been tracking. But we know that audience figures and trust are only two measures of performance. National institutions such as the ABC have important wider civic responsibilities. Bringing Australians together is a responsibility that's the core of our role as the national public broadcaster, and one we must continue to invest in and deliver to. Strengthening community engagement, creating shared experiences and encouraging respectful dialogue is vital to our democracy. For the ABC, that must mean being open to a diversity of ideas, listening to community feedback and playing an important role in fostering harmony and social cohesion in our great country. This is particularly so when there's a growing tendency towards polarisation in the media and society generally. So the ABC must play a leadership role. That means providing a public space for a greater exchange of ideas, being prepared to listen and better understand each other and to hear different perspectives. And that's why I was particularly pleased that we're able to announce the launch of a new discussion program, National Forum, with the first program to be in March. It'll be a program that brings together ordinary citizens, community leaders, experts and policymakers to discuss issues of national significance. It'll be a public square, healthily pluralistic, which aims to elevate discussion on important issues affecting Australia. It is because some conversations can be difficult that as a nation we can't shy away from discussing them. Importantly, drawing on factually accurate information and being impartial in the focus of exploration, which are both core tenets of our Charter. The first forum will focus on the lives of Jewish Australians, including issues arising from the Bondi terrorist attack, and I hope, if it's a success, there will be more to follow soon. And that also this is not the only new addition to our slate that enables these sorts of discussions. We must also remember that while the ABC must play a leadership role in facilitating discussions of issues of importance to the nation, we also have an equally important role to play in serving and connecting Australians and communities, delivering content that is a source of entertainment, comfort, familiarity to Australians, and that provides timely information, especially in times of need. There was no greater example of this recently than the ABC's coverage of the numerous emergency events across the country. I myself spent the day listening to and watching the ABC's coverage of the Victorian bushfire emergency, and I was tuned into ABC Central Victoria, and by all measures it was excellent. We have a really excellent slate of television content to share with audiences this year, which I'm increasingly proud of, which will be helped by the additional investment the ABC received this year, which I hope to make some exciting announcements about soon. Thank you, and obviously happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Before I go there, I'll just take this opportunity to formally release officers from the National Archives. So thank you for those in attendance, and you are excused with the committee's thanks. I'll now go to Senator Henderson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Mr Marks and all, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your attendance today. I wanted to start by asking you about the Australian documentary Silenced. The ABC appears to be a funder of this documentary. Are you aware of it, which premiered at the Sundance Film Festival?
I'm aware of the documentary, Senator. I have not seen it. It was, I guess, a co-operation across multiple broadcasters, and we were not the originating broadcaster, but a participant in the production.
So what arrangements have you made in relation to the broadcast of the documentary here in Australia?
I'm not sure when it's due to be scheduled, Senator, and it will go through, of course, our normal editorial policy review processes before it's telecast.
So the synopsis of the film is, and I quote, "From Amber Heard's public scrutiny to Catalina Ruiz Navarro's fight for press freedom in Colombia, to Brittany Higgins' struggle within Australia's political establishment, Silenced reveals a global pattern. When women speak out, powerful systems move to discredit and punish them." And in one of the Instagram posts, it talks about international human rights lawyer Jennifer Robinson fighting against the weaponisation of defamation laws to silence survivors. So you understand about the premise of the documentary?
Again, Senator, I haven't seen the detail of it. I've seen it on the slate of program that's been acquired. I'm not sure whether we've received the screening copy or whether it's been subject to editorial policy review. I don't know if you're aware, Mr Fang.
I understand that the documentary's gone through the normal processes as it would do with the ABC through its editorial policies. Not aware of when it's to be screened or what else will happen with it before then.
And so what was the internal ABC Screen Australia process to approve funding for the documentary, and how much was provided towards the production of the documentary?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't have that information with me. I'm happy to take it away and see what we can reasonably provide about that.
If there's anyone who could bring that to the table, I would be grateful. Do you know what the total budget of the documentary is?
Again, Senator, we are an acquiring party, so the budget, I don't know if that was a Screen Australia funded production.
Yes, Screen Australia is one of the funders.
Right, okay. We can certainly see what we can reasonably provide.
Did the ABC make any contribution to the Sundance Film Festival premiere at all? Did any of your staff attend?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
So did the ABC, or if you know, Screen Australia, fund for Brittany Higgins or David Shiraz to attend the premiere?
I'm not aware, Senator. Again, we're not in charge of that particular production. That's been produced externally to the ABC. We are a participant, but not the main participant. I'm not aware of the information that you're seeking.
So is there anyone here today who can provide information about the basis on which the ABC decided to acquire the film?
Sure, Senator. I know it's part of our acquisition budget, so it would have been handled by our acquisitions team, but Mr Henman's here. I'll see if there's any extra information that we can garner to share with you today.
So when you're approving the funding or acquisition of a program such as this, do you review the script and the premise for the film and the editorial or story basis for the documentary?
So I can provide general comments, if you like, Senator, without being aware of exactly the process for silence and also without being aware of exactly the arrangements around this particular documentary. Like everything that we do at the ABC, it needs to go through editorial review and there needs to be an editorial owner within the ABC who's across the documentary. I'm not aware of the level of engagement on this particular documentary, but we've got a pretty comprehensive process when it comes to ensuring our independence and that what we're involved in meets our editorial standards.
So the particular concern I have, and the premise of the program being that women are fighting against the weaponisation of defamation laws to silence survivors, you would no doubt be aware that 2 Australian courts have found that Ms Higgins was not silenced and in fact made dishonest claims in asserting that the former West Australian Senator Linda Reynolds and Fiona Brown improperly covered up a rape in Parliament House. 2 courts have now found that that was completely untrue. And, of course, there were defamation proceedings which followed and in one case found obviously very much in favour of Miss Reynolds. So the concern I have that I'm not disputing that, to be absolutely not disputing that at all.
Going after a rape victim is pretty low.
No, excuse me, I am not doing that, Senator, and I would ask if I could just finish my questions. So my concern is the the former
Yeah, it is
Senator
discussed.
Lyndall
It
Reynolds
is absolutely discussed.
and Fiona Brown, who was within minutes of committing suicide after being subjected to these horrendous false allegations that they had both covered up a rape in Parliament House, found to be completely untrue. This appears to be the premise for the documentary insofar as Ms Higgins is concerned. Have you sought to verify what's in this documentary? Have you sought to establish what's in the script, what is claimed, and in fact whether it is defamatory of either Ms Reynolds or Ms Brown?
I haven't seen the script, Senator, but I would assure you that all of the commissioning and the work that goes on with these documentaries will ensure that it meets our editorial standards. A documentary like that, I imagine, will explore some of the issues that you've raised.
So how can you be sure if you haven't looked at the script, Mr Fang? You can't just make a blanket statement like that without checking the facts.
Well, Senator, I know that we have the processes in place to make sure that these documentaries meet our standards.
Well, you failed in relation to this matter and in a very egregious way previously in relation to the broadcast of certain matters before the courts in the National Press Club. So what I'm asking is whether your acquisition of this documentary meets those standards, whether you have considered what's being claimed, because it appears, based on what has been published, is that there are erroneous claims in relation to the former Senator Linda Reynolds and her former Chief of Staff Fiona Brown. Now, Linda Reynolds has told me that the producers of the movie have declined to provide her lawyers with the transcript or the link to the documentary, which is available for streaming in the USA, but it's geo-blocked here in Australia. So, do you have anything further to add in that regard, Mr Fang?
No, Senator, I don't.
So who commissioned this program?
I don't have that information, Senator.
Is it a particular department in your factual department or whatever you call the department?
It's not in my area, Senator. We'd have to go away and find out what we can provide an answer to here.
Given the topic of this documentary was concerned what is a very high-profile political scandal, which is subject to ongoing legal proceedings, I am raising very big alarm bells about this acquisition and about the ABC's due diligence. And Mr Marks, I guess...
Yes, Senator, I can assure you that we will perform all reasonable reviews of the program before running it to ensure that it meets all standards and does not fall foul of the areas that you're suggesting it has the potential to fall foul of. And we will, of course, make sure that that's done.
So the irony is that there is a court judgment that confirms the contrary to what has been claimed in this documentary. Now, I don't have access to the script. I haven't seen... We can't access this documentary. I do know, and it could be completely unrelated, that I think Sarah Ferguson and her husband were in Sundance. Was that for another ABC?
That was for a project that her husband was releasing.
Right, yeah, I assume so, but I just wanted to double check. Is it possible to find out how much has been contributed to this documentary at all in the time while we're... could someone send a message?
Yes, I think Mr Henman, are you working on that? Yep.
So, Mr Marks, I think this might have been before your time, but you're aware that I think the ABC has already made one payment, and I don't know the details, in relation to the broadcast of matters before in relation to this matter. What guarantees can you provide this committee that you're not proposing to broadcast something which is defamatory in this country?
Oh, Senator, we would obviously have a very strong review of any program to ensure it should not be defamatory. So again, I can just assure you that I will ensure that the program, that I make sure that the program has gone through all appropriate editorial reviews before it's broadcast. Again, I haven't seen the script. I've only heard of the treatment. The program is about a number of women around the world, of which Brittany Higgins is one. Again, I understand it deals with important issues, and so it's an appropriate program for us to be acquiring and broadcasting, and we will make sure that we ensure that all appropriate editorial reviews have been conducted.
What about legal reviews?
That would include a legal review of the program.
Well, and I hope that the lawyers involved in reviewing some of your other programs are not involved in reviewing this program, given some of the previous wrong determinations that have been made in relation to matters of defamation.
Senator, we have a great legal team operating at the moment under the direction of a new general counsel, car officer who came from Nine. I think the team are working very effectively at the moment.
Share the call.
Well, I may have further questions about this, but I'm happy to come back to it.
Okay, thank you. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about the Behind the News program that's played in schools. Can I ask what age group the Behind the News classroom program is aimed at? I know there's a Behind the News High, presumably aimed at high school students.
Yeah, obviously there's a couple of different programs. One is obviously targeted at, I guess, what I would call the tween age group, and the Behind the News High is obviously targeted at older children.
So the younger age group, you would say, were teenagers?
10 to 13, yeah.
10 to 13, okay. The program seems to be designed to assist teachers in a classroom setting. Presumably it's designed to be suitable for the youngest children in the age group, which my understanding is potentially as low as 9. Is that the...
Yeah, I'm not sure about 9-year-olds, and I can't give you specifics about how teachers are using the program in aid of their education, but it was important that we have a focus on ensuring that there is news content available for younger Australians so that we increase news literacy at an earlier age in this country to ensure that those children come through with an awareness of things happening in the nation.
Okay. I'd like to refer to the episode 1 of 2026 that featured a lengthy piece on the unrest between US citizens and ICE agents in the US. I've had numerous complaints from constituents that their children have been shown this in class and found it distressing, with some even asking if they or their families are going to be taken away by ICE agents. Do you believe that this content is suitable for 9 or 10-year-olds?
Senator, I'll have to have a look at the program in question that you're asking about and come back to the committee on our views.
But do you believe it would be suitable? I mean...
Well, it could be. I guess it would be looking at the story in question. I mean, certainly making school students aware of things that are happening in global affairs and its impact on families could be something appropriate for children of that age. It would have to be dealt with delicately. I'd have to look at the detail of the program and to be able to give you a proper assessment.
Okay. See, I believe that young children couldn't possibly understand the nuances around those sort of interactions, and it's beyond their years to be able to understand what's actually going on. One of the messages I received was from a recent immigrant family that their child was at home having nightmares about are they going to be taken away by ICE agents. I would suggest it's pretty confronting for young children. I remember Behind the News when I was in high school a long time ago, and it was much more topical and I don't know. I don't remember fully, but I would suggest there was a lot of Australian content, and it was a good way to have exposure to grown-up topics that you wouldn't normally have. But I don't see that children being shown that. And
have you seen it?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was pretty confronting.
It is pretty confronting. I mean, that's what's going on. There's a lot of families that are worrying every night that someone's going to come in and rip them out of their bed.
Senator Hanson.
Do you want to sit over there and I'll ask you a question?
Senators, as I've said numerous times today and across these estimates in the last 6 months, this process works best if there are questions asked from senators to the officials or relevant agencies. Senator Whitten, please continue.
So, given that you're not familiar with the content, you wouldn't be able to tell me how it fits with your directive of impartiality?
I think, Senator, look, it's unfortunately with the way the world is at the moment in communication services, the availability of content to children of all ages, many of these issues are in the face of children already. I guess BTN at its best should be a program that's able to take that content and put it in context in a way that does enable kids to sort of get a better and a broader understanding of how it might affect them or what the relevancy might be in this country or itself. I would hope that would be the ambition of the program, but again, the detail of it we'll have to look at. I don't know if you've got anything to add, Mr. Ving.
Sorry, Senator, I haven't seen the program either. But echo the comments of the managing director. We'd have to have a look at it to have a look and see. The point of BTN is obviously to provide kids with education about things that are happening that are relevant to them and around the world, and that's the intent. And also to work with teachers about what's appropriate for whatever the age group that it's shown to. But we would be concerned if children were upset by the program, so we'd have to take that away and have a look and see what has gone on there.
Would you agree that there are some topics that we should shield young, impressionable minds from?
Of course, Senator. There would be topics that it would be difficult to give the appropriate context for children in a program like that. But again, as I said, unfortunately, we live in an age where children are exposed to this content, whether they like it or not. So having a program that's able to give that some context should be our ambition.
I don't accept that. That children are exposed to that no matter what. Look, some of the children involved are my grandchildren, and they are not exposed to this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not shielded from, they're not wrapped in cotton wool, but there are certain topics that that just aren't appropriate for that age group. And I think it's up to the parents when to maybe introduce some of these things so that they can do it in a balanced way, perhaps. I believe in the idea of having the program, but I think it should be scrutinised much more heavily for the content that is delivered to young children that I don't agree are exposed to all these things.
We will have a look at the program in question.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitten. I'm going to go back to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to pick up on the issue of the Sundance documentary, Mr. Marks, have you been able to obtain any further information?
Our contribution, Senator, looks like it's $340,000, which is 14% of the total budget of $2.5 million. The program's just being released at Sundance. It may have a year-long theatrical window, and I guess it'll be released in America first before it's released in Australia, so I don't know what the implications of that are for its broadcast here, but as I said before, we will ensure that it goes through all appropriate reviews, both from a legal and editorial policy perspective.
Mr. Marks, my concern is that if the premise of the film is that Brittany Higgins and other women were silenced by the weaponisation of defamation laws, in the case of Miss Higgins, that is a false claim. So how, and also potentially very defamatory. So how did this program get through the green light process given the premise of the film?
I think, Senator, there are very, again, you haven't seen the script, I haven't seen the script. My understanding of the project is it deals with matters that are more general in nature around the world, and it's not specific to the particular facts that you're talking about. But again, we will ensure that it goes through all appropriate reviews to ensure that the matters that you are concerned about are not matters that should be addressed, should be a problem in the broadcast of the film.
So could I ask on notice if I could have all documentation in relation to the commissioning of this program, including the funding agreement, the preliminary discussions, any preliminary synopses or scripts? If we could have on notice all relevant documentation, please.
We will see what is there to provide. I guess the one thing I'd also give you some assurance on is often with these bigger international productions, we are not necessarily, the script is not available at the time. It's a process that some parties go through to get funding from different countries around the world for some of these bigger projects. So it would be in those documents, I would imagine, reserving our rights to editorial review and compliance with all relevant laws and policies.
Well, you wouldn't ordinarily acquire a program like this unless it was of interest to your viewers, I assume, and the involvement of Ms Higgins and this notorious case would no doubt be central to the Commissioner's thinking. Do you know how much was contributed by Screen Australia, and I think Screen New South Wales were also funders?
I don't know, unfortunately, Senator, but I'm sure you would agree that the film's topic in general is a matter of some interest to the audience. Obviously.
No, I don't agree, because if this film is making false claims about defamation being used to silence a woman under circumstances where in fact,
Senator Hanson,
under circumstances,
Whitney Higgins had been raped.
Excuse me.
Sorry. Defamation was used against her and others.
So,
Senator Hanson, I will come to you.
I just want to make it clear, I am not in any way reflecting on the terrible incident that happened in this place. I have great empathy for Ms Higgins in relation to the findings of the court, in relation to the sexual assault, but I am disgusted that two innocent women, being the former WA Senator Linda Reynolds and her former Chief of Staff, were improperly implicated in covering up this crime. I say or alleged crime because there is a further appeal underway in relation to Justice Lee's finding, which is before the High Court. But putting that to one side, I am disgusted by the false allegations which have destroyed the lives of these two women for the last 4 years. So I look forward to
I hear your concern, Senator, and we will make sure that the project obviously goes through all appropriate reviews, legal reviews and editorial reviews before broadcast. Obviously, defamation is something that we cannot contemplate. I would imagine that it deals with general topics of women's experiences around the world. Again, I haven't seen the program, so it's not safe to make assumptions. But as I said, we will make sure that the project goes through all appropriate
And I would
reviews.
appreciate if we could get a copy of the production agreement or the funding agreement, because that would ordinarily provide the contributions from all funders.
It would, and it would also hopefully provide, again, I'm assuming, the rights of broadcasters such as ourselves to ensure that all appropriate steps are taken for compliance with law and appropriate editorial policies.
Thank you very much, Mr Marks. I want to move to the issue of the improper use of the character Bluey being used by teachers in New South Wales, where, and I can table this article, which was in the Daily Telegraph or the Sunday Telegraph last Sunday, where the character Bluey is holding up a sign saying, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." This is an article entitled "Play Lunch, Then Intifada: Students being taught to hate Israel in secret lessons." Now, clearly, Bluey is a much-loved character. Have you taken any action in relation to the misuse, the appalling misuse of the intellectual property in this character?
Yeah, I only became aware of this briefly earlier today. The matter is in discussion with the person who's got the rights to Bluey, which I think is the BBC, in terms of actions as to what we will do in relation to this matter. Obviously, it has no involvement or endorsement by the ABC, and we're as horrified as you are with the use of the character's image or costume.
And so you've sought further clarification or...
We're obviously ensuring what action can be taken in relation to this misuse of the property.
Because doesn't it also breach your rights here in Australia?
It doesn't breach our broadcast licence.
No.
It breaches the intellectual property of those, the intellectual property rights holders in the character Bluey, which is obviously both the original producers, the creating that, who are based in Queensland, and the funders and IP owners of Bluey, which, as we've spoken about before, unfortunately we are not one.
So you don't have any rights in relation to the reproduction of the image of Bluey in this country?
To the extent that it may have created a false impression of endorsement by or by the ABC, there may be some rights, but the most appropriate and immediate action is a breach of intellectual property.
Yes, okay. Just more broadly, the loss of the rights of the Bluey program is a devastating blow to the ABC, given that this is probably $1 billion juggernaut. Can you briefly explain why the ABC didn't protect those rights, given it was one of the original, I think it was one of the original co-producers?
Sure, Senator. Look, as you would appreciate, all program funding arrangements, there is nuance that goes to each particular program, and there are various funding windows or responsibilities that happen. In the case of children's programming, there's often what would be called a gap, which you might find as well in a feature film or a television series, and that gap is an advance effectively against an estimation of worldwide licensing or television sales income that might be achieved from any particular property. I wasn't there at the time. I can only assume the decision was made that it wasn't appropriate that the ABC take the risk on that future income. The BBC stepped in and took the risk on that future income, and they've, as a result, received the benefit. Obviously, as we've spoken about, I think we spoke about this in the last estimates, and with the additional money recently that was secured for investment in high-profile premium projects, as we go forward under some of those things, we are looking at where it might be appropriate for the ABC to take additional risk to protect the intellectual property that you referred to in the future.
All right, look, I just want to move now to the issue involving...
Senator Henderson, you've got another minute in this block. Do you want to...
Oh, look, I might come back to that.
Come back to it?
I'll come back to that issue then.
Senator Hanson, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today. I've got a bunch of questions on different topics, but I firstly wanted to ask about the order from the National Archives Australia that's been given. So a disposal freeze on anything relating to anti-Semitism, and then the consequence of the message sent from ABC management to your journalists that they can't use apps with disappearing messages like Signal or delete emails. I'm interested to understand, is that using those apps at all and removing any emails, or how do you determine? I'm just, as somebody who believes in, free and fearless journalism, don't want to see journalists being stopped from being able to access important information from sources.
Yeah, I'll ask Mr Fang to start, obviously, because Mr Fang's been involved in detail in the rollout of that particular messaging. So,
Thanks, Senator. So a couple of principles, I suppose. Firstly, we would always seek to protect our confidential sources and to meet our journalistic ethics. But of course, as we should do, we'll cooperate with the Royal Commission. In relation to the particulars of the order, my understanding is that relates to matters which might come up or be part of the Royal Commission, and so for the moment, that's the advice we're giving to staff. I mean, we will have to engage with the Royal Commission in the appropriate way to see how far that extends and what that actually means going forward. But at this stage, we haven't received anything further.
So, just to be clear, journalists have not been directed to not use messaging apps like Signal for other stories or for other conversations, simply for anything that is captured by the Royal Commission terms of reference.
I suppose, well, my response to that would be that we engage in a number of different ways to protect confidential sources, and we will continue to do that. How we do that, what we do behind the scenes, there are a variety of different ways, and we want our journalists to continue to do that to protect whistleblowers and people that come forward, and so that we can continue to do that kind of accountability journalism.
So have you have advice specifically on what sources of information are able to be kept confidential so that journalists can guarantee protection for those that come forward?
So my understanding, and having had conversations internally and with our legal team, is that it's a pretty broad order. But understandably, we would need to have a discussion with the Royal Commission when and if these issues arise about whatever the particular cases might be that they are seeking to have our communications.
So I guess I'm still a little bit confused as to whether news staff, for example, are still permitted to utilise encrypted communications, or does this order and your interpretation as the ABC mean that journalists can't use those applications at all?
No, my understanding is that we will continue to protect our sources as we would do, using the variety of different means that we would, and that would obviously extend beyond that type of messaging app. And my view at the moment is there's nothing to change that. As it relates to the Royal Commission, we'll have to deal with that on a case-by-case basis.
I think, Mr Fang, it's also a reminder to journalists of the fact that relying on services like Signal often is a mistake or folly in terms of the protection of confidential sources, and that there are appropriate steps that journalists should take that are, well documented to do that, and sort of relying on services like Signal aren't really the answer to that question. So it's a reminder of how important it is to take all of the appropriate steps when you're dealing with sources such as that to make sure that they are subject to appropriate protections.
And maybe some consistent national shield laws might help us as well, Senator.
Yes. In the event that a production order is requested, what steps will you take to protect your journalists and their sources? I mean, what powers do you have?
Well, again, I mean, we would need to approach that case on a case-by-case basis. I think the reality is that we would, use the same steps that we take in any kind of legal proceeding. It's not the first time that I understand that this type of application has been made before. I think there was one in 2020 in relation to another matter.
Well, I was going to ask about the Afghan inquiry.
Yeah, so the
synergy there.
So our experience with these matters is that we need to work with the Royal Commission to ensure that we're meeting the requirements that we need to. But bottom line again is we're doing everything that we can to protect our sources and to protect our journalists and the confidentiality of those conversations.
Was there any consultation with the ABC before this order was made?
Not that I'm aware of. There may have been, but not that I'm aware of.
Nor me.
I mean, you can imagine, I've had journalists contact me and worried about another ABC raid type incident that we saw a few years back, which did really create a chilling effect. What types of things will you do to make sure that doesn't happen? I guess there's, yes, complying with the order of the Royal Commission, that's obviously important, but seeing our public broadcaster raided and the chilling effect that puts for both journalists but also sources, it's damaging. It's damaging to the role of the ABC.
Well, I think, Senator, notwithstanding that type of action, we've demonstrated through our journalism that we've continued to do high-quality accountability journalism. We've continued to protect our sources. Our staff have continued to be defended and protected. We face a variety of different legal challenges through courts and other types of matters where we're expected to, obviously, which we do, comply with the law. But that hasn't stopped us from doing that kind of journalism, and our commitment is that we'd continue to do that.
Obviously, the ASIO has already taken issue with one of your reports in relation to the Four Corners episode that aired last night. Has there been any orders in relation to the information that related to that source?
No, Senator. Again, there's been no orders about that. Obviously ASIO released a very strong statement about that particular program. They wrote to me. They didn't seek to call me or contact me. They did get my email address wrong.
The ASIO got your email address wrong. Okay.
But I think the program stood up for itself. It was transparent. It raised matters simply in a way that I think warranted further discussion, particularly at a Royal Commission. We can all assess the program on its own merits. I think the program was transparent about where we were one source or not. Mm-hmm. It was transparent about the various points of contact and what were reasonable decisions at the time. I thought the program stood up very well on a transparent basis.
Yeah, and you haven't had any further complaints?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator. I've had no further contact from ASIO.
Well, I think it says more about ASIO if they can't even get the email address of the Managing Director of the ABC right, how closely they're looking at detail. Okay, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Senator Henson. We've got a break at 4:15, which is 4 minutes from now. Did you want us to go early and come back early, or did you want to start the line of questioning and then do 5 and 5?
I have an answer to your earlier question, Senator Henderson.
Okay, well, that might solve our problem.
I'm assured there is no mention of Fiona Brown or Linda Reynolds in the documentary.
Well, that doesn't mean that there's not a defamatory imputation.
I can only assume that's the detail that I have in front of me. I can only assume that, therefore, those matters aren't covered in the documentary.
Okay, so what do you know of the documentary then?
Well, I was just getting a response in relation to that specific question. As I mentioned earlier, it'll still be subject to, and has been through, obviously, editorial review, but I will ensure that all editorial reviews have been done appropriately, and to my assurance.
And so how did you get that assurance about the content?
Oh, it just came through, obviously...
who provided that information to you?
Mr Tapley, who is our... what's Mark Tapley's new title? Head of Corporate Partnerships and Development, I think, who's watching Senate estimates in Canberra.
Right.
Who provided that information.
Well, could Mr Tapp provide further details about what's in the program?
So you're asking questions about this when you haven't even seen it. You don't even know what's in there.
So, Senator Hanson-Young.
Senator Hanson-Young?
I think, Senator, I will make sure all the...
accusations and assertions. I assumed that you knew.
Senator Hanson-Young, I am asking questions based on the material that's been published about this documentary, and my concern is that there was a very prominent defamation case by Linda Reynolds against both Ms Higgins and Mr Shiraz, which found in favour of Linda Reynolds, and stop interrupting me.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Please stop interrupting.
Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Hanson-Young.
So, in fact, Senator Hanson-Young, I really ask you to tread carefully here. That matter, those defamation proceedings are actually under appeal in the High Court. So you need to know your facts. So what I'm seeking...
No, senators... Okay.
What I'm... That is as it stands today.
So what I don't want to leave...
Senators, come to order, please.
So, as I...
Final question, and then we'll go to a break,
sure.
please.
So,
Senator
Mr Marks,
Hanson.
as I went through earlier, I'm very concerned
I hear your concerns. I think the information sort of indicates that the matters that you're concerned about, maybe you shouldn't be concerned about, but as I said, I will ensure that I...
Well, I'm very concerned about the premise of the documentary, and as you would well know, under defamation law, just because Ms Reynolds or Ms Brown is not named, it does not mean that there are serious defamatory invitations that may or may not have arisen. So I'm asking, in relation to the content of the documentary, Mr Tapp obviously knows what's in it. Can you obtain a copy of the script?
I think Mr Tapley was just getting that information about that particular thing, but as I said, Senator, I will ensure
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I'm an ex-lawyer and I'm aware of the defamation
Thank
laws
you.
and how
Yes,
they
you're well aware of, yes, how defamation works. Maybe you could pop up to the legal department and give them a bit of a helping hand, particularly...
Senator, we have an outstanding new General Counsel
who is
so much better than I am at these matters.
You certainly didn't in the case of Heston Russell, and there have been various other defamation cases where the ABC has been disgraceful in its behaviour in relation to the management of defamation matters.
On that happy note, let's go to a 15-minute break, and then we will come back at 4:30. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Broadcasting. We will now recommence and with the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, Senator Henderson.
Chair, before we do that, can I just put on the record, I think we're in a pretty untenable position with the program. I know that you know that we are not going to get to the end of this program getting through all these witnesses. The situation that I would like to avoid is having an enormous amount of witnesses here late at night who don't get called. Perhaps at the dinner break we could have the committee could have a conversation about that. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I understand that, Minister. Well, I can assure you that I am constantly having these conversations about our opportunities to permit witnesses to be released and will continue to do so. Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Chair, can I just add to that? And I will, to defend your honour, as we discussed, Minister, the Chair has been very diligent in endeavouring to release witnesses who we may not get to, so he has done a very good job in that respect, and we're continuing to work very closely together because we don't want to see witnesses held back late at night, particularly when there is, obviously, they won't be called.
That sounds like an undertaking from you, Senator Henderson.
Well,
that's how I've heard it, Senator Green.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on.
Well, you can move on, but I just wanted to.
You can take it as an undertaking because I am working very hard with my colleagues in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Marks, I just wanted to pick up on the earlier questions of Senator Hanson-Young in relation to the concerns raised by ASIO of the Four Corners story. And ASIO has made a very strong statement. Now, I'm not suggesting necessarily that ASIO is correct. I just want to put this to you. Frank and fearless journalism must be a hallmark of the ABC, and just because ASIO has concerns about a program, it doesn't make those concerns right. So I want to just be very clear about that. But ASIO has stated that the individual, the person with whom you spoke or the program spoke, is disgruntled and his claims were investigated but found to be baseless. And Four Corners has itself said the claims could not be independently verified. So what's the basis for airing those claims?
Well, I think sometimes, Senator, you will get a sole source witness, and that's just the nature of how some of these things happen. Obviously, we're not able to verify many of the things that he says or the conversations that he describes or events that he was part of. But nevertheless, I think in broadcasting a documentary, we made those things clear to the audience so that the audience is able to see the claims made in the context of those facts. And ultimately, I imagine these are things that will be subject to further investigation by royal commissions or other instances where there might be more opportunities for to examine some of those particular matters. So sometimes our job in media is just to raise things of concern, to point to areas that people should look at, to point to things that we think warrant further investigation, not necessarily to draw a final conclusion. And I thought the show did that very well.
So Four Corners said last night that the alleged former human source Marcus received threats and is in danger after he previously appeared on Four Corners. Does Four Corners take responsibility for this, given it chose to show his face on camera? And it also reported that he penetrated terrorist groups. So I guess the concern is, did you consider or did the program consider whether there was a high risk of identifying someone who says that they spied on terrorists?
Yeah, I think in this particular case that was an area of real focus before the original Four Corners show. The risks that were present to the witness, to the informant or the
former
whistleblower, I guess, might be a good term. So those risks were discussed with Marcus, with people who are responsible for Marcus and talked about exhaustively, so those were real considerations. And yet he still wanted to speak.
Right, so I guess the concern is in identifying him, that you have potentially, or the program has potentially exposed him to very high risk, including perhaps risk to his life? Were those matters considered, and did you seek any advice from police or ASIO about that risk?
No, not from police or ASIO, but we certainly had a detailed discussion with the witness in hand, and I think he felt that his appearance and was important to the impact of the information that he wanted to share.
But given that you have a separate responsibility, there is a very significant responsibility that you carry, did you consider disguising his voice or face just to mitigate the risk of reprisals? Because
all of those matters
because of what activities he had been involved in?
Yeah, all of those matters were considered, Senator, and in conjunction with the whistleblower in question, the decision was made to go with the way that the program went.
The program said that this person faced assault charges. What was the nature of those charges and why was that not disclosed?
Mr Fang, are you aware of the particular details of the charges?
I'm not aware of the specific details. There have been, the Four Corners team is aware of what has, of the allegations in relation to that source. I don't have that information in front of me, Senator.
So the other main person interviewed was Neil Fergus. Four Corners said that he'd previously complained about ASIO on a separate matter. I understand it's on the public record that ASIO raided Neil Fergus as part of a security investigation. The ABC's previously reported on this. So, you know, it could well stand to reason, prima facie, that Mr Fergus is disgruntled with ASIO. Why was that matter not disclosed?
Senator, the program disclosed that there was, the program disclosed in the script that there had been an issue for Mr Fergus. We felt that we reasonably disclosed that information that the audience needed. It did not prevent his statements and his comments and his view being not credible and not worth putting into the program. We've also provided the opportunity for ASIO, for example, to respond to the variety of different allegations that have been made in the program.
Well, when you said that there was an issue, you didn't disclose all of the details though, and I have to say I haven't seen the program, so I'm relying on information secondhand. I didn't see it myself.
It's a great program. I urge you to watch it. Senator, we always make decisions about in a 40-minute, 45-minute or hour-long documentary or any piece of content that we make, what are the relevant disclosures, what are the relevant pieces of information that the audience needs to understand the story. Sometimes it's not necessary or not relevant to go into a full disclosure about a particular matter. As you know, it can be distracting, it can take away from the audience.
Except
but we weigh
in this
that
case it goes to motive, doesn't it? So if your audience understands the details, that he actually was raided and that maybe he's got a grudge to bear against ASIO, now it may not denigrate or may not diminish the allegations he's making, but it allows the audience to make a judgment about whether he has got motivations to get back at ASIO. So by not including all of that information, I would put to you that that was not appropriate.
Well, Senator, we thought it was relevant to include that the issues between Mr Fergus and ASIO in the way that we did in terms of this particular program, in terms of the comments that he was making, and that was sufficient to allow the audience to make up their own minds, particularly given that Mr Fergus and his conduct was not the focus of this program.
Was either man Marcus or Mr Fergus, were they paid for their commentary?
We don't pay sources for
I didn't think so,
Senator.
but I'm just checking. I'm not suggesting that you would not ordinarily do that. ABC News has repeatedly reported that ASIO has investigated Naveen but could not substantiate the allegations he was radicalised. Can I ask you to respond to those concerns?
Apologies, Senator. What's the specific question?
Well, I guess there is some concern that this misquotes what ASIO said in its statement, that the allegations were not substantiated. So I'm just asking you to drill down.
He ended up being a terrorist, so they clearly got it wrong.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Senator, in relation to the Four Corners program, it's the type of program in which needs to be viewed in its entirety. It provides a variety of different allegations which have been multiply sourced. There were a few occasions, as we've discussed, where we relied on one particular source, but we were able to provide attribution around the location that that particular source was in and a variety of other things. And we also provided a very detailed response, as ASIO provided in the program. I think I would say that I can't think of anything that ASIO put in that statement that we didn't put into the program, other than things that might not have been relevant to particular allegations that were eventually made.
And I'm not questioning your editorial judgment, other than I'm putting these questions to you. Just because someone is poorly motivated or has been subjected to a security investigation, it doesn't mean what they say is legitimate. I'm not questioning the ABC's allegations made in relation to ASIO, but I'm just putting these questions to you. These are obviously very, very serious matters, and matters that the ABC obviously needs to consider very carefully.
Yep. That's about a minute warning. Did you want to...
Look, I will... I do want to move to another...
topic?
Yeah, I do want to move to another topic. How much more time do I have, Chair?
Well, you would have had one more question, so I think it's probably not fruitful to begin a separate topic. I will now move the call to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a few questions about ABC's Middle East conflict guidance. I'm sure you recall that after enormous pressure from the community and under an FOI, the ABC did finally release its rules for covering Palestine and Israel, and I think that happened on the 21st of November last year. The document that was released in November was last updated on 22nd September 2025. Have there been any updates to those to that guidance since?
Senator, just in relation to the guidance, I mean, a number of occasions where I have answered these questions, I've always said that we're happy to provide the guidance. So we didn't release the guidance because of public pressure. We were asked and we released the guidance. It's internal guidance, but I was happy to release it. To my knowledge, the last update to the guidance was in September last year, as you've pointed out.
So the guidelines begin by stating that in such a highly contested space, accurately presenting context and material facts is extremely important. Agree with that. They go on to say that balance should follow the weight of evidence. And on page 10, the guidelines state that there is still also a requirement for Israel's perspective to be included over time, and Israeli responses to specific allegations should be sought. But there is no requirement anywhere in the guidelines that Palestinian perspectives are included. So I guess I'm a bit concerned does that seem to be balanced reporting to you?
Senator, I think where you're referring to Israel's responses should be sought. The guidance is speaking about particular allegations that are made about Israel's conduct or the State of Israel or the IDF or others. And so what you're reflecting is that in those situations we're saying it is a requirement, because these are contested issues, to get a response. So what underlines the whole guidance is that we need to be always attributing, always getting appropriate responses. But many of some of the contentious matters, as you know, which are laid out in that guidance, we're guiding our staff to get a response to those specific matters.
Yeah, but shouldn't that be the same case for Palestinians? Any allegations shouldn't Palestinian voices be required to answer for those as well?
Oh, absolutely. Where there are contested claims and elements, the guidance says that you are to seek to, to accurately report and provide the relevant perspectives on these matters.
It doesn't provide the same sort of guidance for Palestinian voices, is what I'm trying to highlight. And I think you probably know that, having ABC, having written those guidelines. The guidelines, I guess, on page 7 state that interviewees alleging crimes against Israel should be challenged on the substance of their allegations. So I guess, are Israeli spokespeople also then required to be challenged on their allegations?
Absolutely, Senator, and that aligns with our editorial policies. But I think what you're reflecting there is that there are specific allegations that often get made in relation to this conflict about the conduct of the State of Israel, and our guidance is supposed to be proactive and helpful to staff. So as relates to those specific allegations, we're providing staff with more direct guidance about what they should do. But like any comment, any claim, any contentious issue that we report on, we need to seek relevant perspectives from all sides or all parties that are relevant to that issue where we can.
Yeah, it would be good if that would be explicit in those guidelines, because at the moment it seemed very imbalanced towards Israel and their responses to allegations, but not towards Palestinians and their responses to allegations.
I take that on board, Senator, but I would just say that the guidelines are not our only editorial guidelines. They, of course, are specific guidelines that support our editorial policies, which make it clear, very clearly in our guidance about impartiality, that relevant perspectives need to be sought where appropriate, whatever the story.
On page 8 of the guidelines, there's a section titled Reporting and Discussing Allegations of Genocide, and it begins with the sentence, critics of Israel and families of victims in Gaza now routinely describe the Israeli actions of genocide. And it's not only critics of Israel, though, and the families of victims in Gaza who do that. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, international genocide scholars, and a myriad of other really well-known human rights organizations across the world have found that Israel is committing a genocide. I know that this section does refer to the UN Commission of Inquiry that found that Israel is committing genocide, but it does not refer to any other evidence. So I guess my question is it really appropriate, given the overwhelming evidence of genocide, to kind of direct journalists that it is critics of Israel who describe Israel's actions as genocide?
Well, I think, Senator, that section that you're referring to is around clarifying, particularly for teams that are doing live coverage, breaking news and the like, and it's around the types of, I believe it would go on to cite some examples around the types of coverage that might be being done, where we don't believe it's necessary to question people if they've had a personal experience, if they've been where they're making an allegation of genocide. So that section is really about that type of coverage. It's not more broadly talking about our entire guidance about genocide.
Okay, I just have one quick follow-up question on the line of questioning that Senator Hanson-Young was asking you about the Royal Commission directive. And I guess, are you concerned that the quality of ABC reporting on the Royal Commission and associated topics might be diminished if your journalists and their sources are kind of under this directive? And I'm asking this especially given that the directive is very broad. I've seen the directives from other royal commissions, but this one I think goes beyond that, and please correct me if you think otherwise, because it covers social cohesion, anti-Semitism, religious and ideologically motivated extremism, radicalization, the capabilities and powers of law enforcement, border control, immigration, and security agencies. So it is like a very, very broad directive. So I am concerned about how, with this really broad remit, how you give assurances to protect your journalists and their sources. And are you also concerned about attacks from the right-wing media in particular, because that has happened before to ABC journalists, if this information is out there?
Well, I mean, I I provide a similar answer to what I provided to your colleague earlier. I mean, I have faith in the ability, the skill, the quality of our journalism, that it will continue to be of the highest standards. We will meet our principles and our ethics and continue to protect our sources, and also to continue to support our journalists to do their jobs to the high standards that they currently do.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Anandraja.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mr Marks and team. Just wanted to know what the announcement of an additional $50 million means for the ABC that we announced at the end of last year.
No, thanks, Senator. It comes at an important time. I think we have probably unlimited demand from content makers to access funding to make a high range of really quality programs, and obviously we've been limited in budget. We're finding at the same time that a number of other broadcasters are dropping out of the market, particularly in drama, but of course we are now probably the only commissioner of premium children's products in Australia. And we're finding as well that the streamers are doing, as in the international streamers, are doing some content, but what I would say not with particular conviction. So, being able to deliver more Australian stories to Australians at this time, I think is something that's very important. There's no shortage of material or stories to tell, coming from some of the best producers, I would say, globally, let alone in Australia. So, and that extra money also enables us to operate at a level that I think means we can compete more effectively with the quality of production that are being delivered by some of those international streamers. So I think when we get our announcements out, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, or at least within the next month, you'll see that the ambition level of the shows that have been enabled by the particular additional investment, I think is reflective of a higher ambition and a real sense of purpose to deliver really excellent content to the audience. So, yeah, it's a critical time for the industry. The ABC, we accept, has a really important role in both, I guess, obviously servicing the needs of the audience, but also being a key participant in a pretty important industry at a time where it's probably increasingly reliant on us as opposed to others to tell those stories. So that additional funding, which amounts to about 16 and 2/3 million a year, I think is very important in what it will enable.
And what does it mean for the content producers here in Australia? Do you have a sense of how this money is going to be directed?
Yeah, I think particularly for children's producers, children's has become a very difficult category, and I think there's been much enthusiasm from those children's producers supporting, I guess, of the ABC as almost the sole commissioner of children's content in this market. And they're very important stories to tell. So being able to have more throughput into that sector will help support some of those industries to remain based and focused in Australia, to tell Australian stories, to not have to overly rely on the internationalisation of their content in order to secure funding. So I guess on the Australian side of it, that's what it really enables. So we've actually got a couple of really good kids shows ready to go. I'm really pleased with what we're going to be able to deliver with that extra money.
And just on the topic of the content you're creating for kids, what does that mean for Australian families?
Well, we know from our audience statistics that the ABC, I think, is, in terms of reach to children of Australia, like we are light years ahead of every other broadcaster in the market. We know the streamers do have a lot of children's consumption, but increasingly that's of American or British content. So in terms of the ability to access Australian stories with Australian accents and Australian narratives, Australian themes and values, I think very important, and it will mean that we can fill out that service that we provide to children in a way that parents can, be very satisfied that, there is more than Bluey and a couple of other shows, that the volume of material that we can provide and the environment that we can provide to families for children will be something that's really competitive on a global landscape. So I think it's in the children's area where we must place the most focus and we will get the most return.
Interesting. There could be another Bluey in the pipeline. We don't know.
As Senator Henderson would say, we only hope that we find another Bluey that generates income as well for the ABC that will enable us to reinvest even more in children's programming. And we might all laugh about it, but the reality is that being able to do more means our chances of coming across that next Bluey and being able to create that funding that will further supplement into the income base of the ABC and the taxpayer to do even more is something that we must focus on. We're doing some work at the moment just so that we understand as well the return on incremental investment in the ABC in terms of the economic activity that comes from that. And we know that there's a really positive ratio that comes from that economic activity from investment in the ABC. So hopefully through the year I'll be able to provide some more information on those outcomes.
That would be something we would love to hear more about, that multiplier effect. Can you talk to us a little bit about what 5-year funding means for the ABC? Yes, Senator. I mean, I think anything that we're looking at now from a scripted perspective or from a children's perspective, we're already looking at 2027, 2028 broadcast. And possibly even into 29 if it came to adult drama production, as an example. So having a certainty of understanding, and these are big ticket items that really move the dial in terms of our budgeting. So having the certainty to understand that we can continue to invest in those premium stories because we're taking producers along a development pathway and the reliance that the end product's going to be able to be commissioned, I think is really important, not just for the ABC but for the whole industry. So these things don't happen, like I can't click my fingers and change the schedule in any year. It really takes 3 to 4 years for that momentum to start to play. So longer term funding certainty, I think, and gives the greater ability to be able to invest with confidence, not just for the ABC but for the whole industry. Fantastic. And just with respect to news content, accurate and reliable news is more important than ever. How has the ABC maintained trust with the Australian public?
I think it's a constant exercise. We can always and we should always strive to be better. Mr. Fang and I talk constantly about the things that we need to focus on as an organisation to continue to drive better outcomes from across the organisation. One of the big projects that we're working on at the moment is the use of language. Yeah. The use of language is a very important factor in accuracy and accurately describing the particular things that happen or don't happen as part of news reporting. I think when we talk about impartiality, one of the things that can be quite difficult as well in a news organisation is when you're always reporting the news, and at the moment the news can be quite heavy, and it can be quite global. So being able to do new programs like National Forum, which enables us to really focus on a domestic sort of discussion of ideas and not be overly impacted by the having to report news of global events, I think it well enables us to sort of balance that coverage in a way that I think I've been talking about for some time as being wanting to do more of. So being able to be that, town square effect rather than sort of the news reporting effect, getting that balance right between the two is also something that's very important. And if you want to add anything to that, Mr. Fang?
Oh, no, I think you've summed it up there. I mean, I think, the audience responds and tells us how they feel. Our trust scores, I think, MD, was it 79% or 81% of Australians suggested they trusted the ABC. So I think, those are numbers that suggest to us that what we're doing is being effective.
Yeah. How often do you do that survey? Is that an annual?
No, we do the survey of a panel, I think bi-monthly, or it might be monthly, I'm not sure, but it's something that we're constantly surveying. And it will be no surprise to you that when there are events sometimes where the ABC doesn't perform as well, those trust scores do drop. So it is responsive to what's happening in the environment. But I've worked in various organisations around the country. Anyone getting more than 75% as a trust score is pretty much unheard of. So I think there is recognition of the value of the ABC. Having said that, we get constant feedback, as we should, about all sorts of matters that we can do better. And we would be the first to recognise that being better is something that we should always be striving to be.
And with one more, really quick, with a third of Australians living in regional communities, how does the ABC reach those communities?
Well, we have the largest workforce in rural and regional Australia. It's a very important part of the ABC. Mainly that's through audio, of course, in terms of a local market delivery. Our television tends to be more national services, or news maybe more state-based services. It is something that, I think we could do more of. It is certainly something that is a big part of my focus. And in an area where we're seeing, just by the realities of commerciality, many of the commercial media players doing less in rural and regional Australia, it's an important part of our responsibility. I think some of the programs that we've delivered over time, Muster Dogs, Backroads, some of these shows we might not regard as being rural and regional, but they do feature the wonderful stories of those places and characters that we find in those locations. And in terms of news and current affairs, it's also something that I've been asking our team to do more of, so that we see more of rural and regional Australia in the metropolitan areas as well. I think that's another, where we get that information. We have a big project ongoing this year, which is about localisation. And what we're endeavouring to ascertain is whether we can take the content that we create in local markets, often for audio, and whether we can, by use of technology, ensure that that content could be available on multiple platforms. So if you're consuming ABC News Digital in central west of New South Wales or central Victoria, you'll be able to elect to receive a local version of the News Digital website that is specific to your area, and be able to preference basically local stories. And we can get more content by using the content that we have, the people we have, and the technology we have available to us now to be able to do that. So that's a big push for this year, that is sort of prominence of localisation. So that's something I hope we get going in the middle of the year and towards and further on. We've also had some discussions with services like AAP. We sort of announced that we were going to make our emergency content in particular available to other local media providers. We saw in the case of the bushfires, for example, in central Victoria, that there were a couple of local providers that opted in to take that content available to their audiences, which I think is another great value add. We imagine that a service like AAP may be able to help us leverage that at scale, so that anyone that is on the AAP wire is able to access ABC material. So again, it's another focus for the year, making sure that the content that we generate doesn't just have to go through ABC channels. It can be available, particularly in news deserts or other areas where more services, I think, and more content would be of value to local communities. So those are two big focuses for the year.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm at this point able, with the cooperation of my colleagues, to release the officials from Australia Post. So thank you for your attendance here and the work that goes into it.
Senator, I thought that was going to be us.
No, Mr. Marks. I think there is great interest. There is great interest in your work, Mr. Marks. So I think we will continue for a little while longer. Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Fang, I've raised concerns about ensuring that there's no activism in the ABC. I think it is a continuing issue, and I particularly raised concerns about the withdrawal of 4 ABC staff from the Adelaide Writers' Festival. It's been reported that you wrote to one person where you deny that this constituted a boycott. I would put to you that the withdrawal of Sarah Ferguson, John Lyons, Laura Tingle and Louise Milligan does constitute support of the boycott in support of Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah, who has made some incredibly disparaging and hateful comments about Israel and about Jewish people. So can I ask you to explain your position, because in the case of Mr. Lyons and Ms. Tingle, you say there's no evidence of this claim, that they support the boycott, but they walked out. They walked out of this at the Adelaide Writers' Festival. Surely that is evidence in itself of activism such that it reflects on the reputation of the ABC?
Oh, thank you for the question, Senator, because it's good to be able to clarify these matters. I did not write back to one particular person. I provided a response to a group of letters that were very similar in nature and suggested that they had been part of a campaign, which is fine. I'm happy to respond to the audience. What those letters suggested was that there was a clear reason for those ABC staff withdrawing from the Adelaide Writers' Festival. And my point to those people was that at that point there had been no comment made by some of those particular ABC staff, and it was not fair to infer any reason or any motivation for why they had withdrawn. I don't think it is fair to suggest that a no comment can be inferred as somebody's motivation. And so that was the point of the letter, which I wrote back to those people.
Well, I'm referring to one letter written to one person. I'm not going to identify this person. I don't have this person's permission, but this person is known to you. And that's not the case. You're mischaracterising your letter because you state very clearly, you assert that John Lyons and Laura Tingle chose to withdraw from the Adelaide Writers' Week in support of Dr Randa Abdel Fattah. You provide no evidence of this claim. At no stage, neither Mr Lyons nor Miss Tingle made any such suggestion. In his only public statement, and Mr Lyons did make a public statement, he referred to the controversy surrounding the event and said he would be withdrawing. And Ms Tingle, correctly, as you say, made no public comment. I would put to you that when you allow your reporters and your staff to be involved in these sorts of events, and then when they withdraw and join a boycott, that is conduct equivalent to activism in support of someone who has made the most hateful and horrendous comments about Jewish people, who has encouraged children to chant Intifada, who has implicitly celebrated the Hamas terrorist attack, who, in my view, based on some of the terrible comments that she has made, which is why she was cancelled initially, she has really made, I think, what amounts to some anti-Semitic comments. And yet you've got Mr Lyons, Ms Tingle, Ms Milligan and Ms Ferguson all withdrawing. So I would put to you that their action in withdrawing from the festival constituted a boycott, and all we needed to see was their action, not their words.
Well, Senator, I think that what I just outlined to you then accurately reflected the letter which has been published in the newspapers and which you've read out, so people can see that. Unfortunately, I disagree that somebody not commenting or somebody making a comment on social media where they've said they are withdrawing indicates that they have taken a position supporting the comments of Dr Randa Abdel Fattah. I just simply do not think that inference is accurate.
Well, Mr Fang, that doesn't stand to reason, because suddenly there was a boycott, and suddenly many participants in Adelaide, in the Adelaide Writers' Week, started withdrawing, and they joined the boycott. So how can you say with any credibility that there's no evidence to suggest that they support Dr Randa Abdel Fattah? Senator, they joined the boycott, Mr Fang.
Senator, they choose to withdraw from the festival, and they did not provide a reason that supported Dr Randa Abdel Fattah.
Well, Mr Lyons did. Mr Lyons spoke about the controversy and he withdrew. And then Ms Ferguson has posted on Twitter, and she's actually made some comments which very clearly make clear she was supporting Louise Adler and her cause. And Ms Milligan, and I'm happy to table these posts, Ms Milligan made even stronger comments, and I assume Ms Milligan's still working for Four Corners?
She still works for the ABC.
For the ABC, right, not for Four Corners?
She still works at times for Four Corners. Yes, she still works for Four Corners.
Right, so she said, this woman is one of the dearest friends I have. Principles of steel, heart of a lion. A woman who goes out on a limb, my dear other Louise, my publisher, my friend, my fellow natterer on the phone. A true public intellectual, no one will fight in your corner like this woman. Strength to your arm. Now, Louise Adler, in stepping down, she led the boycott. So you've now got ABC journalists participating in the boycott. And what I'm particularly concerned about is that you are pretending, Mr. Fang, that there was no evidence to suggest that they were supporting, ABC employees were supporting Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah.
Senator, I responded to audience complaints about a particular aspect. I didn't make any other claims or any other inferences other than they had not commented and that it was not fair to infer any motivation. Louise Milligan's comments stand for themselves on social media. She was supporting her friend Louise Adler. As you well know, there was a significant amount of controversy.
But she also joined the boycott. She was due to appear and she joined the boycott.
She chose not to continue to participate in the Writers' Week.
She joined the boycott, Mr. Fang.
And she made her
Surely
position.
people are allowed to not participate in something. Not allowed to have friends, not allowed to participate, not allowed to...
Senator Hanson-Young, I will come to you in a moment. Senator Hanson-Young, I will come to you at the conclusion of Senator Henderson's questioning.
So, Senator, as you know, there was a high degree of contention around the Writers' Week. Many people outside of the ABC withdrew. Louise Milligan is on the record and suggesting that she was supporting her friend Louise Adler.
I have friends.
But other ABC reporters who were there for external work have not made a comment that says they're supporting the comments of Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah.
Well, they weren't withdrawing because their grandmother was sick. They were withdrawing because they were joining the boycott in support of Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah. And while others may choose to do so, in the case of ABC staff, where there are very strong obligations of impartiality, I would put to you that they were not demonstrating impartiality in relation to their conduct. I mean, the ABC must insist on the very highest standards of conduct when it comes to ABC journalists. You can't allow your journalists to run their own political activism because it reflects on the ABC.
To participate in something that they don't want to participate in.
It reflects on the ABC.
Senator, I agree. We need to hold ourselves, in particular our news staff, to the standards of impartiality that we're obligated to. In this particular case, those reporters have not provided, in those public statements, any motivation for why they choose to withdraw, and so it's not possible to infer just from their public statements, and that's what I was responding to for the letter writer, about why they withdrew.
Well, that is just wrong, factually wrong. Of course it's possible, because they've joined the boycott. As I say, they didn't decide not to participate suddenly because their grandmother was sick. And I looked particularly what Sarah Ferguson put on Twitter on January the 12th, 141,000 views. Returning to Sydney today on Adelaide, withdrawing from festival role as interlocutor. AWW and Louise Adler created a place where debate flourished with respectful conversation, including on our most difficult subjects that should be defended in our cultural life. Now, come on, Mr. Fang.
But Senator,
I mean, the problem I have is that unlike journalists from other media organisations, except for the SBS, there are very, very important obligations on ABC staff to be impartial. And when you have got ABC journalists participating in a boycott in support of someone who has celebrated implicitly the Hamas terrorist attack, who has encouraged children to chant Intifada, who has demonised Jewish people, I would say that's completely inappropriate. And that, Mr Marks, I turn to you. That's not on. On your watch, you should not be permitting this sort of activism in the ABC, I would put to you.
Senator, even the comment you read from Sarah Ferguson, which I've only just heard from you, talks to me more about the politicisation of the event. It certainly doesn't say anything about the particular author that you've been discussing or the support for that author. It talks about the politicisation of the event. So surely principles of freedom of speech, political interference in creative debate, these are principles that journalists are entitled to stand up for. So it doesn't, and to just support what Mr Fang says, that in no way means that they're in support or making any statement implicitly or otherwise.
Well, I think that's just
other than what their words say.
It's nonsensical,
I'm
Mr
just
Marks.
giving you a 1 minute warning. I'll move the call on and we'll come back.
And so...
I think in many cases, Senator, the matters were taken out of their hands. Like, if someone's there to interview a person who's no longer at the conference, what point do they have in continuing to turn up?
So it was just a happy coincidence, was it? That
well,
they all
I think each individual will have their own reasons, but I think the message, the Twitter comment that you read out from Sarah Ferguson talks quite aptly to what I think would be going through a lot of their minds, which is what happened to our creative event that was about the free expression of ideas and discussion, something that we talk about often as wanting to promote in society, that was politicised to a degree that was closed off, to a degree that people felt that was an inappropriate thing to happen. And so I don't think that by implication that means that they're supporting of comments or posts or other things made by the particular author that you referred to.
So why did they withdraw then, Mr Marks?
I think there would be a variety of reasons, Senator, for each one. So
sick grandmother?
I don't think sick grandmother was one of them, Senator.
Lost their voice, got a bit shy, a bit of stage fright. I mean, for goodness sake.
One would be, Senator.
There's only one credible reason why they withdrew, and that's because they were joining the boycott in support of Randa Abdel Fattah.
Some of them were supporting the right to freedom of expression, which is something apparently the Liberal Party is meant to stand for.
Hold on. Well, that's an appropriate juncture, I think. Thank you, Senator Henderson. We'll come back to you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Mr Marks, the ABC is being given an extra $50 million as a result of the Greens negotiation with the government at the end of last year, specifically for the creation of local content and children's content. Keen to know where you're up to with the discussions in the government on that and what's going to be done with that money.
I think, Senator, where we are with discussions, I think we have clarity around now. Ms Klein, just to give you an opportunity in terms of the profile of that particular funding over the next 3 years.
Yes, Mr Marks, yes, we've got clarity that we will receive that money in equal instalments over the next 3 years. So $16.7 million or thereabouts.
Yeah.
We had a number of ideas that had been pitched into the organisation, which we were unable to proceed with in the absence of the additional funding. I'm hoping that within, as I said, the next couple of weeks or the next month at least, that we're in a position to make announcements about a number of children's programs and adult dramas that we're ready to proceed with and get into production.
Okay, great.
Including one in South Australia,
oh, really?
Senator.
Okay. Looking forward to that. Can you tell us anything about that?
Announcements, Senator, are difficult, but it'll be, if I could drop some breadcrumbs, a well-known brand coming back to life for the benefit of children, to be produced by a company in Adelaide for the ABC. Sorry, that was cryptic. I'm not sure Senate estimates are the best place for program announcements.
Fair enough. When do we expect to have some announcements about that?
Senator, I'll be in Adelaide early next week, and I expect that particular program will announce it next week.
Okay, great.
Victoria.
Or Western Australia.
Exactly.
No, it is important. and we do recognise the need to support productions and producers outside, the two big states, New South Wales and Victoria, who get a disproportional share of, I guess, premium television production. So we're also always very conscious of supporting companies in other markets.
Obviously, the ABC had a good night at the Actors last week. I just want to. One of the awards, of course, went to Play School, and which is a favourite of most of us. I think 60 years this year.
It's 3 months older than me, Senator.
And I don't know who's looking better, Big Ted or you,
Definitely
Mr.
Big Ted.
I do want to ask, however, there is this federal court case in relation to Play School, and I think this is in relation to casual staff and then transferring to
It's in relation
permanent.
to contract staff, and it's a well-known practice in the film and television sector that programs are ordered in seasons, and staff, I guess, go with the season of a particular show, and that the contract relates to that season. New legislation was introduced that requires corporations like ourselves, if someone had been on, I think, the second contract, to then offer that person full-time employment. We found on review that we hadn't done that with a number of individuals, including the one at Play School that you raised. When that was raised with us, we instantly said we would translate that person to a full-time role in accordance with the law, and we've done that with a number of other people. So we would like there not to be litigation, because we've instantly accepted that we had to make that transfer to a full-time role, which we did.
So how has it ended up in the court then?
Well, I think the union, is still insisting that we be penalised for not having done it earlier. So they're pushing ahead with taking action against the ABC to seek a penalty for for not having done that in compliance with that particular new law that was recently introduced.
Okay, and how much has this cost the ABC so far?
I'm not sure, Senator, but we can take that on notice.
Okay. And how many employees does this impact?
I think, Senator, I'd have to give you a range. About, I think, 10% of our staff. Our workforce is around about 4,400.
Yeah.
So about 10% of our staff at any time are on contract. Obviously, many of those are on contract. Some of them might be maternity leave fills or whatever, which is appropriate. So we think about half of that number probably were in this range of being on a project contract rather than a full-time contract. So it doesn't affect a significant number of staff in the organisation. But there were, I think, something in the order of about a couple of hundred people that were transferred to full-time contracts.
Okay. And how do you... I get the idea that when you're shooting season by season, that's different to just having a full-time, journalist up in the press gallery, or somebody on, in the editing suite, or someone in admin. So going forward, how are you going to manage that? Because it won't just be in relation to Play School, I guess. There's various different people that are brought on for seasonal work.
Yeah, no, there are. Many of these shows, like Play School, I think the argument would be it pretty much continues production, even though it says season to season. So we should be able to manage that for those more full-time shows with, appropriate leave provisions, etc. In the relevant times, and discussion with staff. So I think most of the shows that it applies to are pretty much on a full-time production schedule. Where there are shows that may be more intermittent, hopefully we can continue just to manage it in a different way by consultation directly with the staff member impacted about whether it is a full-time role or not. But what I wouldn't want to see is obviously people sometimes lose roles because we don't necessarily have a role for them on a full-time basis. But, so it is an area we will just need to continue to be proactive on.
Okay, all right. Can I
I ask about the commitment made by the government the last election to kind of reinstate our engagement with the Pacific and the role of the ABC in that? Where are those conversations up to? And, you know, I know what the government committed was nowhere near the budget that had been cut from Tony Abbott's days.
No, I think we are still awaiting final formal decision on the renewal of the funding, which I think runs out, I'm not sure, Ms Klein, but...
This financial year.
So June 30?
June 30 for the bulk of the funding. So there is a smaller amount of funding that is more specific to transmission that's ongoing, which is approximately, I think, $1.3 million, something in that order on an ongoing basis. But the bulk of the funding, which is around $8 million per annum, that runs out at the end of this financial year.
In positive news, we're also, just to make an announcement, we're also, I think, going to make available, or we're going to be able to change our DAB spectrum to make available the Pacific service for the benefit of Pacific communities in Australia as well in the near future. So we're taking advantage of what's an excellent service also to engage with, you know, Pacific communities who are in our who are living in Australia as well. So that's an addition to what we're going to be able to do.
Okay. And has there been is there any money coming to you from Department of Foreign Affairs in relation to this, given the obvious soft diplomacy and security element of it all?
Yes, and sorry, I don't have the specifics in front of me, but we certainly do have what we would characterise more as grant funding that comes from the Department of Foreign Affairs, So this particular $8 million, appreciate I'm stating the obvious, was rolled into our appropriation funding. But then we do, separate to that, still receive certain grant funding for very specific outcomes.
Okay. Okay, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here again today. I would like to begin by asking, I've got some questions with regard to the program Always Was Tonight with Tony Armstrong. Firstly, Mr Marks and Mr Fang, if you could provide a yes or no response for each of the following questions, I'd appreciate that. Firstly, would you agree that our nation has an Indigenous heritage, a British foundation and an immigrant character?
Do you mind just repeating that question? Sorry, Senator.
Would you agree that our nation has an Indigenous heritage, a British foundation and an immigrant character?
Senator, sorry, is this in relation to a program consideration or about something the ABC's done, or are you just seeking my personal opinion?
I'm asking, I suppose, your opinions. If you don't want to provide your own opinions, and then the ABC does, I mean, you are the broadcaster for the nation, so I'm trying to get a feel for how the ABC, I suppose, views our country. So, it's a simple yes or no. It's not a complex question.
Actually
and
not.
Excuse me, but I didn't interject to any of your questions. So if you could use your
point of order with the
that
chair.
Clearly you don't have, I would appreciate that. Thank you. I'll take direction from the chair.
No, you didn't. Process.
You didn't raise the point of order. You didn't. You interjected. Because that's what you're good at.
Senators, I appreciate that point. Yes, Senator Hanson-Young, if you're raising a point of order, if you'd just begin with that phrase, then that way
I'm raising a point of order. You can't ask officials for opinions.
I mean, what I can say, Senator, is the charter is pretty clear. Our charter talks
sorry,
about...
hold on. Sorry, no. A point of order has been raised. I think the way to deal with this is to permit Mr Marks and Mr Fang to respond to the question as they see fit, whether it be in their personal capacity. If they don't want to offer an opinion, then that's understandable. If they want to offer a view from the ABC, they're capable, I think, of dealing with this question. If you need further assistance from me, then I will interject once more.
Sorry. Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Just respond.
Sure.
I don't believe there is any basis for the point of order because the prohibition on providing or being asked opinions relates only to officials who essentially public servants. And so Mr Marks and colleagues don't fit that description
Well,
so I just want to just clarify the position.
I don't want to rule on that because I'm not sure whether it's either advisable or appropriate for people who hold an office within a public authority like the Australian Broadcasting Corporation to give their personal opinions or to be forced to give their personal opinions. But given the position that I'd reached just before that point was raised, I think a question's been put. I'll give the officials a chance to answer, or the officials of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation a chance to answer, and then if we need to resolve any further issues, we can take them up at that time.
Chair, and just for the benefit of this committee, the asking for opinions, as set out in Odge's page 568, refers only to officers of departments.
Thank you, Senator Henderson.
Rules of estimates. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Our charter requires us to reflect the broad diversity of Australia. I'm sure many of the elements you referred to are part of that broad diversity of Australia.
So that's a yes, I suppose.
Well, it is we are a broad country.
So would you say our nation is better off thanks to British settlement?
I don't think that's an appropriate matter for me to offer an opinion on, Senator. I mean, that's an opinion matter.
Well, I suppose the ABC wouldn't exist. It's difficult, I know. All right. My next question. The historical record is clear that British colonisation did result in Aboriginal people being killed in large numbers from diseases to which they had no immunity, from violence on the frontier, and from also internal tribal conflict. But I suppose, as many historians have noted, like Geoffrey Blaney, Jeff Bolton, Nigel Bigger, the term genocide is not an accurate word because it's not supported in evidence. So, Mr. Marks, is it the ABC leadership's view that in colonial Australia, genocide was committed against Aboriginal people? That is the definitional sense, the deliberate and systematic killing of Aboriginal people with an intent to bring about their destruction in whole or in part?
Again, Senator, my role here is not to provide opinions. Our role is to produce content or create content and make that available to the audiences, and to ensure that content meets editorial standards and appropriate accuracy and impartiality. Obviously, in various forms of content that can be differently interpreted. In this case, it was a satirical comedy program. Now, to the extent that any factual assertions were made in that program, or any assertions were made as to facts, I think if I remember the program, those facts were referred to as some commentators said or some historians said. There was no definitive fact alleged or asserted, and as a result, I think that meets with editorial standards.
Okay, so I suppose ABC supports that concept, I would suggest. I mean, it certainly appears that way, and the average Australian, in my view, would see it that way. So,
I don't believe that's what I said, Senator.
And I'm asking this question because Always Was Tonight host Tony Armstrong asserted genocide as fact. He did. And this is what he said. He said, by the way, did you know that no member of the First Fleet was recorded as having been infected by smallpox? Makes you wonder, how did the locals get infected by it in the first place? Unless, as some experts have argued, it was deliberately introduced to decimate a population who colonists have described as primitive and barbaric, which would have been a deliberate use of biological warfare leading to a genocide. I mean, the ABC is defending the Always Was Tonight program as satire, as you've sat here and suggested. But let me remind you of something else that Mr. Armstrong said during the show. And to be honest, I don't know how it's even supposed to be comedy. Mr. Armstrong said, "We want Always Was Tonight not just to entertain, and sometimes not even entertain, but also inform and ask the hard-hitting questions. So this program peddled falsehood of genocide and a wild, deliberate distortion of historical events. Can you explain to me how that's actually satire?
Senator, looking at the program as a whole, obviously there are important issues that many members of the Indigenous community feel strongly about. The program was a reflection of many of those issues in a satirical context, where there were, as you say, assertions, what you would allege as assertion of factual material, I would say was presented as a hypothesis in a satirical context. And the program has now been, we had some complaints, the program has been through a review by the Ombudsman, who found that the program did not breach editorial standards. And I think we can take comfort both from the finding of the Ombudsman, and if you watch the show itself, I think it raises many important issues for Indigenous Australians that was important for the ABC to air.
Except you don't provide any other context to the contrary from Indigenous Australians, do you?
Well, I would, Senator, there are many articles that we deal with. Can you
provide a list of those articles and those contexts that are contrary to such views as what was presented on this program through the ABC?
Senator, I'm not aware of programs done by the ABC that talk to the historical nature of the events that you're talking about, but there's many Indigenous content issues that we feature on a weekly, monthly basis across the organisation that I think provides a bunch of much information about the issues that are faced by Indigenous Australians.
Except, are you saying that there are views contrary to the specific views that have been raised by Mr Armstrong, a sense of appreciation for this country and our history, and a view of our history in the round that doesn't suggest that Indigenous Australians are victims of colonisation and white people in this country, and that doesn't demonise white Australians through racial prejudice? Can you specifically point to anything, any of your programs that actually does that?
Senator, happy for us to go away and provide what we reasonably can provide, a list of that, but I suppose in a general sense, there are a myriad of times across the ABC and across its output where we have done stories that examine all types of issues as it relates to Indigenous Australians, success stories, stories of other stories that celebrate the contribution of Indigenous Australians to Australia, stories that explore their lives. This is something that we are consistently doing.
In the context of race relations, right? We're right now, our country is so divided, and how does this program actually help in terms of race relations in our country? I mean, who made the editorial decision to allow this program to air that clearly intended to demonise British settlement and peddle in falsehoods?
I think it was a program commissioned by the Indigenous unit in the screen sector of the ABC. I think the program raised important issues for Indigenous Australians. I think it did that in a satirical context. Yes, it's a 1 half-hour program in isolation, but I think in all of the various things that you refer to, things that you say were asserted as facts are introduced as people may have said or it has been alleged. I think any audience member watching the program would understand the nuance of that. So, you know, and again, I'd point to the Ombudsman having reviewed the program and not found any breach of editorial standards.
So, here are some of the examples of the content that appeared on the news ticker on Always Was tonight. And I've tabled these, so there should be coming to you copies. But the first one, Stickler historian wants you to remember Arthur Phillip was also a CUNT. Second Fleet also shit. ABC announces more manageable series, Stuff the British Didn't Steal. Later in the program, Mr Armstrong interviewed the Rainbow Serpent, who said, like, how can anyone support colonisation? Mr Armstrong replied, well, it beats me. So, in your National Press Club address, you said that the ABC's role is to protect and promote our national identity. Are these just hollow words? Given that the content on Always Was Tonight on the news ticker was clearly intended to vilify British settlement. I mean, I'm personally offended. My great-great-great-grandmother was brought here as an orphan through the Irish potato famine, but she's white, so she's less valued by the ABC. You know, like there's no nuance in any of this. This is just vilification of our history and of those of us with heritage that relates to those who were brought here under circumstances against their own will in many ways. I mean, we're supposed to sit here and venerate Aboriginal people and our history, but we're told to hate the rest of our history. And you, as the broadcaster, are paid taxpayers' dollars, and this is the disrespect you come up with and you call it satire. I mean, seriously, are these just hollow words that you provided at the National Press Club address?
Not at all, Senator. They're really important words, and they're important words that we intend to govern in our roles in the organisation going forward. There are a number of programs that we're working on today that would talk to exactly the things that you would say we would want to achieve across the organisation. So this particular program, I think, you know, it was part of a multitude of programs that the ABC presented over the Australia Day period. We had Always Was Tonight, we had the Australian of the Year Awards, we had the Australia Day concert. I think there was plenty of celebration of Australia and Australian values across that period, and this was an opportunity for, I guess, to present issues of importance to a part of the community that has, many of whom have feelings about the particular part of Australia Day and the celebration that it's important for us to be aware of. If we don't air and discuss these issues, as difficult as they might be to talk about and as uncomfortable and I guess as many people might find them not tasteful, it is still an appropriate part for a creative organisation to be able to explore these ideas. So, Senator, we of course have to provide a range of content across the year, across our organisation, across the years. Many of these shows take time to create. The show in question, Always Was Tonight, yes, many people will find distasteful. It may confront, but there are many important issues that were needed to be aired.
So,
Senator Price, can I get, if you're going to continue, one more question and then I'll share the call and we can come back to you.
Can I just also clarify?
Well, no, sorry.
I know, just on...
We've got one more question in this block, so
okay,
yeah,
sure,
we'll come back.
Sure.
So, do you then endorse Tony Armstrong's desire to give the colony a colonoscopy?
Senator, I'm not sure if you. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Got to go to med school. Well, you're obviously endorsing those
No,
concepts.
Senator, you can't take that conclusion from my statement.
Perhaps it's the ABC that needs one.
Fun police.
Senator, there was a multitude of programming that we provided over the Australia Day period. Many it was excellent. I don't know if you tuned into the Australian of the Year Awards.
Don't really. I did. Into the ABC.
They were inspirational. I think the Australian Day concert was great. There are many other programs that we did as well. I think as an organisation, we cannot be accused in any way of not recognising the importance of that event, but in recognising the importance of the event, it is also important that we recognise it has an impact on a section of the community that, you know, we need to be able to honour and air
It has
that.
an impact on race relations in this country as well. And we're at a heightened state right now. And the ABC should be doing its best as publicly funded broadcaster to ensure that you don't heighten those race relations in this country or teach our children that white kids should see themselves as colonisers who need to be demonised and that black kids are victims. Like, seriously. And you know what? My stepson is a white kid in this country and he feels it. And he feels like his brothers, who he shouldn't have to see a difference with, are treated differently. In fact, my sons that I gave birth to feel like they're treated differently. And they don't feel like the broadcaster, because I'm told quite often by young people in this country, actually serves to allow them to feel proud to be Australian in this country. I've got other questions that I need to come back to.
Certainly. So I've got some questions in relation to ABC Radio in Perth. I understand that there's going to be, or there has been, a move from the change of frequency from ABC Radio in Perth from AM frequency to FM frequency. And I just want to understand what prompted that change. What was the rationale?
Senator, there are a few things that are Perth-specific that have over time really impacted the quality of the AM services in Perth. Sandy soil, transport infrastructure. As you know, AM is transmitted best from swampy ground, which is not a common element of the Perth landscape. So it was actually an amazing opportunity for us to be able to make the shift to FM, to be able to improve the quality of those services for residents in the Perth area and surrounds. No one will lose coverage as a result of that. They will have to retune their ABC services to the FM dial, but what they'll find when they get there is a significantly improved quality of service. We will do it in a way that ensures there is no break in emergency services broadcasting coverage. There will actually be a simulcast period between the AM and FM services, but Perth residents and surrounds will find themselves with significantly improved quality.
You've referred to improvements in quality. Will it allow more people to listen to ABC services?
FM is a strange beast compared to AM. FM generally has a narrower reach than FM, than AM, but I think the way that the planning has happened will mean that, you know, most of the people covered by the current services will now receive the FM service. There may be some small areas where audience members will have to tune into a different ABC service, but in totality everyone will be covered. And I might just add, Senator, one of the benefits of the AM to FM switch will be an efficiency outcome. It will be less expensive for the ABC to provide those transmission services. So that's a saving that we'll be able to secure, which will enable us to invest in other content.
And what steps have you taken to make Western Australia, and particularly Perth listeners, to the ABC aware of those changes?
Senator, I'll be in Perth, I think the week after next, as part of the start of communications to the audience and the community about the changes. So there is a comprehensive plan in place that hopefully will reach all affected people in a way where no one should be surprised as to either the switch or the timing.
Wonderful, and look forward to seeing you in Perth, Mr.
Higher
Marks.
quality Perth services, yeah.
On the same issue, if I may, what impact, if any, is there to community broadcasters?
The community broadcasters, my understanding is, have been repointed to a different spectrum or frequency that will mean that those services are still available to all relevant listeners of those services. So all of the different shifts have been accommodated in the shift in the licence plan.
So Kalamunda Community Broadcast has been consulted with, they're fully aware and they're fully on board?
That's my understanding, Senator.
In the Perth Hills, Senator Green? private joke. So Kalamata Community Radio, fully aware, fully on board, and no stakeholder issues.
That's my understanding, Senator.
Right.
I'm sure they would prefer not to have had any change, but the benefits of the change overall, I think, outweigh that inconvenience.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
To change tack slightly once more, I'd like to ask some questions.
He was talking about the Perth Hills.
This is not my chance to start. It's Mr. Mark's chance.
I'd like to ask some questions about Triple J's Hottest 100.
Yeah.
Now, there have been some
cool, Senator Gosh.
Well, I'm not cool, Senator Smith, but I am interested in the promotion of Australian artists, and that's really where I'm going with this line of questioning. There has been some discussion, at least, about the quantity of Australian artists featured in the recent countdown of the Triple J Hottest 100. Can I start one step before that, which is what role does Triple J play in promoting Australian artists to its listeners?
It's like without Triple J, I think the local music industry would really suffer. There was a beautiful segment lately where Kelly Holliday, who I think came second, Holiday?
Yep. He's robbed.
According to the Senator, was robbed. But as a result of the featuring in the Hottest 100, that was picked up by international broadcasters who featured that song on their playlists. I think it stands to play on BBC One in the UK. So just the featuring and the packaging of that content available to Australians and the platform that provides for artists to be able to make their services available to, their work available to, broadcast audiences, I think, can't be underestimated. We take the role of Australian music and our role in promoting Australian music very seriously. I think, we were very pleased that this year the Hottest 100, we're about 50% of the artists were Australian. I think more than 50% of the music played by Triple J is Australian. I think Double J has about 40%. Classic, country, all of these services that the ABC provides feature heavily, often more than 50% Australian music. It is a significant commitment by the ABC to continue to work with local artists to feature their music. Without us, again, it's an area a bit like children's programming. It's an area where, without the ABC, I think there would be a huge loss to a significant part of the industry who've achieved many fantastic artists over a long period of time. It's not to say that people can't succeed otherwise, but the ABC is a significant part in doing that. And that commitment to Australian music, I think, is a big part of our future platform.
So last year's Hottest 100, I think, had the lowest number of Australian artists in a number of years, and that's sort of, I think, what prompted some of the discussion that I'm talking about here, whereas this year's had significantly more, as you've just referred to. What do you put that down to? Was that a deliberate evaluation that went on or choice?
I think it's hard to say the specific factors. I know in our management team discussions, one of the things since I've started that we've spoken about is our custodianship of Australian music and the importance of that to the industry. That's something that I think's fed down through the whole organisation as to its importance. It's something I'd like to see more of from our screen industry, for example, supporting Australian artists. So I think there is more to do, and obviously in the way that Triple J itself features, promotes artists, the work we do with Unearthed, the work we do with One Night Stand, the work we do with Like a Version. I don't know if you know many of these brands. Yes, you're nodding, you're a big music fan. Some of the Australian artists and their features of, cover tracks through Like a Version, the music is fantastic. So I think featuring that more and taking that on as a responsibility and a real custodianship role, like these are the things that the ABC has to commit to. So, we get here talk a lot about the News and Current Affairs organisation, but the music part of the ABC and the local radio part of it is significant. The television part of it, our children's programming, our emergency broadcasting, our local radio in every market. I mean, there are many tentacles to the ABC where we reach into communities in an important way. Of course, we can always be better and do better, but yes, acknowledging the importance of our role in promoting Australian music is something that's very important to us.
Now, you mentioned like aversion and one night stand, and one night stand came to Busselton last year, which was fantastic to see. What else is Triple J doing in the live music space to provide opportunities for Australian artists?
Look, I think they're expensive, one night stands. As you know, we don't run a significant ticket price, and the revenue that comes in often goes to charity, which has been, the history of the organisation. I'm currently, working with the team to understand if we were to shift that mentality in any way, what would the implications of that be? And one of the implications would be that we could do more, because I think that live music scene, particularly presented in the way that Triple J does, featuring local artists, I think is so important. As we all know, the change in media and actually real events, real life events, live events are becoming something that is of demand, particularly to younger people, younger Australians. So it's something that I'd like to do a lot more of. So I've just been told the next one night stand will be in September. I don't know if we know where it's going to be yet. But I'd like to do more than one per year.
More than welcome to come back to Western Australia. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass on the call now to Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you. So I've got a few more examples of what appeared on the news ticker. This one here says, dispossession, the only true crime white people don't love investigating. Government announces people with white saviour complex now eligible for NDIS. And all white Australians officially declared bankrupt over incalculable debt to mob. And then there was a segment of the show called Whiter 10, based on, obviously, Mitre 10. Why is the ABC leadership endorsing racism?
Senator, I don't believe we are endorsing racism. I think quite the opposite. I think we're providing...
Well, why don't you have a white comedian saying such things about black people on the program or Aboriginal people in the same vein? Would you do that? Would the ABC do that? I think it's pretty evident you wouldn't.
We should let Chair... I think Mr Marks needs to be given the opportunity to actually answer the question without constant interruptions.
I will take that as a point of order, but I think that, as I indicated to Senator Hanson-Young before, if a point of order is being raised, if you wouldn't mind just saying point of order first. I wasn't in the chair at the moment that was happening. I was speaking to Senator Henderson, so I missed what happened, but I will now pay closer attention. Please continue, Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Yes.
Sorry, Senator, I've forgotten the question.
Why is the ABC encouraging racism?
I don't think we are encouraging racism, Senator. I think exactly what that show is designed to do, and we can all have a view on whether it achieved it or not, was to raise and make awareness of important issues. So,
sorry, stop. How specifically? How do these attacks on white Australians, the only true crime white people don't love investigating? Sorry, can you please tell me how that is supposedly...
It's called satire.
Senator Hanson, please.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. How about you stand by your principles and stop white-splaining?
Senators.
Yeah.
Sorry, I appreciate this. No, senators.
That's one of your principles.
Senators.
Principles, hey?
Senators.
Stop white-splaining.
Senator.
I'm going to sit back and let the ABC be attacked because
Senators.
you're trying to win free selections.
Senators. Senator Green, Senator Hanson-Young, let's take the temperature down in the room for a moment and let us say this. Let me say this, and I've said it so many times, I'm sure people are sick of me saying it, but this process works better when the senator asks questions and the witness answers them. That is the process we're going through at the moment. Senator Nampijinpa Price is asking a question. Senator Marks will be given an opportunity. Senator Marks, sorry. I've done this to you twice now. Apparently it was Dr. Marks last time. But you will be
Senators are entitled to ask their questions without interruption, but witnesses are also entitled to provide their answers without
Absolutely. And that is the process that we will... Well, hold on, Senator Henderson.
I think that goes both ways.
That doesn't need a...
Especially in this session. But
that doesn't need qualification. Let's
I've given you an answer, Senator. It's a satirical comedy program. We may not like the comedy. We may have comments on it. We may have views on it. But that is the point of comedy. The point of comedy often, particularly satirical comedy, is to raise serious questions and to be confronting. So we can all have discussions about the individual jokes that are raised, but I don't think that's going to be productive for us today. It was a comedy show. It was designed to be satirical. It is going to be confronting by its nature. And I stand by the program and the importance of it in terms of the ABC's overall offering, as you say, of the material that we provide to the public. So we can go backwards and forwards about each joke, and we can have different views on each joke. But
it's really not a joke. It's racism, and you're dressing it up as a joke.
Senator, I'm not dressing up each one as a joke. The whole comedy, the whole program is a satirical look at an important issue faced by Indigenous Australians in the context of what is a very
Senators. Now, I appreciate. Senator Henderson and Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Senator,
sorry, Mr. Marks, just for one moment. Just as I will endeavour to prevent interruptions, you must also allow the witness to finish their answer, and then you'll have a chance to ask the question after that again. Mr. Marks, had you finished your answer, or did you want to complete?
I think so. I think it's a satirical comedy program. I don't think there's real gain to be had in this forum of looking at each individual piece of dialogue and examining its worthiness to the context of the program. I think looking at the program overall as a whole, overall as a whole was an important contribution to an important issue that a lot of people feel strongly about, and there will be many people that will feel...
What issue?
Senator, that many people feel strongly about issues, particularly younger Australians, about colonisation, about the issues faced by Indigenous Australians, about the disproportional number of people in detention, about Indigenous healthcare outcomes, and sometimes the way to do those and to make awareness of those issues is through satirical comedy. That's what this show was, and I stand by its important contribution to that discussion.
I think it fails. It fails miserably to draw any attention, especially when, in the closing monologue, Mr. Armstrong says, "I'm sure you're expecting me to use this moment to do a big viral speech about what January 26 means and why you, the good white people watching," that's not satire, that's denigration. That's ought to feel real sad. But the problem is, you already know, you've heard it before, you know it's wrong. Don't be a dog. Don't be a dog. I mean, seriously. Is the ABC's intent for Australians to feel sad about January 6? And if they don't feel sad, they're a dog?
Senator, there's a presentation style that also goes with that dialogue. Again, I stand by my comments. We can all have views about the success of the program. We can all have views about its appeal or not appeal. It was a satirical comedy program about issues faced by an important part of the community. Many people have strong opinions. You have strong opinions. Others have strong opinions. That's kind of what the ABC often is here to do. It is one part of the town square of discussion. So it's done in a satirical comedy way. I can sense how offended you are by it. I also know that many people really liked the program. So
because the offence comes from the fact that you do not offer the other side of the argument in any form whatsoever, whether satirical or whether straight down the line. You fail miserably to do that, but you continually project these concepts into the Australian audience, where there's young, impressionable Australians that look to you, and you fail to offer anything to the contrary to any of this. And let me put something to you, that someone like myself who stands up for the fact and points this out to our broadcaster is by supporters of your position and this racism attack me by calling me a sellout, a coconut, a Jackie, an Uncle Tom. They're the sorts of things that your satire, funny, actually encourages in this country. And I would urge you, as the public broadcaster, to take these issues far more seriously, especially in the current climate that we're dealing with, a divided nation where racial vilification of any kind, whether presented in a satirical way, is unacceptable, because you would not do it from a white person's perspective to a black person. You just would not do that. And you know you wouldn't as the ABC. So I've got my last lot of questions here that I'd like to go to. On the 16th of December, during the Politics Now podcast, journalist Laura Tingle said that the actions of the Bondi terrorists had nothing to do with religion. Contrary to all evidence, Ms Tingle dismissed the connection between the terrorists and radical Islam. So in short, Ms Tingle distorted the truth. But consider the following distortions of the truth too. In the context of the ABC's commentary around former Prime Minister Scott Morrison's ideas to tackle radical Islam, on January 28 on ABC Radio National Breakfast, host Sally Sarah quoted a text message from a listener that asked whether the Christian community should take responsibility for Nazi hate speech. Then on the 29th of January, on ABC Sydney Mornings, on the ABC Sydney Mornings, with the host Hamish McDonald, he said, when we look at the language used by neo-Nazi groups, for example, they rely on Christian tradition or thought. Why is the ABC dismissing the true connection between Islam and terrorism, which is evident in a litany of examples from the September 11 attacks through to Bondi?
I'm happy to take that one if you'd like, Senator. So firstly, if I can work my way through these things, you mentioned the Politics Now podcast. I think it's worth noting that there were a number of complaints. There was an investigation into that by the Ombudsman's Office, and that was cleared of being any editorial breach. I think with a program that is a podcast, the program needs to be listened to in its entirety. I think when you listen to the program, it is very clear that the program was not suggesting that there was no connection of religion around the terrible attack at Bondi. It was clear that Jewish Australians were targeted, and the program made that very clear on a number of occasions. I am not aware of all of the detail about the comments that you raised about the RN Breakfast program, but I would note that, as you said, it was a letter or a comment from an audience member that was read out. So we'd have to go away and have a look at that a little bit more. But clearly that was a question that was put to, I think you said, Mr Bragg in that interview. And, you know, we put questions to politicians all the time to ask for their reaction. On the final point about Islam that I think you raised, the ABC has done extensive reporting for a very long period of time about the impact of radicalisation on and radical links between radical Islam and some acts of terrorism. I mean, our Four Corners program has broken a number of stories over the past couple of years, including only just last year, about links to radical Islamic preachers and claims and allegations of connection to radicalisation and to acts of to illegal acts. Now, we are doing extensive reporting in these areas, and we don't shy away from doing that. What we don't seek to do is to broadly suggest that any particular religious ideology broadly is responsible for all types of attacks.
So why is the ABC confecting a non-existent connection between Christianity and Nazism?
Well, I think in that instance, from my understanding of the question that came from the audience member, it was essentially saying, attempting to draw an analogy to suggest why do some people suggest that all Islam is responsible for terrorism? Why is the question not asked, why is not all Christianity responsible for other issues? And the audience member asked the question and that was put and a response was sought.
Well, that was Hamish MacDonald's comment. It was his comment. When we look at the language used by neo-Nazi groups, for example, they rely on Christian tradition or thought.
Well, I'd have to go back and have a look at that full program to be able to give you a proper response to that, Senator.
Chair, if you're happy, if I just look, I know time is marching on, so we are endeavouring to get through the issues as quickly as we can. Mr. Marks, one of the ways in which I believe that ABC frequently misrepresents the facts or fails to tell both sides of the story is by its decision as to who it selects for third-party commentators who have a particular view. For instance, the Jewish Council of Australia is frequently relied upon by the ABC when it has a very distinct and different view to many other Jewish organisations. Amy Ramikis, who's part of the Extreme Left Institute, the Australian Institute, she's the chief political analyst. So what I'm going to ask, and I don't see the IPA, I don't see the Australian Jewish Association, for instance, appearing nearly as frequently, very infrequently, if at all, in the case of the AJA, as the commentators such as Amy Ramikis and Sarah Schwartz from the Jewish Council of Australia. What I'm seeking from you is an audit. So over the last 2 years, are you able to provide this committee with an audit as to which spokespeople have appeared on which television programs? Because there is a real tendency to push a particular view through the spokespeople who are selected to appear on ABC television programs, and I'm talking news and information programs.
Do you want me to answer that?
Clearly there are very important impartiality obligations on the ABC, but I am very concerned about this trend, and I know in the case of the Jewish Council of Australia this has been raised before. Because, as I say, accuracy and impartiality are paramount. Are you happy to do that?
Well, let me answer the question briefly, and then I'll ask Mr. Fang to respond to that, because it's part of the work that Mr. Fang regularly does to look at the balance of those matters over time. So there will already been some work done.
Well, when I'm asking whether you're happy, what I'm asking is if you can provide that information.
Yes, sure, Senator. Yeah. No, we can look at what we can provide, but often, I mean, a bit like the discussion we're having today, the Jewish community often, as well, is not one community. There are many different components of every community.
I didn't say that, but I'm just saying.
No, I'm just answering your question, and the question sometimes means you do need to seek other voices to seek to attempt to find other parts of the community who may have a different, similar or contrary view to various parts. So I do think it's important that we just don't rely on one commentator to represent a community.
No, I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that there's been a tendency, Mr. Marks, to favour those commentators who sit very squarely on the left of politics, and there is not impartiality exercised in relation to seeking a diversity of views.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that's the case, but Mr. Fang, you've done many reviews on this and can talk to what we can provide to the Senator.
Yeah, thank you. I believe, Senator, that a question like this occurred last year, and we did provide on notice what we could reasonably provide about a variety of different sources and perspectives that we'd put on. It is difficult to do a broad capture of all of our output, given what's archived, etc. But I can say that when I last looked at this, we had done more than 350 plus stories about anti-Semitism over a period of the last 18 months. We had a wide variety of Jewish Australians that we had on the ABC, parents of kids at schools talking about issues around security, everybody from the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism. We had spoken to multiple rabbis and community leaders. We had tackled a wide variety of perspectives across the community. Now, you are correct that we have at times interviewed members of the Jewish Council of Australia where they are relevant, but what I have looked at previously and what I can give you a commitment around is that we have widely spoken to many people in the Jewish community regularly and including over the past couple of years, and you only have to look back at some of the reporting we've done only in the past couple of weeks to see the wide variety of people from the community that we have spoken to.
Well, Mr Fang, I'm just going to ask for that audit over the last 2 years, perhaps from 1 July 2024 until this point in time, because there may well have been some improvements in relation to anti-Semitism matters in recent months. I mean, we certainly have raised this before, but I am concerned that there has been an inherent problem within the ABC where left-wing commentators such as Amy Ramikis and others like her have been very frequently relied upon in terms of running commentary. The other one that I would just ask about is Paul Bongiorno. Is he still a regular contributor to the ABC?
Senator, just in relation to the 1 July 2024, we'll see what we can do to answer that question. I'm not... we would have to see what we still hold. So we'll see what we can reasonably do to answer that question appropriately. Paul Bongiorno, I have
You're
not
not deleting all the tapes like you did with Countdown, are you, Mr Fang?
Paul,
surely you're keeping records of all
But
of
we
your
make
programs.
a wide variety of content across radio news and live content and the like. So it's just a...
Well, maybe I
that
might take this offline and perhaps I can provide a question on notice which stipulates perhaps a range of programs.
It would be
not
helpful
too
to
open-ended.
make it more easier for us to help.
Make it more confined and doable, which sort of focuses on news and current affairs, because I do think there is a problem and I would like to see that rectified in terms of your statutory obligations. But maybe I'll come back to you and I will confine my
That would be helpful,
request
thank you.
Paul
Bongiorno.
Certain parameters.
I have not heard Paul Bongiorno on the ABC for a while. I'm sorry, I can't confirm that he's still working or contributing. And if Paul is, I apologise that I haven't heard him on the radio for a while. It's not deliberate.
Well, look, I'm really concerned about, if you are going to choose commentators. Paul Bongiorno, frankly, has espoused some disgraceful views. Violent oppression begets violent resistance. The Federal Royal Commission into Bondi is the wrong option. I mean, that's just his view. Whatever, that doesn't bother me as much.
Apologies, Senator, were these on the ABC, you're saying? Or
No, this is Paul Bongiorno, and I'm just wondering, he was a regular contributor to ABC Radio National, I believe, but I am particularly concerned about that post where he says violent oppression begets violent resistance in the context
we can find out whether Paul is still contributing.
Of the anti-Semitism issues facing the crisis facing our country. There's other comments which are deeply offensive, which I will also provide on notice as well.
But you're not suggesting he's saying that on the ABC. You've just read some things out.
That's
Can
right.
we clarify where that's
right. So what I'm concerned about, again, Senator Hanson-Young, is I'm concerned about the selection of commentators by the ABC, where the ABC has a predisposition to selecting left-wing commentators without having regard to impartiality across the board. So I think that's not something that really does need to be addressed.
I understand the question, Senator, and we can certainly
right.
check.
Okay, I'm trying to move.
Narrow the timeline a bit in the programs.
I will, because I'm interested in the outcome here, and I'm interested in
what's happening now and over the last maybe 12 months. We go back 2 years. I think it's more difficult. I think over the last 12 months. Just a suggestion, Senator.
I will confine my question. I understand the difficulties. Can I quickly please move to the ABC's partnership with ACON? You indicated in last estimates you were going to review that partnership. Mr Marks, have you reviewed the partnership, and do you have anything to update the committee on?
Senator, we, I think, discussed at the last estimates that Mr Fang and myself would do a review of all of our potential partnerships across the organisation with an understanding that the integrity and independence of the ABC is paramount. Mr Fang and I have made a lot of progress on that review. We're now in the final stages of assessing the recommendations that we are considering out of that, and I would imagine by the time we're back in estimates, which I think is not too far away, we'll be able to provide a final view on all of that.
Mr Marks, this is Senate estimate, so if you have formed a view, I'm asking for that answer now, please.
I think our view is we are concerned about things that have any essence of a perception of implicating the independence or integrity of the organisation.
And so what action are you going to take in relation to this partnership?
So those are the steps that we need to fully understand what those steps will be, but we take on board the concern, we share it, and we intend to act to protect the perception of the integrity of the organisation.
So can I read into that you are going to discontinue your partnership with ACON?
There might be various options that we can consider, so I don't want to prejudge the actual decision, but all I'm saying is we've made good progress on the work, and I would imagine before the next estimates we will be finalising that activity. But by the way, it's not just ACON. There's a number of things that we have to look at.
Sure, as I made the point, you shouldn't be having partnerships with any organisation which seeks to influence the ABC or impinge on the editorial independence of the ABC.
We are concerned about anything that implies an obligation on our editorial content or creates a high risk of perception of interference in ABC integrity and independence.
What do you pay for that partnership, by the way? What's the...
Ms Klein might have the exact number. It's part of an index participation. I mean, it's under $10,000, I think. Oh, Mr Fang's got it. So.
The membership fee for last year was $6,990.
So that's the total amount that you're paying to ACON. That's a...
I think, sorry if I can jump in, that I think there are a few other elements. So on average, and I think we've provided some information on a question on notice, 2874, that we have on average paid $10,000 per annum or thereabouts over the last few years. And I think another question that was asked within that question on notice is, why haven't we disclosed the expenditure in the ABC's annual report? And the answer being that there is no reporting requirement to do so. So that is in 2874.
Okay, so Mr Marks, you've said you're concerned about this partnership. Can you just expand on the reasons for your concern?
Well, it's not just that partnership centre. We're concerned about anything that exists in the organisation that requires us to submit to assessment against editorial content that has any editorial content matters to it, because we accept that has the risk of perception of interference in our editorial matters. So it's a wide-ranging review. Our partnership with ACON is one part of that review, but we felt it was important to extend that review to not just that particular organisation. So that's got some complexity to it. There's a number of different aspects to that. But again, as I said, we're well progressed. I think I've expressed the basis on which we are approaching that review, and I think you can take comfort from that fact.
I'm cognisant of the time. I have many other issues before me, but the chair is looking at me eagerly to encourage me to move, and
more do you guys have, Sarah?
I'm trying to finish before dinner, Sarah.
Okay.
Senator Hanson-Young. Can I just ask, I don't want to dwell on this one, the Bonnie Blue Facebook issue? There was that. Could you just explain how
actually, that... my understanding is it was as much a Meta issue as an ABC issue.
Right.
So I think our technology teams remain in discussion with Meta about whatever vulnerabilities might exist that might open those potentials. Obviously, we quickly identified it and fixed it, but yeah, our technology teams remain in discussion with Meta.
So which social media platform was hacked? Facebook? Was it hacked?
Yes, it was, and someone took control of the content, but we quickly rectified it and shut it down. But it was both. But as I said, we're still talking to Meta about how that could happen. And
so, do you know how it did happen?
We haven't finished the review until we really get all that information out of Meta.
Was there any involvement of ABC systems, platforms or staff?
As you know, all of these things are probably an individual decision or action at a time, but again, I understand that it's the systems of Meta that also have an implication here, which to be able to fully answer your question, I need to have that information.
Look, if we could have that, because obviously the publication on one of your social media platforms of any inappropriate material or any pornographic material, was the material pornographic?
I didn't actually see it, Senator. Mr Fang shaking his head.
It was just...
I think it was tasteful Bonnie Blue.
Right. Okay, so, but obviously the hacking...
is a concern.
Is a very serious concern. So what actions have you taken to secure your accounts?
Again, to be able to fully answer that question, Senator, I need to have the resolution of the conversations with Meta. So that's something that we can look at, providing when that process is completed.
Okay. I will put my other questions on notice. I did commit to the Chair that I would try and finish by 6:30. So can I just thank you all very much for your time and for the commitment that you've made to be here today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. I really appreciate that.
Sorry, I forgot one thing.
Okay.
Sorry.
I spoke too soon.
Sorry. Sorry. I just want... This is a light-hearted comment. My interaction with Sarah Ferguson in the parliamentary corridor, which happened before the last estimates. I wasn't planning to raise it. I didn't raise it in the last estimates. Happy to have robust discussions in relation to my work, in relation to my observations about the ABC, but I think it was leaked by Sarah or someone close to Sarah. But in all seriousness, Mr Marks, my door is always open. If ever there are issues in relation to my prosecution of issues concerning the ABC, I'm very happy to meet with anyone, including Sarah Ferguson.
Thank you, Senator. Ms Ferguson is not someone that I have to worry about. She is a very strong individual, as I'm sure you are, and I unfortunately missed the conversation. I only heard reports of it.
Well, Raph Epstein was the witness, and she's a strong individual, as am I. I think she was a bit stronger than I was on that occasion. But be that as it may, I look forward to continuing robust discussions. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Henderson. I will now do two things. I will excuse the officers of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Thank you for your attendance here today, your evidence and the work that goes into preparation for these hearings. We will call the officers of the Special Broadcasting Service after dinner at 7:15. I'm also in a position now to release the Museum of Australian Democracy officers, the National Gallery of Australia officers and the officers of the NBN Co. I thank my colleagues for their cooperation in that respect. So thank you very much, and we're adjourned for dinner.